Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Trained by Roronoa Zoro. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Are all men created equal? A 6-year-old child would say that in this era full of quirks and superpower he would say no they were not. But this green-haired 6-year-old child could say that all men are equal when it comes to death, and the evidence lies there in front of him inside a coffin. Zoro sat at his friend Kuina's funeral with a blank face. His mother has placed a comforting hand on his back. Inko fully knew her son's relationship to the young female swordsman and how he strived to be as good as her someday. But life has cruelly taken her far early. When the funeral was announced to be over, everyone proceeded to walk out and express their condolences to the father and master of the dojo. Inko gave his son's green hair a slide. "Zoro, it's time to go," she said, coaxing him into standing up, but Zoro remained firm in his seat, tears now pooling in his eyes. "It's okay, Midoriya-san, let him grieve his best friend." And with that they left Zoro in his own for a while to give him some well-deserved alone time with Kuina for one last time. Outside, the two had a conversation. "I'm very sorry for what happened. As a parent myself I could only imagine what this must feel like. I don't think I can look at heroes the same again." This piqued her curiosity. Inko never really knew what happened, all that she knew was that she passed, that's it. It's not the hero's fault. The villain is to blame here, but relying on them and then it resulting in such tragedy can skew some people's views. Especially if it's your child suffering the consequences. "I see. Take care of Zoro. Kuina wouldn't want him to go through what she did." Inko looked at her son. "I too want him safe and sound, but knowing my son this would only drive him into achieving their promise." He only smiled at her statement. The two of them were really stubborn, not giving up on one-upping each other. "It won't be a surprise to me if he starts to want to be a hero." Before Ink could respond, she was interrupted by Zoro running out to them. "Sensei, can we talk?" "Zoro." He looked at her and nodded, reassuring her that it's fine before going into the dojo. She waited outside, letting him have his moment with his master and the father of his friend. She flinched when she heard her son wail out a cry. In a panic, she barged into the dojo and saw her son hugging a familiar katana as he bawled his eyes out. She looked at the man and saw a few teardrops on his cheek. She scooped up her son and let him cry into her shirt while he has a tight grip on the katana. "Midoriya-san, I hope you don't mind me entrusting Kuina's sword to your son." "No." She stroked her son's back and gave his head a kiss. "I'm sure he'll take good care of it." And with that Inko couldn't help but cry along with her son. His anguish felt throughout the room. After a few months passed, Zoro worked his best into being the best swordsman there is. Zoro at the age of 6 was already besting some of the adults in the dojo. He would diligently train in the dojo and at home. It got to the point where he was overworking himself. Inko was taking care of Zoro after he puked when he took an exercise too far. "Zoro, if you keep this up you're destroying your own body before you could achieve your dream. Kuina worked just as hard. I'll make sure no one has to experience what happened to her." He really was stubborn. You need to take care of yourself first before you could take care of others. The only answer she got from him was the silent treatment. Hopefully that lesson would be something he learns someday. But it would seem that he will learn this lesson much sooner. It was the usual after-school routine in the Midoriya household. Zoro came home a little bit late from the dojo. "Mom, I'm home." Zoro expected the usual "welcome back" from his mom, but what greeted him instead was the sound of dishes breaking and a thud. He rushed to the kitchen and saw his mom kneeling on the ground. He dropped his 3-bakken and rushed to his mother's side, helping her stand up. "Are you okay? What happened?" Inko was slowly standing up and using her son's help to stand upright. Zoro gently led her to sit down on the couch. "I'll be okay, honey, just dizzy." She reassured him while giving his cheek a kiss. "Now go take a shower and get changed." Zoro pouted at that. "You'll get sick if you don't, go on." And he reluctantly did so. "Okay, but just rest here and don't do anything." "Of course." Before he could enter his room, he spared his mother a look before proceeding. Once he was freshly washed and in his lounge clothes, but when he got out he saw his mother on the floor. He was now in a panic. Mom. He tried to lift her up to the couch but his muscles were too strained from earlier that day that he couldn't. Mom. Mom, wake up. Inko groaned in response and only mumbled, dizzy. Zoro bolted for his mother's purse and grabbed her phone and dialed the emergency number his mother taught him. It didn't take long before a person was talking to him. Help. My mom says she's dizzy but she fainted. The person on the other end of the line tried to calm him down and asked him for their address. And Zoro blanked. Zoro looked around before going outside and looking at the address on the side of their door. Zoro read the address out to the person on the phone. When they said that help will be on the way, Zoro calmed down a little, but he's still worried and rushed to his mother. He was about to put the phone down, but he was startled when the person on the phone told him to stay and to keep taking to them. They kept asking him about his mom and how she is, but all he could say is that she's dizzy and wants to lie down. Not long after, people were knocking on the door. He judged by how they're dressed, they were here to help, and also because they said they were taking them to the hospital. As they helped his mom into the ambulance, he was also carried in there, and the phone he was using was borrowed by one of them and informed the person on the phone of everything that's going on. Zoro was clutching his other's purse as he watched the doctors check his mom. He stuck to his mother's side the whole time, but Inko smiled at him, reassuring him a little. When they arrived at the hospital, his mother was led to a doctor's office and he was led to someplace else. As the nurse was leading him to a play area, he spoke up, "Where's Mom? A doctor is talking to her right now to know why she fainted. Is she gonna be okay?" "I can't say, I'm not her doctor. You can ask them later instead." Zoro looked down on the purse he's still clutching and thought about how he couldn't do anything since he was too tired. His mom was right. The nurse gave him some coloring books and toys to entertain himself with while they wait, but those were untouched and resorted to resting his body and taking a nap. The nurse smiled at his peaceful look as he rested before carrying him to a bed. Eventually, Zoro felt himself be shaken awake and saw the nurse from earlier. "Your mom's okay now." With that, Zoro was fully awake and jumped off the bed and ran out. "Hey, wait, that's the wrong way." Zoro skidded to a halt and looked back. "Where?" The nurse pointed to a door right next to the room they were staying at. "It's right next door." Zoro rushed back and barged into the room. He ran towards her and gave her legs a crushing hug. "And with her son's strength it might as well be. Are you okay?" "Perfectly fine," she said, petting his head as he rubs his face on her leg. Inko picked him up and let him sit on her lap and looked at the doctor, who was smiling at them. "I heard that you were the one who acted when your mother needed it most." The doctor asked. "I only did what's right." "You are an amazing son taking care of her like that." Zoro blushed at the comment and looked away. "You'll be an amazing big brother too." At that, Zoro paused and looked at the doctor, confused. Inko giggled at her son's confused face and gave his chubby cheeks a kiss. "You'll be a big brother, Zoro." "There's a baby in me," she said with a wide smile. Zoro looked at her with wide eyes. "How'd a baby get in you?" The question has both his mom and the doctor chuckling. That's lesson for later in life. Right now we have to take care of little brother, she said while touching her stomach. "Is the baby in there?" he asked, his hand reaching out and touching the belly. "Yes." Zoro's eyes lit up and the sight almost has Inko emotional, but she'll hold it in for now. "Then I'll take care of the two of you. I'll be the greatest swordsman and protect you guys." "You're quite the hero, Hassan," the doctor commented. "No, I'm not a hero, I'll be a swordsman." I see. After that conversation, his mom and the doctor went to talk about things he doesn't understand, but he did his best to listen since he'll be taking care of his mom. The doctor took note of the child's confused face. And when the checkup was finished, the doctor crouched down to Zoro. "Hey kid, first make sure to help your mom whenever she asks for it." Zoro nodded. "There are moments where she might be a little demanding, but help her through it." Zoro nodded. "And make sure she gets an appropriate amount of rest." Zoro sparked in recognition when he processed what the doctor said. "I promise. I'll take good care of her and make sure she has plenty of rest. I'll rest with her to make sure." The doctor ruffled his hair and was pleased to know he soaked up all of the information. "That's a good boy. Thank you for everything, doctor." Inko said, grabbing Zoro's hand. Bye-bye, Zoro exclaimed. As they were about to walk out of the office, Inko stopped. Oh, my purse. Zoro stretched his hand out and pulled his mother's purse towards him, and the bag zipped towards them. When it was in his hand, he handed it to his mom. Interesting quirk you have there, boy. It's just like Mom's, but she says mine is a little stronger. Hey, if you do become a hero that can be useful, the doctor said. I'm gonna be a swordsman, not a hero, and what help will my quirk do if I'll be using swords? Who knows, maybe pull your swords to you. Zoro tilted his head at that and went silent thinking about it. The next few months were eventful, with Zoro focusing on training his body and his sword skills every day and making sure he has enough rest by napping whenever he could. It's become routine that every time he arrives home, him and his mom would take a well-deserved nap for the two of them. One night, there was a magazine he was reading and there's an advertisements for some weights. So he went to his mom, who was sitting and preparing some ingredients on the kitchen table. Mom. He climbed up her lap and sat there about to show what's on the magazine, but before he had the opportunity to do so, he slid off of his mother's lap. Zoro looked up in confusion. Her lap usually has a lot of room for him to sit at. When he looked, he saw the baby bump that he just noticed. Whoa, Mom, your belly's getting big, he said with wide eyes. She giggled at her son's reaction. Yes, it is. Inko patted the space next to her and asked her to sit there, which he did. Once he could reach it, he put both his hands on his mom's belly. Your baby brother is growing. Zoro looked at her and had a big smile. I'll have a baby brother? Yep. Cool. Can he be my sparring partner? He asked, bouncing in his chair. When he grows up, and you have to ask him if he wants to. If he agrees, then sure, but be careful. Yay! He exclaimed, extremely excited for the oncoming new member of the family. The rest of the PRGNSOI went by real fast, and now Zoro was anxiously waiting for his mother and new younger brother. He saw how his mom was in extreme discomfort and he couldn't help but worry. His thoughts were interrupted when he felt a hand on his head. It was the nurse that was tasked to taking care of him. Not to worry, they'll be fine. Zoro looked at the room where they took his mom and looked down. The hospital was cold and his nervousness wasn't helping any. Zoro settled in his seat and made do with the warmth his hoodie provided. Zoro tried to sleep and use this time to rest but can't bring himself to. He's very fidgety the whole time. Someone brought food for him during the wait, but it was tasteless because of his worry, or maybe because it was hospital food. The thought was interrupted when the door to the room opened and out came a nurse. Let's go, we're moving your mom to a different room. Mom's okay, right? Very much, she's just tired. Oh, okay. With that, Zoro obediently followed the nurse to an empty room. Not long after them, his mother was wheeled in and assisted into the bed in the room. Zoro climbed up a chair beside her bed and tried to peek at the bundle in her arms. Is that him? He asked, his voice quiet, not wanting the sleeping babe. Inko shifted closer to her son to show him her newest son. He's your little brother, he's got the green hair too. She smiled. Would you like to hold him? Huh. But he's so tiny. But you promised you'll protect him, right? Go on. Inko slowly handed the little baby to him. When he was in his brother's arms, Inko still had her hand out to support whenever he may need. Watch the head. He looked at his mom, then back at the baby, who had a tiny tuft of dark green hair. What's his name? He asked, his eyes focused on his little brother. Izuku. Izuku, huh? Zoro pulled the blanket covering the baby a little bit and saw the chubby-cheeked baby. Hello, Izuku. I'm Zoro and I'm your big bro. I'll take good care of you. Zoro pulled Izuku closer to his chest as a pseudo-hug before handing him back to his mom. And to his surprise, his mom was crying a river. How can she not? The sight of her babies loving each other is one of the best things she's seen. Oh, how she wished she took a picture of the two of them at that moment. Alas, she'll just have to make up to it and take pictures in other times. At a peaceful day, the only thing you could hear is the soft sizzling of katsudon and the sound of weights, much to Inko's displeasure. All right, Zoro, that's enough lifting for the dash. She was taken aback when she saw the weight he begged for her to buy him was between his teeth. He was doing push-ups. Zoro, what on earth are you doing? She asked as she frantically stood him upright and took the weight off his mouth. Mom, give that back. he said, jumping for it, but Inko lifted it away from his reach. No, not until you say what you were doing. Zoro pouted but answered, I'm training to hold a sword in my mouth. Why? Because I'll be the greatest swordsman. Inko sighed at that, knowing that she won't get any other answer. Before she could say anything, a clap interrupted them alongside a giggle. Nichan's super cool, a 3-year-old green-haired child exclaimed. At that, Zoro cackled, right? Your Nii-chan's gonna be the greatest swordsman. Zoro declared as he lifted Izuku and carried him away to play with him. If Nii-chan is gonna be the greatest swordsman, then I'll be the #1 hero. Zoro paused at that. Hero? Izuku nodded aggressively to support his claim. Zoro smiled at that and set him down. Is it because of that All Might video? Yes. I'll be saving people with a smile on my face. Not only that, but I promised with a friend at daycare. Zoro laughed and looked down at his little brother. Alright then, being a hero requires you to be strong, so we'll have to train your body for it. What about my quirk? We'll worry about that when you get it. Izuku's bright wide eyes sparkled. Can I train with Nii-chan then? Of course. We can start today, he declared. Oh, no you don't. The two were interrupted with their mom's angry voice. Izuku's just 3, Zoro. Wait until it's appropriate. The two of them pouted at that. Aw. A year has passed and Izuku's classmates started showing signs of their quirk. Izuku even chattered on and on about his friend who could make explosions in his hands, and that's when Izuku started writing away in his notebook, taking note of everything he could know of his quirk, which then branched out to other quirks and then to heroes. As Zoro was doing push-ups, he could hear the news about some villain attack where his little brother is glued to. Zoro decided to check on Izuku and found him scribbling away in his notebook. Zoro leaned on his back to peek at the notebook but couldn't decipher Izuku's hurried writing. Whatcha doing? That startled Izuku into stop writing and frantically closed the notebook. Oh, I was taking note of the hero on TV. He has a telekinetic quirk, though not as strong. Really? Who's this hero? He asked, not particularly interested in the hero and more interested in his brother's notes. There are so many information in them that he doesn't really understand it, but he's very much fascinated by his brother's talent. Izuku looked at the TV but didn't see the hero's name. I don't know. Zoro laughed at this. That's a first. Usually you're a hero encyclopedia. I guess I got invested in his quirk. Zoro hummed at that and looked at the notebook cover and was only able to see the words, the greatest. Wanting to be the greatest hero, huh? Why yes. Zoro looked around the whole apartment, and when their mother wasn't on site, he ran back to Izuku. Give me 10 push-ups. Huh. Then tomorrow you'll join me for a jog. You've seen how muscular All Might is, right? Yes. That is the result of years of his hard work. Ooh, Izuku said in understanding. You've seen how strong your Nii-chan is, correct? Yeah. I want to be like Nii-chan too. Then I'll help you, then the two of you can get stronger. What's this stronger talk I hear? A familiar sweet voice interrupted them. Zoro. She called her voice in a scolding tone. Heroes are amazing at getting away too, let's go. Zoro picked Izuku up and ran to his room where they hid and played hero with their mother. Inko was a little concerned since Izuku was almost 5 and was still not showing any signs of his quirk, so she decided to consult a doctor. She approached her children who were chowing down on their food quite rapidly. She should have known that her second son would be just as much of a foodie like his brother. You two prepare for bed after dinner. We need to be early tomorrow. Where we going? Izuku asked while Zoro kept eating, but his ears are on his mother. We're going to a quirk doctor tomorrow. Oh, okay. The two brothers prepared for bed and were now brushing their teeth. Izuku finished first and tugged at Zoro's pajamas to get his attention. Zoro looked down, toothbrush still in mouth. Could I watch the All Might video before going to bed? I don't know, Mom said to go to bed. It'll be quick, please. Izuku decided to equip the puppy dog eyes, which he discovered to be his brother's weakness. Zoro grumbled as he rinsed his mouth. Once he was done, he picked Izuku up. Fine. He carried him to his room and turned the computer on and pulling up the video, which he's memorized the URL considering how much he did this before. Izuku jumped on the chair and bobbed his head in excitement, something he's done every time. You sure never get tired of this, Harajuku. If I've seen something this much, even if I love it, I'd get tired. He joked but was ignored since the video started and Izuku leaned in close to the screen. Admittedly, Zoro himself felt quite inspired the first time he saw the video. He still does find it inspiring, but for some reason he can't help but focus on the wreckage around the hero, and he got a gut feeling that something bad is about to happen. You should probably give it up, the doctor said, coldly, breaking his little brother's heart. There was silence, with the only sound is Izuku's All Might toy dropping on the ground. What the hell do you mean give up? This doctor angers Zoro and he's not afraid to hide it. Zoro, settle down, Inko said, putting a gentle hand on his shoulder. Zoro heard the doctor let out an annoyed sigh and Zoro started seeing red, but decided to be there for Izuku for now. Zoro watched the doctor's movements closely, criticizing everything about him after what he's done to Izuku. Granted, the doctor hasn't done anything, but he hurt Izuku. He could have at least eased him into it. Inko then spoke up to break the tension. What do you mean, doctor? There must be a problem somewhere. The kids in the kindergarten have all gotten their quirk. Inko put her hand on his back, except him. Pardon me, madam, but you're fourth generation, right? What would be your quirk, and your eldest son's too, if that would be all right? The doctor asked. Yes, I can pull small objects towards me. Inko pulled the toy Izuku dropped towards her. And Zoro here can do essentially the same, except he can pull objects much bigger than I can and much faster too. Zoro pulled the toy from his mother as a demonstration and gave the toy back to his little brother, who is still shaken. Zoro draped an arm over him to give as much comfort as he can. As for my husband, he can breathe fire. After her explanation, the doctor was able to form a conclusion. Normally, single or multiple quirks will show itself before the age of 4. The doctor pulled out an X-ray of Izuku's foot and displayed it for the rest of them to see. Right after the emergence of quirks, there was a study regarding the relationship between pinky toes, knuckle, and quirks. People believe that there's no place for useless body part, so those who don't have pinky toes, knuckle are considered the new evolution. Inko looked at the X-ray with worry but decided not to comment on it. Zoro has his fist clenched at everything he's hearing. The doctor continued pointing at the X-ray and continued, from this X-ray, you can see that Izuku's pinky toe has 2 knuckles. This quirkless form is very rare in current generation. Zoro finds himself gasping at that and looked at his little brother, who had an empty look. And it broke his heart to see his brother's eyes, which were usually filled with hope and spark, but it was now blank. The travel back to their home was quiet, trying to process the news they have received. When they got home, Izuku dragged himself to his room and Inko and Zoro decided to give him his space for a while. When they checked Izuku in his room with only the light of the computer screen lighting the place, they saw him watching the All Might video on loop. Inko stayed at the door while Zoro went near Izuku and was about to ask how he was, but Izuku beat him to speaking. Mom, no matter how grim the situation is, he always arrives with a smile. He's a super cool hero. When he faced the two of them, Inko started to tear up while Zoro was stunned to see Izuku's tearful face. With a shaky voice, Izuku asked, "Can I be like him?" He pointed at the screen displaying All Might with a shaky hand. The question seemed to be the trigger for the waterfall tears of their mother and rushed to him, hugging Izuku. But before she could apologize, a loud voice rang out. "You bet you can!" Zoro exclaimed in the loudest way he can muster. Zoro marched towards his mother and brother and placing his hands on Izuku's shoulders, making him look him in the eyes. "You and we can be the strongest heroes out there, quirk or not, that is not something that will hold us back. We're Midoriya's, something as a special trait will not stop us from achieving our dreams." Zoro, Inko mumbled in disbelief. He's always claimed to not want to be a hero. "I'm gonna be the greatest swordsman," Zoro declared to the skies and looked back at Izuku. "What about you?" Izuku, with tears still falling from his eyes, stood on the chair with a newfound vigor. "I will be the #1 hero." Zoro ran to his little brother and hugged him. Dang right. Inko just watched as her sons motivated each other in their dreams, along with Zoro's newfound dream. What an amazing big brother he's been. She walked up to her still hugging sons and brought them in her arms, fully supporting them in their decision. Once everything has settled, Inko slowly lowered Izuku from the chair, which has wheels, wouldn't want any accidents. And thus it's the origin of two powerful heroes in their generation. Zoro recently just got out of school earlier than usual. Normally he would head straight to the dojo and train, but Zoro decided that he'd stop by his home first for a quick snack before training his energy away for the day and go home. On his way home, he passed by the playground near their apartment. He gave it a passing glance and proceeded to go home. After a few seconds, Zoro came rushing back to the playground when he processed just what and who he saw. The dark green hair on the ground has him rushing to it. When Zoro got to where Izuku was, the sight got him seeing red and felt himself wanting to go on a rampage. Zoro looked around the playground to see who's responsible for this but found none. Before he gives who did this a piece of his mind, Zoro knelt down and shook Izuku. Izuku was looking up at the sky and didn't even notice his brother next to him. It's when Zoro lifted him up and carried him home that he realized that his big brother has him and carrying him home. "Nichan, don't worry, we're almost home," Zoro said, putting a hand on his head for comfort. Izuku decided to just go with the flow and bury his head in Zoro's neck. When they got home, Inko was still at work, so Zoro put Izuku on a chair in the kitchen and he rummaged through the fridge for ice. When he got an ice tray, Zoro hurriedly grabbed a plastic bag and put the ice there. Zoro approached Izuku and put the makeshift ice bag on the biggest bruise or probably a burn he could see. Zoro took Izuku's hand and placed it on the ice bag, implying for him to hold it there, which he did. Zoro carried a chair and set it in front of Izuku, so when he sat down he's face to face with his little brother. "What happened?" he asked with the calmest voice he could muster, which is him asking through gritted teeth and dark eyes. The sight has him fearing what his brother will do to Kaken and the others. Izuku took his time to think about how he'll explain the situation. There was this kid. Izuku fidgeted in his seat, and there were other kids bothering him, so Izuku took a deep breath. "I had to do something. That's what a hero would do." Zoro only looked at Izuku and figured he won't get any other answer from him, so he sighed and settled for another question. "Who were the kids?" Izuku visibly flinched at the question, which didn't escape Zoro's eyes. "You know them." It was more of a statement than a question. "Who?" Izuku squealed at the threatening aura his brother was emitting, but Izuku stood his ground. "I'm not telling." His response surprised Zoro, but he kept at it. "Why not?" Izuku jumped down from the chair and stood straight. "This is something I'll have to settle for myself." Zoro could see the determination in his eyes and decided to let it go for now. "Fine, but when things get out of hand I'm stepping in." Izuku smiled and hugged his big brother, a hug that Zoro happily returned. During the hug, they slowly felt cold liquid on their feet, prompting them to looking down. Looks like during their talk, Izuku dropped the ice Zoro prepared and was now melting. Looks like Izuku dropped it sometime during their conversation. The brothers exchanged a look and looked down again before running around the kitchen, frantically looking for stuff to clean the mess with. That's how Inko came home to a scene where her sons were mopping up the kitchen floor. She'll ask later when they're finished. She'll start prepping for dinner in the meantime. The Midoriyas were peacefully eating dinner when Inko decided to ask, "So, what happened?" Izuku stiffened at the question, but Zoro remained composed. The older green-haired sibling thoroughly chewed and swallowed the food in his mouth before responding, "Found Izuku at the playground bruised, probably fell from the swing, so I helped him ice it." Technically a half-truth, but it was sufficient explanation and it made sense to Inko. She looked at her younger son. "Let me see, dear," she asked, wanting to see if he truly is fine. Izuku showed the bruise on his leg where it's not as bad. "I'm fine now, Anton took great care of me." Inko smiled at that, reassured that her boys have each other's backs. As they were eating, the television that was left on for them started broadcasting a kendo tournament on the news announcing the champion. The news has Inko thinking, "Zoro, would you want to enter a tournament like that?" Zoro looked up to the TV to look at what she was referring to. Zoro observed the highlights that were currently playing. "I can face tougher opponents there?" Well, Inko's mind wandered to the adults in the dojo he's training at and thinks they're far more skilled than the people shown on TV, and how Zoro can easily best every single one of them. "You'll only be facing opponents the same age as you." Zoro looked back at the TV that's showing a replay of a match where the fighters appeared to be the same age as him and observed them with a judging eye. Inko's sweat dropped at that. She's not a swordsman herself, but from observing her son's and the dojo's skills, even she could tell that her son's skills were way beyond others in his age group. "No thanks," he said, going back to his dinner. "I figured," Inko thought. She ruffled her son's hair and gave his temple a kiss. "All right then. But do tell me if you need anything." At that, Zoro looked up at his mom, bright-eyed and cheeks puffed full of food. "Except for heavier weights." Zoro deflated at that but still went back to eating. "When you get older, those will be your birthday gift." She should have brought Zoro with her shopping. She was holding her end of the promise when she said she'd buy him weights when he's older. Zoro was already in his first year in middle school and he's already turning 13, so this will be her gift. These heavy weights she can't even lift and was dragging home. It was supposed to be a surprise, but to her luck, Zoro ran into her as he was going home from the dojo. "You okay, Mom?" he asked, rushing towards her to lend a helping hand. Yes, honey, I'm fine, let me just." Inko tried lifting the bags but struggled to do so. Not only are her groceries in there, but the extremely heavy weights sure are making it impossible for her. As she was busy with the bags, Zoro was able to sneak up on her and easily lifted every single bag she has. This surprised her since the weights were heavier from his usual ones. "Whoa, these are heavy, what are in these?" Zoro rummaged through the bags and found his gift and looked at it with shiny eyes. "I guess it'll be an early birthday gift." Inko admired her son's happy face before record scratching played in her head. "You sure are lifting those weights as if they're nothing, huh?" "Oh, I've lifted heavy dash." Zoro paused and looked at his mom. "Heavy rocks at the dojo?" His mother was now giving him a look. Zoro held her gaze for a while before bolting to their home. "Zoro!" Inko exclaimed, running after him. Izuku was on his way to his home from school when he passed a building that has katanas displayed, and Izuku found himself smushing his face against the glass to get a good look at the blades. "Interested in swords, kid?" a woman's voice asked. Izuku looked at her and saw a short-haired woman with glasses looking at him. "Oh no, I was just admiring." The kid brought his attention back to the display, his face shining in admiration as he imagined his brother using the swords in display. His brother only has one sword right now and he really looks cool using it. He could only imagine what he would look like if he uses fully fledged swords with his three-sword style and not just training ones. His train of thought was interrupted by giggling. The woman crouched down and next to him. "You sure you don't want one?" "And no, well, not for me at least." Izuku fiddled with the bottom of his uniform, feeling shy. "My big brother has his birthday coming up, and I couldn't think of getting him anything else other than swords." "Why so?" "My big brother wants to be the greatest swordsman. And he promised that he'll be a great hero alongside me," Izuku said to the lady with bright eyes. The woman almost found herself squealing by how cute the kid is, but she composed herself. "I look forward to seeing how your brother and you will be in the future." The woman looked at the shop and identified it as something that is trustworthy. "Wanna go look around?" "Huh, but I don't have the money to buy any." "No harm with just window shopping." When the two entered the shop, the owner looked at the kid in caution, but the woman reassured him that he'll behave. Izuku is not very knowledgeable when it comes to swords, but he knows the basic because of his brother. But all those flew out of his mind as he admired all the cool-looking ones moving from display to another, his mind just picturing his brother wielding every single one and deciding which one would be the coolest, but his fun was trampled when he got a glimpse of the prices. The little kid found a pile of swords in the corner with signs surrounding it being the cheapest in the store. Maybe he could find a decent one here. He doesn't have the money for it, but maybe he could save some for it. As he ruffled through different ones, the woman approached him. "Find anything interesting?" Izuku lifted his head from the pile with a sword in his hand. No, just looking through," he said, looking at the sword in his hand. "Is that so, eh?" the woman screamed, catching him and the owner in surprise. The lady took the sword that was in his hand and looked at it closely and opening it a little, looking at the blade. "This is the Sandai Kitetsu, a grade sword that has survived even time." She whipped her head towards the owner. "I'll take it." The owner, who was taken aback with her behavior, immediately rang her up, and the two were outside the shop with her holding the sword and Izuku still processing what he witnessed. She gave a nervous laugh and scratched the back of her head. "Sorry about that, I tend to get riled up when it comes to legendary swords." "That's a legendary sword?" he asked in surprise. "Yep." She crouched down and let him look at the blade. "There are even rumors that it's cursed." "Whoa!" Izuku held his hand out, about to ask her to take a look at it, but the sword was placed on his hand. "Huh." The lady smiled. "I just remembered I don't have any room in my home for one more katana. I like collecting them, you see. But miss, I can't dash. Your brother is gonna be the greatest swordsman, correct? Well, it's only fitting that he has a good sword to be with him. And I don't mind a future hero having something like this." Izuku gave a wide smile. "Thank you very much, miss." Izuku looked at the sword. "This and the Wado Ikimanji will be the weapon of the future greatest swordsman." Wado Ikimanji? She exclaimed in surprise. "Why, your brother has the Wado Ikimanji?" "Yes. The master of the dojo he's in gave it to him. Isn't it cool? He's the best student there, beating even the adults. Quite the brother you got there." "Tashiji," a deep voice called, surprising the two. Izuku looked at the man that called out and saw a muscular man, and somehow Izuku's mind concluded that, "Miss, are you and him a hero?" "Oh, we're not, but we're part of the Marines." "That's so cool. I'm off now. Good luck in you and your brother, all right?" Izuku nodded furiously, displaying his enthusiasm. Izuku hugged the sword close to him as he watched the nice lady walk away. He hopes she can recognize Zoro when he's a hero. She'll definitely love the hero he'll become. And with that, Izuku bolted to his room and hid his gift under his bed. He looked at the direction he hid it and was brimming with excitement to giving it to Zoro. Days have passed and the Zoro's birthday is around the corner. Inko and Izuku were arguably more excited than the birthday boy himself, though he's very much looking forward what his family has prepared for him. Izuku excitedly cleaned up his desk and go back home to check his gift for Zoro and make sure it's fine. That was an excuse, he just likes looking at it and imagining his brother's surprised face for it. He was too preoccupied in his excitement that he failed to notice a group of boys tailing him. When he got near an alleyway, someone called out, "Deku!" Izuku didn't even get the chance to look at the caller and was shoved in said alleyway, having him smash into the hard dumpster. When he came to, he saw his childhood friend looking down on him. "Kaken." He mumbled, but he was able to hear it prompting him to go into action. Bakugo slammed his hand next to Izuku's head and let out an explosion there. "What's got someone as useless as you skipping happily on your way home? And none of your business." He tried to raise his voice at him but found himself still stuttering and cursing himself for that. "Huh." Bakugo grabbed the collar of Izuku's uniform. "I wonder if what you're smiling about is some useless hero you fixated on. Finally moved on from All Might?" Something snapped in Izuku with that statement. To him, he already considers his brother his hero, and for Bakugo to call him useless, well, Izuku took hold of Bakugo's wrist and gripped it as hard as he could. Now Izuku wouldn't say he's as strong as his big brother, but still it's Zoro who taught him. The grip's strength surprised the blonde, making him let go of Izuku, but Izuku held on to his wrist. "Hey, let go!" Bakugo demanded, pulling his hand away, but Izuku's grip didn't budge and remained firm. "Kaken." Izuku tightened his grip further, and that made Bakugo flinch since it was starting to hurt. "He's not a useless hero, and you know what?" Izuku took a deep breath and shouted, "And I'm definitely not useless. I'm going to be the #1 hero." Izuku exclaimed before pushing Kaken with all his might and running away from that alleyway. Great, now his mood is down. No matter, Mom's delicious dinner will definitely cheer him up. And so he tried not to look shaken by the time he got home. Judging by the reaction of his family, he figured he was able to hide the fact that he was basically jumped earlier. He was doing great until it was bedtime. Izuku was bathing himself before going to bed. Unfortunately, he forgot his towel, so he called for someone who was available. "Nichan. Could you get my towel?" "Get it yourself," Zoro called back. Izuku watched his door, and as he expected, Zoro came in with a towel in hand and throwing it on his face. Izuku laughed at the gesture and started to step out of the tub. What the hell happened? Zoro pointed at Izuku's back. Izuku was genuinely confused, so he peeked at his back and found a large bruise there. So that's why it still hurt. Izuku observed in his mind. I fell on school. No, that definitely didn't come from a fall. Let me take a look. I'm fine. Izuku exclaimed, stepping back. He noticed that he's acting suspicious and cleared his throat and relaxed his body. I'm fine, he said again in a more lax tone. It looks much worse than it is. No need to worry. He claimed and ran to his room and locking the door. Zoro did say he'll step in when things get out of hand. And this clearly is the case. So he settled that he would follow Izuku home tomorrow. He hopes it's not as bad as he expected. The green-haired older sibling is now currently waiting a ways away from the gate of Izuku's school, keeping an eye out for him. Zoro checked the time and right on cue, the bell could be heard ringing. He put all his focus on spotting Izuku, and it didn't take long for him to spot the freckled kid. When Izuku was a few paces away, Zoro started following him. Zoro tensed when he saw a group of kids made their way towards Izuku with a clear purpose in their stride. It wasn't a surprise to him when the group decided to corner Izuku in an alleyway. He ran up and decided to listen in first before stepping in. Deku, grew yourself some ball, huh? What do you want, Kakin? Zoro was surprised by that. Wasn't Kakin that kid that could make explosions from his hand? Zoro hasn't seen the kid, but it was news to him that he ended up being Izuku's tormentor. The sound of explosion from the alleyway washed away any sliver of doubt in his mind. You're talking back now, you quirkless Deku? Oh, so that's why, huh? Zoro mumbled to himself before slowly walking to the entrance of the alley. The group of kids all flinched when they felt something behind them, and they all simultaneously turned their head to the entrance and gulped at the person blocking the way and emitting a very intimidating aura, suffocating everyone in there. Izuku himself even felt scared a little. The hell do you think you're doing? Zoro asked with a calm and deep voice, but everyone could hear the rage hidden in his voice. One of the kids with Bakugo stuttered out, "We're not scared of white. Bakugo here has beaten kids older than us. Just try it, JRK. Oh, Zoro started walking up to the group. Is that so? The kids sticking to Bakugo were now shaking. Bakugo himself was too, but he shook it off and jumped towards Zoro, his hand outstretched ready to attack. Zoro, with ease, grabbed Bakugo's wrist and tripped him up, leaving him on the ground kneeling, Zoro gripping his wrist. Hey now, what are you attacking for? I haven't done anything. I could just be a concerned person checking on a group of kids. Then what the hell are you doing here? He asked cautiously, trying to pry his hand away from him. The grip somehow reminded him of what happened the other day. You happen to have business with my little brother over there. Zoro ped his head on Izuku's direction, and as his brother it's my job to look out for him. So imagine my surprise when I heard explosions and someone degrading him, all because he didn't have a quirk. Zoro tightened his grip on his wrist. Sheen, that was hurt, very much unlike Izuku's. There was much more strength behind it. Care to explain yourself? Zoro looked down on the kid who just discriminated against his brother. Bakugo couldn't let go of his pride, decided to ignore the older kid. Oi Izuku, did you go crying to your older brother? You sure are a Deku who dash. He wasn't able to finish what he was saying when he was picked up by the scruff of his shirt and was thrown to the wall. Ack! He slid down the wall and ended up on the floor. Nichan, stop! Izuku ran to Zoro, hugging his arm to stop him from doing anything more. That's enough, please. I'm fine. Give me a minute here, Izuku. Zoro said, not taking his eyes off Bakugo, who was looking at him with fear now that it was clear to him he was no match for Zoro. No. This is too much. No more. People like him need a reality check. Zoro raised the hand that Izuku wasn't holding back and raised it to a fist. No. Zoro punched his fist next to Bakugo's head, who only looked on with fear. He looked at the fist that purposely missed, and his eyes widened when there was a huge crater left and the hand was perfectly fine. Neither blood nor any bruise. The punch was able to leave a light scratch on his cheek, which he only noticed when he felt something warm run down his cheek and found out it was blood. Zoro Nii-san. Izuku called out, but his attention was kept on Bakugo. Did you think that was a quirk? Bakugo for some reason could sense that it was pure strength and strength alone, so he shook his head no. Who do you think is stronger between the two of us? Bakugo gulped. Why you are. Do you think Izuku needs a quirk to do that? Bakugo thought back to the time where he felt Izuku's grip kept him from pulling away. And once again, Bakugo shook his head no. Leave him alone, because it's not me who'll sit back and take whatever you dish out. Zoro turned his head to Izuku, right? Izuku only watched the conversation take place. He didn't really have anything to say, so he only reached for his bag and fished out the first aid kit he always has on him and handed it to Kaken. Treat that wound on your cheek, he said before reaching for his brother's hand and pulled him away from the alley and on the way home. The walk back was silent until Izuku asked, wasn't that a little too much? I could have talked to him. Did it work before? Izuku stayed silent at that. Zoro sighed and draped an arm around him. I guess that applies to a lot of situations, but that's not always the case. Izuku only looked down, realizing there is some truth to that. He was your friend, right? Izuku nodded in agreement. I still want him to be. That'll be your decision. But make sure to put him in his place when that attitude of his rears its head. If not, he'll get more than that scratch on his cheek. Izuku laughed at that, but he can't help but feel a little sad that Bakugo wouldn't want to interact with him anymore. Now that he thinks about it, it was basically what happened when he found out he's quirkless. He'll think about that some other time. He'll have to think about that some other time since his big brother will be 1 year older in a few days. Zoro was currently practicing his swings at the dojo before Koshiro approached his most skilled student. Why don't you go home early for today, Zoro? Why? He asked, not stopping from swinging. It's your birthday, isn't it? That had Zoro stop and turned his head slowly to his teacher. Go on. Zoro bowed and rushed out to his home. Zoro ran back home and was greeted by the delicious sound of multiple dishes being cooked. I'm home. The man of the hour has arrived. Inko said from the kitchen. Nichan and Ichan, look. Our gifts are in the living room. His little brother grabbed him towards the couch and made him sit there. You got me something? Yes. Looking forward to it. Zoro ruffled his hair. Dinner's ready, boys. At the dinner table, Inko handed her son a heaping pile of white rice in a big bowl and surrounded him with different dishes to accompany it. She wasn't sure if it's only her son's appetite or if he genuinely loved white rice, but she's glad that he loves everything. The three Midoriyas enjoyed their dinner and with a mocha cake that she got. She quickly learned her son's dislike for chocolate and was not too fond of any sweets early on, so she got the smallest cake in the event that Zoro didn't want to partake in it. There wouldn't be too much for her and Izuku to eat. Happy 13th birthday, Zoro. Inko lit the candle. On the cake, make a wish. Zoro playfully rolled his eyes with a smirk but still closed his eyes and blew the candle, which is then followed by small claps of his brother. Inko gave him the first slice of cake. Zoro took a bite and not to Inko's surprise, her son didn't have much of a reaction. After his bite, he then fed a bite to his brother who has been eyeing the cake the whole time. Zoro would take another bite then feed one to Izuku until the slice on his plate was no longer. Gift time! Izuku exclaimed with the side of his mouth still having traces of icing and running off. Izuku, wait! Inko ran after her son with a napkin in hand. Izuku picked up his gift and held it out to Zoro. Open it! Open it! He said, bouncing on his feet. Zoro gratefully took the box from his little brother and settled on the floor to open it. Inko looked on curiously, wondering what her little son got for his older brother. Zoro carefully lifted the cover of the box and was met with the sight of the last thing he expected. It was a sword, and just by looking at it, he could tell that it wasn't just any other sword. It felt cursed. Zoro smirked at the discovery. Izuku, where on earth did you get a katana? Oh, a nice lady marine gave it to me. Inko put a hand on her chest. Just what were her son's? Inko held her breath as her son unsheathed the sword and held it up in the light with Zoro observing it. Now she's witnessed her son handle the sword given to him, and she usually would admire him as he cleaned the sword with elegant and practiced hands. But this sword gave a different feeling. It's as if she could feel how sharp the sword is even from the distance. I like it, he said with a smirk. The whole time Zoro was admiring the sword, Izuku was admiring his big brother. You could practically see sparkles floating around him. Nichan, The Lady Marine told me the sword is called Sandai Kitetsu. Isn't that cool? Zoro tested a few slashes with it, getting a feel of it. Sandai Kitetsu. He repeated, testing the name. How fitting. Inko was now sitting down on the couch, a little pale. First, her younger son managed to get a hold of a sword which now belonged to her eldest son, and the sword was named Oni Piercer. Her sons were truly different. As the night kept getting later, the three of them decided to start cleaning up. Zoro was quick to put his newest sword on display along with his Wado Ikemanji in his room, standing back and admiring his treasured weapons. He quickly went back down and helped Izuku and Inko to cleaning up the dishes. As they busied themselves, an unexpected knock startled them. "I'll get it." Izuku volunteered and rushed to the door. Zoro decided to follow him because someone knocking at this time in the night sure isn't suspicious. When he got to the door, he saw Izuku talking to someone, and when he walked closer, he saw the angry blonde he confronted the other day. Once the two kids noticed he was there, Bakugo straightened his posture in attention. "Zoro and I-sen, please teach me your ways." "Huh? And who are you calling an I-sen?" Bakugo looked him in the eye and said, "I've reflected upon my actions and I was wrong, please teach me." Zoro felt his eye twitch as he looked at the brat. "No." "What?" the kid asked in confusion and in slight anger. "I'm not teaching you. Please. I'll do anything, just give me a chance." Zoro stood firm while he thought it over. When he made up his mind, Zoro made his way to the kid standing tall in front of him and looking down, apologize. Judging by the kid's eyes, Zoro expected for him to refuse. But to his surprise, he saw the kid literally swallow his pride and walk towards Izuku, who was watching everything unfold with his wide eyes. And his already wide eyes widened even more when Bakugo bowed a full 90-degree. "Very sorry." Zoro tried to hold in his laughter when he saw the kid shaking, from what he doesn't know, but it's still funny. He took a deep breath and returned to his serious self and looked at Izuku as if asking him to decide what he wants to do. He was silent for a bit, but eventually, "I forgive you." Bakugo looked up in surprise but then turned his attention back to Zoro, waiting for his answer. Zoro closed his eyes to think about it. "If you can ask for forgiveness, then you can ask Izuku to teach you too." "Huh?" both Izuku and Bakugo expressed. "Izuku is already ahead of you and it would be fitting he teach you what he's learned." Bakugo was even more visibly shaking, but he still faced the green-haired kid and asked, "Izuku, can why teach me?" he drawled out. Izuku, still very surprised, only said, "Sure." "Ta!" Zoro cackled at the scene. "What the hell do you think is funny?" Zoro kept laughing and ignored him. "Zoro, Izuku, what's taking so long?" Inko went to the door and was surprised to see Bakugo. "Katsuki, what brings you here? Does your mother you're here?" "You." "I'm calling her." Zoro slapped Bakugo's back, making him stumble into their home further in. "Come on in, you brat." Both Izuku and Bakugo were stunned in silence and followed the older boy. They noticed Inko talking to someone on the phone, but they just kept following him all the way to his room. Unlike Izuku's room, Zoro's room wasn't littered with posters or merch. There was a large space where he has his swords displayed, a desk, his bed, and his GI hanging on the wall waiting for it to be worn again. Zoro took out 2 mats and set them in place, asking the 2 of them to sit there, which they obediently did. Zoro went and fetched his katana cleaning kit and the Sandai Kitetsu. He sat in front of the 2 and set both the kit and sword in front of him. "I really appreciate your gift, Izuku, but I do wonder when was the last time this sword was cleaned." Izuku beamed in excitement. He's always heard about him needing to clean his sword, but he's never witnessed it before. Bakugo remained silent and watched as Zoro started. He opened the cleaning kit, which contained some kind of stick, 2 different colored cloths, puffy thing on a stick, a bottle, and a tissue of some kind. The 2 tilted their head, curious as how it will be used. Zoro lifted the sword in front of him and bowed to it, paying respects to it and its previous owners. Zoro took the stick and poked a clear spot on the hilt of the sword, and not long after, Zoro pulled something out and held it in front of the 2. "This is the Makugi, basically it retains the blade to the hilt," he explained. Izuku's hands were vibrating, wishing he had his notebook to write everything down. Zoro placed the Mikugi on the kit in front of him before pulling the sword out of the scabbard. Zoro held the sword at an angle with his left hand and used his right fist to strike his left hand, and the action caused the blade to pop out of the handle. "Whoa," the two said in fascination as they watched him take the blade out of the hilt and place it beside him. Zoro took one of the cloth in the kit and carefully wiped the bottom of the blade and then along the rest of the blade in a smooth motion. Zoro then took the puffy thing on a stick and held it up. "This has Uchiko powder in it. It's ground up polishing stones, and when applied to blades it maintains the finish." He then carefully patted it along the blade. Izuku and Bakugo watching in fascination as puffs of powder appeared as he does so. Zoro then took the other cloth and used it to fan away the larger Uchiko particles before using the cloth to wipe it down with him, patting away the cloth to remove the excess powder and wiping again. Zoro angled the blade and observed it. He figured that the blade wasn't used as much before repeating the application of the powder and wiping multiple times until he is satisfied. The repeated steps has Bakugo bored, but little Izuku was very invested in the whole thing. Once it was up to Zoro's standards, he then poured oil on the tissue in his kit and brushed a thin layer on his sword, checking if it has just right coating of oil. He then proceeded to return the blade to the hilt, tapping the bottom to set it in place before placing the Mikugi back and eventually sheathing the sword. "I'm excited to use this soon." "Nichan, that was so cool." Zoro chuckled at that. "It's just cleaning, Izuku. But you make it look so cool." Zoro blushed at that. "So do you use two swords or you just like collecting them?" Bakugo asked. Zoro only looked at him before smirking. "Wouldn't you like to know?" Before he could lash out, Inko peeked her head in the room and said, "Katsuki, your mom told me you could stay over." Izuku brightened at that. "Kaken, you have to see my notes about you. We can get you started on your own training using that information and your feedback. Come on." Bakugo was about to refuse, but the look Zoro gave him has him giving in. This event here served as the catalyst of many more sleepovers and family dinners of two families to come. 2 years has passed and Bakugo was re-evaluating what he got himself into when he heard loud knocking on his house at 5 in the morning. The 8-year-old dragged himself off his bed and walked to the front door and was greeted by 2 green heads dressed up and waiting for him. "Wakey wakey brat," Zoro said with a smirk. Bakugo only groaned and went back in to get dressed, ever since he witnessed the older guy a boulder with one hand as a workout. Okay, him scaring him into leaving Izuku alone. Not to mention he's a great teacher, albeit his training containing some torment in it. His respect for him just rose as soon as he saw just how hard-working he is and his drive to achieve his goal. He's gonna need people like that when he wants to be the #1 hero. When Bakugo got out, he looked at his rival to the #1 spot before they got on their usual jogging route. As they jogged, Bakugo looked at the older kid who was a few paces away. The blonde ran up and caught up to him. Now running to keep up beside him, he could also hear Izuku following him. "Zoanai. I'm not your Zanai." Bakugo only ignored him just as he has the last 2 years. "This is your last year in middle school, right?" "What of it?" Izuku spoke up when he caught up. "You're gonna go to UA, right? At this point UA is the only hero school I know cause of you. If anyone will get into UA it'll be a Nikki and me," Bakugo declared. "Hey, what about me?" Izuku interrupted. "As if you could catch up to us." The resounding bonk could be heard when Zoro smacked him on the head. "You're the one who needs to catch up." He only grumbled in response. And their jog returned to its silent status, their heavy breathing the only thing they could hear. "Oh, hey Zonai. Stop with the Zanai. The old hag wants us to have dinner with you finishing middle school." It was Zoro's turn to grumble. "There's no need for that. I'll tell Mom." Izuku intercepted. "I wasn't talking to you." "But don't talk to him like that." As the three were running back, Zoro and Izuku were lightly breathing while Bakugo was panting. "Okay, maybe I need to catch up to them a little more," he thought. The next time Bakugo opened the door, it was of 3 green heads. He stepped aside to let them in and cringed when he heard his mom squeal at seeing the visiting family. "Inko, welcome back." Mitsuki ran to her good friend, giving her a big hug. She then turned her attention to the 2 kids. "Hello there, little cutie," she said and ruffled Izuku's hair, earning her a giggle. Mitsuki looked at Zoro and admired him. Look how you've grown. She then hugged him and pulled away looking at him. I remember being there for your mom when she had you. You were so tiny. She squeezed Zoro's cheeks and he just let it happen to be polite. Now you're on your way to high school. She then pushed them onto the living room. Sit. Dinner's almost ready, you guys wait here. Oi brat, get them something. There's no need, we'll just wait for dinner. Inko said, is that so? Alright then, but make yourself at home, feel free to ask for anything. Mitsuki went back to the kitchen with her husband and went back into work. And as luck would have it, Zoro found himself thirsty. He headed for the kitchen and asked, Auntie, could I get a drink from your fridge? Go on ahead. And so he did, opening the fridge and looking for something to drink. He saw cans and figured they must be soda. The brand was unfamiliar, but he won't mind tasting a new one. When he opened it, it gave the familiar sound but a little different. Zoro gave it a test sip and found himself liking it and downed the whole can with a resounding burp at the end. The couple in the kitchen laughed at the sound. Zoro took another can and opened it and proceeded to down it. You sure enjoyed it, huh, Zoro? Mitsuki ran to the 15-year-old and snatched the can from him, scanning it. Zoro and Masaru looked on with confusion. You just drank beer, Zoro, causing her husband to sputter. I thought we took it off the fridge. I thought so too. Inko walked into the kitchen curious about the commotion. Is everything all right? Your son accidentally just drank beer. Inko visibly paled. It was that incident Zoro came to like alcoholic beverages. Shame he couldn't drink anymore until he legally can. It was late at night and Inko just finished up the last of the chore for the day. Before she prepares herself from bed, she decided to check on her sons. She first checked on her youngest son, carefully opening his door and looking in. There she saw Izuku sleeping peacefully, tucked in. She figured that Zoro was the one responsible of tucking him in along with an all-might plushie comfortably. Inko gave him a gentle kiss before going out and checking on her eldest. When she got in front of his room, she was surprised to still see light coming from the space under the door this late at night. Inko opened the door and she saw her son's head on his desk, sound asleep. The sight reminded Inko just how hard Zoro has been working, with the entrance exams coming in a few months. She recalled Zoro practicing with his swords and only holding one training one as a placeholder before he gets a third sword. She's seen him saving some money throughout his middle school years just to buy the third one. Though Inko would love to pitch in whenever he would want or if he's short. She recalled how Zoro would study day and night and would sometimes bring his notes during dinner. The practical portion of his exam she's sure he'll do perfectly, but his main concern is the written portion. Her son has average grades, not too high and not too low. Though that's fine with her, he doesn't need to be a genius. The same applies to Izuku, but he seems to just always want to excel in his academics. She's even seen Izuku helping his older brother at times, which makes her happy that he doesn't mind getting help from his younger brother. As much as she doesn't want to wake him up, she has to, or else he'll wake up in discomfort. She sure wished Zoro is still the little boy who she could carry back to bed, but now her 15-year-old son is now a little taller than her and his growing muscle mass sure makes it impossible for her to carry him. Inko gently shook Zoro awake and was successful. Zoro groggily sat up and let out a stretch and rubbed his eyes open. Mom. Time for bed, as in sleep in your bed. A silent chuckle came out from Zoro. He organized everything on his desk before heading straight to bed. Inko followed him and tucked him into bed. No need for that, Mom. Shoo, indulge your mother for a bit, she said, kissing his forehead. Good night. Night, Zoro mumbled, already dozing off. Inko turned off the light and closed the door. She sighed out and was thankful for her sons before going to bed herself. In a weekend morning, the family was eating breakfast together. Inko looked at the can Zoro brought to the table, cautiously making sure it's not something else, and sighed in relief when it's just plain soda. In the middle of the meal, Zoro spoke up. Hey Izuku, do you still remember that swords shop from before? Izuku swallowed his food. Yeah, you want to visit? I'm planning later today, so I'll have to ask for directions, he said and continued eating. Inko's eyes widened. Can I come? Inko loves her son, he's brilliant in many areas and she loves him no matter what, but his sense of direction is non-existent. She's very much thankful that Zoro at least could navigate his way from school and dojo to their home. Mostly because he's familiar of the place, but drop him in a new environment and he'll get lost walking a straight line. Their first time in a mall, her grip strength on his hand probably exceeded All Might's strength. HM? Sure, you planning on shopping too? Inko looked around the kitchen and figured she's short on stuff. Yes. But we're going out. Izuku celebrated. Izuku was happily skipping and leading his mom and brother around to the shop. Zoro and Inko were following the kid, walking with a pep to his step. Inko has a tight grip on Zoro's arm as they walked around. Relax, Mom, nothing's going to happen. Oh yes, yes. She slightly loosened her grip, but it quickly regained its strength a few seconds later. Zoro decided not to comment on it anymore. Izuku ran towards a shop and started bouncing on his feet. Over here, he said, pointing to the display he recognized. Inko looked up at the shop and recognized that it seemed to be a reputable one and not some sketchy place. The family entered the shop. And only then did she let go of Zoro, who started to wander around. Inko's strong grip was turned to Izuku, not wanting her baby to go near the sharp blades. She found herself being dragged around by the younger son, looking at the swords, saying everything from how some of the swords would go perfect to a specific hero, to critiquing it from the knowledge he got from his big brother. She checked on her older son and saw him talking to the owner of the shop, having a somewhat happy chat with the owner, pointing at different swords he might be interested in. Inko decided to walk up to the two and to join the conversation. How about this young man? It's a dash. No. The owner grumbled a bit and returned the sword from his hand. My son has quite an eye for good swords. I'm so glad Kushiro has taught him a lot. Kushiro? Like the dojo master? Yes, you familiar? Zoro answered. Why yes. The man looked Zoro over and his eyes widened. You wouldn't be Zoro now, are you? That's him. He uses 3 swords, he's the best. Izuku declared. The man laughed. So it's you, young man, you should have said so. I think I've got the sword for you. He walked to the back to fetch something. The 3 waited for a minute or so before the man walked out. Kushiro would talk a lot about you, how you're his best student, huh? He unsheathed the sword and held it out for them to see. Inko and Izuku looked at it with wonder in their eye, while Zoro looked at it with a critical eye. May I? Go ahead, son. He carefully handed the blade to him and Zoro held it out and observed it. Zoro gave a few experimental slashes. It's light. He said with a smile. It's to be expected to a skillful grade sword. I like it. How much is it? I'll give it to you half price, kid. When the owner said the half price, Zoro flinched, as it was the exact amount of money he had saved up. He doesn't want to imagine in the event he has to pay for it full price. As he rung him up, he added something. Here's a cleaning kit too. No need, I'm plenty stocked up. Then this'll be your spare, huh? Consider it a gift for a skilled swordsman such as yourself. Isn't that great, dear? Zoro only nodded. So kid, where you gonna use this for? To be the greatest swordsman. And be a hero. Izuku added. I'm looking forward to you using this to save people then. Be safe too. He said, handing the wrapped-up sword to him. Zoro gently took it. Thank you, I'll be sure for this sword to be appreciated. The owner smiled at him before waving them goodbye. Grocery? Zoro brought up. Oh. Inko was startled when she was reminded. That's right, thanks for the reminder. Before they go out, Inko's tight grip returned to her eldest son when they left. Time flew and the UA entrance exam was upon him. He double-checked his bag and made sure he has his outfit for the practical, some notes to review before the written portion of the exam, and last but not the least, his 3 swords in pristine condition. He was all set, but decided to pick up his grip strengtheners so he could do something when the nerves get the best of him. Zoro walked up to the door and put his shoes on. Before leaving, he called out, Mom, I'm off to you. Zoro was about to open the door but stopped when he heard her scampering towards his direction. When she came to his view, he noticed her dressed with purse in hand. Inko hurriedly put her shoes on and grabbed onto his arm. Let's go. I can go there on my own. We're going to UA, she declared firmly, not allowing for any argument. Zoro could only sigh before walking out the door with his mother in his arm. The train ride was quiet with his mother occasionally checking on him. When the UA building was in sight, Inko decided to drop him off a few paces away from the gate and kissed him good luck. Zoro gave a groan but still let her do it. Good luck, honey. He smiled at that. Thanks, Mom. See ya. Inko looked around trying to find a place she could wait for him because no way is her son going home alone. She'll quiz him sometime about the supposed train routes he's supposed to take, like how she did whenever Zoro gets to a new school. She'll have to hammer the route in her son's mind so he won't wander off. Her son is definitely going to pass. Zoro walked in the gates along with all the other students gunning in to get into the prestigious school. He looked around and observed his competitors and noticed he's getting attention. At first he wondered if there's something to be interested in him and realized that the 3 swords on his hips stood out. He shrugged it off and proceeded to look for the office to get permission for his support gear. Weapons technically counts as support gear, so he's one of the few who needs to do this extra step. TSK, I know this is supposed to be a secure school, but what's with the moving halls? He asked no one in particular, looking around the crowded halls. Hey, Zoro looked at the caller and saw a hero dressed in all black with shaggy hair. Are you lost? Zoro's eyebrow twitched but ignored the statement. I'm looking for the office. I need permission for these. He laid his hand on the sword on his hips. He noticed the hero lift his brow before pointing to the door next to them. That's the office. Thank you, he said and went in. And in the office he saw another hero that resembles a construction vehicle thingy. He sure wishes Izuku is with him cause he has no idea who these people are. Hello, are you here to get permission? If you would just lay the gear on here and I can go check them. The hero pointed at a metal desk. Zoro approached the desk and gently laid his 3 swords there. The hero was quick to observe them. He picked one of them up and observed, Are there any modifications in this? He asked, unsheathing the blade and checking for modifications. Nope, just plain old swords. You gonna use all 3 of them? Yes. The hero looked at him. Zoro would guess in surprise since he couldn't really see his face. His support item was covering his face. Makes sense he would handle support items of applicants. He unsheathed all swords and laid them all out and confirmed them to be swords with no modifications. Well, that makes things easier. You can take these back, he said, walking to a different desk and pulled out a paper and scribbling on it. Here you go. He handed the permission slip to Zoro, who took it and carefully put it in one of his pocket. I'm very interested in how you'll use 3 swords. Now off you go, better prepare yourself for the written portion. He was assigned to a room and was told to wait. He took out his grip strengtheners and used it to relieve his boredom of waiting. He's thankful he wasn't as nervous as he expected. Hey man. A guy next to him called, Would it be okay to borrow that? My nerves are killing me. Zoro shrugged and held it out to the guy next to him. Thanks man. How do you think? The guy paused when he tried squeezing it. Think you'll? He tried again and couldn't. Think you'll do? He gave up when he couldn't squeeze it. Geez man, how much is this? 200 kilograms or something. Zoro said, taking it back since the guy was already returning it. He was baffled when he saw the guy has his mouth wide open and some others that could hear them were also looking at him. Zoro looked at the grip and saw the label. My bad, it was 300 kilograms. The people around him were now pale. The written exam passed by, and he was now headed to a room where they'll be briefed on the practical portion. While he knows he won't have the highest mark, he's at least sure he passed the test. He has to thank his little brother for that. He could practically hear him when he found familiar questions. The person who briefed them was another hero whose voice he recognized. He won't even bother to place it. If this guy is a hero, then he definitely heard him at some point thanks to his little brother. Izuku's gonna love this place, he mumbled to himself. He retained what needed to retain and found the travel bus to the site, where they'll be fighting robots. He found it a bit blurry. It's not until he was in front of the gate of a mock city did he start feeling excitement. He smirked upon hearing something on the other side of the gate. Zoro took out his bandana and tied it to his head and taking out all 3 of his swords and got everyone's attention when he bit the Wado Ikemanji. Though he was too pumped to even notice anyone was looking at him. When he heard go and the gate opening, he quickly saw a group of robots and went into stance. Santorio, Oni, He jumped from the entrance and to the group of robots, and when he was on the other side, the robots all fell apart, geary. In everyone's eyes, it appeared as if he teleported to the other side and the robots fell apart on their own. The loud hero and the other examinees were stunned and looked at the display with wide mouth and eyes. The hero cleared his throat and said, "Go, go, go." No countdowns on any disaster, and that spurred the others into acting. Sheet. Zoro looked at the robots he just destroyed. 12. All right, decent start. Zoro started to look for more robots and slicing them apart. At the observation room, they all looked at the strange swordsman who has a sword in his mouth and watched in fascination as he sliced through robots like knife through butter. Is that even safe? Power Loader asked in general, remembering allowing the kid to keep his swords. The principal let out an amused giggle. It looks to me as if it's been practiced though, we don't have to worry much about it. Everyone went back to watching the examinees, and as much as they wanted to pay attention to other students, it's pretty difficult to not look at the eye-catching display of one of them who just obliterates everything in his path with his 3 swords. Zoro paused to catch up on every robot he's taken down. 73, I think. He then climbed up a building to get a good look at everything. He could spy a few groups of robots no one has spotted. Zoro was about to jump towards a bigger group when ground rumbling has him stopping and looking around for a source. Sure enough, he saw a cloud of smoke in the distance and eventually the sight of the 0-pointer. What the dash? Zoro thought the 0-pointer was the size of the other robots, but this is just overkill. He decided to check the situation. He figured that he has enough points to pass, so he'll indulge himself. When Zoro was able to take in the robot in front of him and how big it is, Zoro smirked. Is the school challenging us? He chuckled and his eyes sharpened in excitement. Challenge accepted. Zoro went all the way to the edge of the building. He tried to gauge how much force he needed to jump to get into the air for a sufficient amount of time for his plan. Zoro ran as fast as he could and put as much force as he could into his legs and jumped towards the 0-pointer. Nizu, a teacher, tried to reason with him, but he raised a paw. Shush, I'm very curious. As Zoro was falling towards the giant robot, he angled the swords in his hands. Santorio Oji. Zoro started spinning them as Zoro continues to descend. Sanzen Sekai. Everyone in the vicinity, who heard the shout, saw with their eyes the giant 0-pointer cut in half. Everything happened as if it's in slow motion for everyone else. The top half of the 0-pointer falling to the ground and the cause of said destruction landing on top of it, taking the sword from his mouth and sheathing all 3 of them, all happened in an instant for Zoro, and as he looked at the rest of the examinees, he was baffled when everyone was just standing around instead of grinding for points. Especially with a time limit. Tea time's up. Oh well, hopefully 73 is enough. The teachers in the observation room all looked at the screen displaying the green-haired examinee, and their gaze was full of surprise and awe. The silence in the room was interrupted by loud cackling by the principal. Haha, quite the batch we have this year. At the exam site, all the stunned examinees processed everything and they all shouted in excitement. What the hell, man, that was so cool. How'd you do that? Bro, what's your quirk? What's your number? Let's be friends, one high-pitched voice asked. All right, everyone, break it up. An old woman walked through the crowd around Zoro. Everything fine, honey? Yes, I'll be fine. The old lady then started to look around, asking for anyone who needs medical attention. Zoro didn't pay much attention at the end, only hearing the part when the letter will be given, and everything was blank. Everyone was dismissed and Zoro started to make his way to the train station. On his way, he passed by a cafe. He didn't really pay attention to it, but he saw a familiar green hair. He went back and sure enough he saw his mom drinking probably coffee in there. Zoro entered the cafe and went to his mom. Mom, what are you doing here? He inquired, sitting across her. Oh well, I just wanted to eat out and... You didn't have to worry about me, Mom. I did great in my opinion. Really? Tell me everything. No can do, Mom. You might let it slip to Izuku, and we both know he wouldn't want that. He reasoned. Inko slumped. That is true. She straightened up and said, no matter, order whatever you like. We'll have a small celebration for your hard work. Mother and son ate in celebration with Zoro occasionally talking about the heroes he's seen and how he wishes Izuku was there. It was the conversation the whole time in the cafe up until it was time for them to go home. Zoro proposed to pick Izuku up from school since it's almost dismissal. They watched as Izuku exited the school with Kaken next to him. When Izuku caught sight of them, his eyes visibly sparkled and started to run towards them, more specifically his older brother. "Ni-chan." Zoro crouched down and prepared to catch the 8-year-old. Izuku gladly jumped into his brother's arms that then lifted him up and carried him. "Ni-chan, how was the exam?" "It went better than expected." "Ni-chan is so cool." Zoro smiled at that. He then felt someone tug at his pants. He looked down and saw little Kaken looking up at him. "Zoanai, did you beat the others? I bet they were weaker compared to you." He chuckled and ruffled his hair. Yeah, blew them all away." Zoro answered sarcastically. But the answer seemed to be enough for the kid as he smirked in pride, glad that someone strong is his mentor. After they walked Kaken back to his home, the three of them headed to their own home with Zoro still carrying Izuku. "Hey Izuku, do you know a hero that looks like a construction truck or something like that?" The little Midoriya brightened at that, instantly recognizing who he was describing. Power Loader. "He's an amazing hero. His quirk is iron claws and basically his fingers are tipped with metallic claws and it's good for." Zoro loves Izuku, but he always finds himself zoning out every time Izuku goes on in his mumbling tirade. As Zoro was zoned out, he felt his mother pull at his shirt and pulled him to turn a corner. "Hey Izuku, I saw a hero I think who I heard in the radio that you sometimes listen to. I think he has some sort of speakers on his neck, very low dash. Present mic." And thus another mumbling tirade started and lasted until they finally got home. 1 week later, Zoro busied himself in his room by doing lifts on the bar he himself installed in his room. He was mumbling the number of his repetitions. If you listen closely, you could hear him mumble 1,246 and increasing. "Zoro," that startled him enough to slip from the bar and fall on his butt. "Mom?" His door was slammed open and his mother held out an envelope. It's here. It's here." Zoro scrambled to stand up. At the same time Izuku ran next to his mother. Izuku was actually the one who saw the mail since he was waiting for it every day. The young swordsman reached for the envelope and hesitated a little from taking it. Inko was extremely curious of the envelope and wanted to see for herself just as the same as her son. She shoved the letter to her son and hurried away from his room carrying Izuku. It's best to give him space and to distance herself so that she won't open the letter herself. The mother and son found themselves in the living room and waited in silence. Izuku was swaying back and forth as his way of containing himself to wait for the result. Inko had her hand closed together in a prayer motion. The two Midoriyas have full faith in Zoro, but that won't stop them from anticipating the result and be overcome by the suspense of it all. The two were too busy trying to occupy time that Zoro exiting his room went unnoticed. Zoro looked at his family and found himself chuckling at how they're more caught up about this than him, but it's a welcome gesture. He sat himself in front of the two and that got their attention to him. Zoro smiled at them and held out a piece of paper. "Looks like we're going shopping again." Zoro displayed the paper which listed the things he'll need for classes with the biggest smile out of everyone in the room, bigger than his little brother's who was about to explode in excitement. Zoro, who was still in bliss, didn't see his mother and his little brother jumping at him and tackling him in a hug. All three of them yelped as they felt the couch start to fall over from the force of the two Midoriyas piling on Zoro, and their combined weight toppled it over. Loud laughter echoed along the walls of their apartment. No worries in their mind whatsoever and only the joy of Zoro's accomplishment in their minds. Inko went ahead and prepared a feast from what she could use in the kitchen. Zoro carried the little boy off him and fixed up the fallen couch, lifting it with ease while Izuku admired. "You're so strong, you definitely blew them away with your swords and super-duper strength." Izuku mimicked Zoro's moves he's seen while training, jumping from table to couch, slashing the air with his imaginary swords. Zoro got into stance and started to try and catch him, chasing him around the room, letting Izuku play hero with what he thinks his big brother's hero persona would be in the future. Izuku ran to his room and hid beside a shelf and waited for the villain. Zoro slowly went into his room and looked around the room looking for him, ignoring the head of hair poking out of his hiding place. Zoro took one of his all-might toys and held it out. "Come out, hero, or I'll disassemble one these." "No!" Izuku was quick to come out, and that's when Zoro grabbed him and lifted him high up. First Izuku squealed in surprise, but it slowly dissolved into a giggle, enjoying his time in the air. Zoro swayed him a bit in the air, how one of the heroes with some jetpack would fly, and ran around the room doing so. When he figured Izuku enjoyed himself enough, he jumped and both of them landed on Izuku's bed with Izuku giggling. Zoro quickly put his arms behind his head and closed his eyes. Izuku looked at his brother if he truly was napping or just has his eyes closed. He poked his cheek to test it. When he didn't respond, he tried again. He poked and poked on his cheek until one of his eyes opened. He wasn't sleeping. "What is it?" "Nichan, let me see the acceptance letter." The older sibling closed his eye again and thought about it. He sat up on the bed and turned to the little one. "How about you look at it when you get your acceptance letter?" "Promise." "Promise." Zoro went back to his nap and Izuku looked at him and laid down himself, mimicking the position of his arms, looked up and closed his eyes. Izuku stayed in that position until he shifted and laid on his side. How does Nii-chan sleep like that? Later that night, Zoro stayed up in his room filling out forms given to him alongside his acceptance hologram. So much paperwork that Zoro wondered what it'll be like once he becomes an actual hero. Inko entered the room and brought him tea. She was aware he'd been working on this immediately since dinner and was still at it at midnight. Inko placed the cup of tea a safe distance away from the forms. "How's everything?" she asked, looking over his shoulder. "You would definitely doesn't want to get sued." Zoro reached for a pile he set aside and handed it over to his mom. "You need to sign these." "Oh, all right." She took the waivers and occupied the free space on his desk and signed everything after skimming what's written on them. She finished at the same time Zoro did. He slumped in his chair and sighed. Inko looked over every form he's filled, double-checking if he has filled them all up. Rifling through it, she came across a blank one. "Zoro, there's still one left. It says here, hero costume." "Oh, I figured Izuku's input in it would be more helpful than what I had in mind," he said, still slumped in his chair. Inko felt her heart warm at that. She has such good boys, she's so glad to have them. "Zoro, you're such a sweet bro dash," she was interrupted by snoring. She looked over and indeed she saw him sleeping on the chair, head thrown back. "Zoro, don't sleep on the chair." "Mom, I'm heading to UA. I have to turn these in." Zoro heard a familiar scampering and the familiar sight of his mom scurrying towards him, already dressed. His arm was soon engulfed in a tight grip. "Let's go. I can go on my own, Mom. Let's go." Zoro never really understood this part of his mother. He just let it happen and they headed for the prestigious school. Zoro wasn't sure how long the process had been, but he was finally out and with a bag with his uniform in it. He looked for his mom, who was said she'd be waiting by the entrance, and spotted her immediately. "Mom, I'm done." "Good, now on to the station." He waited for his mother to take the lead as she always does, but she remained put. Zoro took this as a sign for him to lead the way, so he started to walk away. He was only a few steps in when he felt himself pulled back to where they were. He looked at his mother with his face expressing question, "What's wrong?" but she remained still. Oh no. He recognized this scene. Every time he gets to a new school, his mom would always quiz him on directions. And as always, he obliged to partaking in the sudden pop quiz. He walked away and heard his mom, "Zoro, that was where you headed earlier." He sweat dropped with his interruption. "Are you sure? I could have sworn dash." "Zoro." He felt a cold shiver go up his back. Zoro didn't even bother to resist and took a different route where he thinks the station might be. "Wrong way." He flinched at his mistake and the sharp voice of Inko. He tried again, and when he saw his mom walking next to him, he sighed in relief. His relief was short-lived though, because they were faced with 3 streets and his mother was firmly standing and waiting for him to make a decision. Zoro figured this will be a long way home. It wasn't until the crickets were chirping with dark skies that they were finally home. Zoro limply opened the door and collapsed on the couch, tired from his mother's antics. Inko loves her son, but this is the only way for him to actually get back home. She let her son rest and called out, "Izuku, we're home. I bought us dinner on the way home too. Little feet running towards her has Inko smiling picturing her cute son. When Izuku saw the food on the food and began rummaging through it. Yay! I found it on the way home and figured we should try it since it's pretty new. Zoro claimed standing next to Izuku and started setting it on the table. Inko only looked at him with a blank look recalling what actually happened. He somehow entered the restaurant thinking it was their apartment and wasn't surprised in the least accepting it. He probably would have started walking in the staff room if it weren't for a young man like him shooing him away from the door. She's glad she caught up to him before anything else could happen. Not to mention the restaurant has been there ever since he was a child. She'll have to do this again until she's sure her son memorized the correct way home. She looked at Izuku and was extremely thankful her other son lacked this certain trait. She wasn't sure herself how she would handle two lost sons constantly. Rying. The sound of Zoro's loud alarm clock was interrupted by the loud bang of his fist on the alarm clock. In this quirked society, plenty of objects with specific function and this alarm clock was able to withstand his strength. Zoro sat up and looked at the uniform hanging on his wall ready to be worn. First day, I guess? He told himself trying to downplay the excitement he's feeling. Zoro perked up when he smelt his mother cooking breakfast. Grabbing his uniform, he rushed to the bathroom to get ready. While cleaning up, he could hear Izuku's loud voice saying, "It's Enai's first day. It's Enai-chan's first day." In the kitchen, Izuku was happily running around and eventually bumping to their blonde guest. "You sure are excited for someone else's first day." Bakugo stated. Inko smiled and approached him. "Then what brings you here, Katsuki?" He turned his face away from her in an attempt to hide his flushed face. "I wanted to see Zoanai's uniform," he mumbled. Inko heard him clearly and it got a chuckle out of her. She ruffled Katsuki and Izuku's hair. "Settle down now, breakfast is almost ready and Zoro would be down in any minute." And as if on cue, Zoro walked in clad in his fresh uniform, bag hanging on his shoulder which would occasionally bump with the swords tied to his hips. The two kids were too busy admiring him that they failed to notice Zoro struggling with his tie. "Let me help you there." Inko offered walking up to him. He let go of the piece of cloth and let someone who knows what to do the work. "Watch closely." Zoro looked closely, but in his eyes the piece of cloth came from being a piece of cloth to a tie. He settled to not bother with it later on. If he gets scolded for it in school, he'll cross that bridge when he gets there. "Zoanai, you're gonna fight villains?" Katsuki asked, beaming at him, eyes lingering on his swords. Zoro stared at the little blonde. "What are you doing here?" "Don't think so, probably just regular classes," Zoro said, taking out his schedule looking over the subjects. "Well, there is basic heroism, the others are mandatory classes like English, math," he drawled, looking over it trying to see if he missed anything. Katsuki's face fell when he heard his schedule. "Liar. No way UA is that boring." He looked at the kid before completely ignoring him and looked back to his schedule. "It's probably just orientation today, so not much won't happen." "Zoro, are you going to carry your swords to school every day?" Inko asked, serving him his breakfast. "I could leave it behind there, but..." Zoro placed his hand on the hilt of his sword in thought. "Well, I guess I can leave it there from time to time. I guess that spare cleaning kit would come in handy," he said, looking back at his room. "You can get it after you've eaten. Come on, boys, you can interrogate him once he's home." Inko, Izuku, and Katsuki watched as Zoro put his shoes on. "I'll be off now." He looked back and was met by his mother's teary face. "Mom," he called in a soft voice and putting a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. The gesture triggered Inko into pulling him into a hug and opened the waterworks. "Zoro, I'm so proud of you." Zoro tapped at her arms wrapped around his neck. He started to turn red-faced. "Oh, sorry." She quickly let him go and went over his uniform, smoothing out wrinkles she caused. "Ni-chan and I-chan," Izuku called as he ran towards him. "Yo, Zoro spied the notebook in Izuku's hand and saw the familiar, "The Greatest," writing on the cover. "Want me to ask the heroes some questions for you?" Izuku shook his head no and held the notebook to him. "I made notes on different ways you can use your quirk with your sword." Zoro gaped at the notebook in front of him and saw that the full title was The Greatest Swordsman's Guide to Being a Hero. He gently took the notebook from him and flipped through it and saw his ever-familiar hero observations, except it's on him and his skills and quirk. It looked to be much more organized too compared to his hero notes. Zoro felt his heart skip a beat at the gesture. Izuku shyly looked down, thinking that Zoro's shocked face was a negative reaction. I know your main thing is using swords, but using your quirk just in case or making new moves would be real helpful and dash. He was cut off when he felt his large hand on his head. Izuku looked up and smiled when he saw Zoro's wide grin. You little rascal. You've been working on this since way back. Zoro hooked his arm on his neck and pulled him in for a noogie. Izuku's giggles rang out throughout the apartment. Zoro stood and quickly put the notebook in his bag. I'm honored to have the advice from a hero expert. Good luck, Enai-chan. Have a good day at school, honey. Kick their butts, Onai. Zoro waved them all goodbye and ran off to a new chapter of his life. Thankfully, Zoro was able to make his way to UA thanks to his mother's insistence on learning the route. That's not the case inside the school building though. He's wandering aimlessly trying to find his class. In his search, he came across the same guy still dressed in all black and called out to him, "Hey, where are you going?" "Looking for my classroom." The man who he assumed was a teacher and a hero too looked him over. "Weren't you lost at the entrance exam too?" "It's a big building." The man let the subject go and asked, "What's your class?" "Class 1 He didn't know if he imagined the man's eyebrow twitch or he genuinely found him a bother already. Doesn't matter as long as he's not his tea. "That's my homeroom class, come with me." Way to jinx himself. They walked their way into the classroom where most of the students were already waiting and the sound of students chatting resonated around the room. Looks like him finding his way here took a lot of time. Zoro watched as his homeroom teacher slowly walked to the front and looked over the chattering students waiting for them to notice him. They did not in fact notice him at all. Bang! The loud sound silenced everyone in the room. When they looked for the source of the noise, they saw a teacher in front, his fist on the board. You could see majority of the class pale when they realized just what happened. Zoro mainly just looked on with a blank face. You lot sure are blissfully ignorant. The teacher let an awkward silence fester, letting the students think on their actions. I'm Aizawa Shoda, your homeroom teacher. The teacher, now known as Aizawa, pulled out a PE uniform. Put these on and get your buttes on the field. Aizawa then walked out while handing the uniform in his hand to Zoro before leaving. Once all of them were on the field, Aizawa spoke up, "All right, let's see if your ignorance is backed up by your talent and abilities. You lot better impress the hell out of me. You all got quite the first impression on me. If that's what he wants, then that's what he'll get. It's just a normal assessment except with quirks. He didn't need a quirk to begin with to gain outstanding results in this. Grip test, ball throw, 50-meter run, you name it, and he's aced it. And that's what he did, taking the top spot in his class." Zoro was sorely mistaken in his earlier statement with the first day being uneventful. He looked around the very empty classroom and to the teacher in front looking at him intently. To his horror, the teacher grinned, and it was the most unusual grin he's ever seen in his life. "Welcome to UA's hero course, sole survivor of 1A. Zoro felt himself break into a cold sweat, sensing the oncoming torment he'll be experiencing at the hands of this teacher. He gulped, "Thank you, sir," he said in the politest tone he could muster, not wanting to be expelled himself. "I'd hand you the syllabus, but considering your situation we'll have to make major adjustments. As for those," Aizawa gestured at the swords on his hip, "you can leave them with your costume, you don't have to lug them around." "I don't mind, I'll keep them with me. I'll leave them when I know they're in perfect shape." Aizawa stared at his sole student before sighing. "Fine, you'll be following me around anyway. I can at least keep an eye at you." Zoro raised his eyebrow at that. "Follow you around? Your schedule will be all over the place now. There are classes where you need to participate in a group. As your homeroom teacher, you're my responsibility along with your path to being a hero." Zoro watched as his teacher slowly crawls into a sleeping bag. "Normally I'd brief my class at the moment, but since you're the only one here, we don't have much to do. I have to go to a meeting with the principal with your schedule. Do whatever you want with your free time." Aizawa closed his eyes and proceeded to take his well-deserved nap. He decided to ignore the sound of the desk being moved around and settled that he'll be his problem with his well-rested self later. After taking his nap, he opened his eyes and was greeted by a sight he wished he didn't see and closed his eyes again to ignore it, but given safety concerns, he needs to do something about it. He groaned and looked at Zoro. The sole student was doing a handstand push-up and balanced on his feet, almost all the desks stacked on top of one another. His eyebrow twitched. "All right, that's enough of that." "Just a few more, sir," he panted. "I said enough." Aizawa commanded, activating his quirk, his red eyes successfully making Zoro stop. He carefully placed the desk on their original place before taking a sit on the front. "What was that?" "Workout." Aizawa sighed. "Right?" He looked at his watch and it was nearing dismissal. "You're dismissed. Make sure to get here on time tomorrow." Zoro collected his things, and when his hands got on his swords, Aizawa interrupted, "Leave those to the teacher in the support course. They'll look at those and think of ways for your hero costume to fit those." Zoro looked at them in contemplation. "Alright," he agreed, reasoning to himself that it's for the best. When the student left the room, Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. "He'll be a problem child." He told to no one in particular. He went through the student files and found Zoro's. He read aloud the information. Midoriya Zoro. "How fitting," he commented, thinking about the kid's hair. "Quirk? Pull?" Aizawa paused at that information. "Pull?" he asked himself again, and reading the description of the quirk. The kid doesn't have a strengthening quirk? He thought back to the assessment, and the whole time he thought his overwhelming strength was his quirk and contributed in his high results. "You mean to tell me that kid doesn't have a strengthening quirk?" he stated again, trying to comprehend the situation. Aizawa recalled Zoro lifting all those desks with little to no difficulty. Has him slumping in his chair. A problem child indeed. Inko was doing some reading when she heard her son declared, "I'm home." "Auntie Inko, is Zo and I home yet?" Katsuki asked. "Hello to you too, Katsuki." The little blonde blushed before uttering a greeting in embarrassment. This had her chuckling. She pat his head to assure him it's fine. "No, he's not here yet, but you can hang out here while you wait for him." Izuku was already opening the TV to tune in the news, waiting for the new hero that was making waves recently on the news. He saw on the TV displays, and that got Katsuki's attention, and was already sitting next to Izuku. "Who's that?" Katsuki asked. "They said she's the rabbit hero Mirko. She's so cool. She recently debuted too. She'll definitely get into the top 10 in a few years." Katsuki only hummed in agreement on the info dump and continued to watch on in silence. Their full focus was on the TV, and it's as if nothing could take them away from it. That is until the sound of their door opening and the familiar voice of Zoro immediately got the attention of both boys. "Ni-chan and I-chan. Zo and I. Zo and I. What was Yue like?" Katsuki and Izuku asked at the same time. Zoro stared at them before sticking his tongue out at them. "Not telling. You'll have to find out yourself." "Oh." Zoro walked away with a smirk, but it fell when he thought no one saw, but Inko did. While Zoro was taking his time getting changed, Inko knocked at his door. "Zoro, may I come in?" Zoro quickly got dressed and opened the door for his mom. She entered and took a seat on his desk chair. Zoro sat on his bed to face her. "How was your first day?" "Well, it was definitely eventful." "Why'd you say so?" Zoro rubbed the back of his neck. "My teacher may or may not have expelled 19 students." "What?" She stood up in surprise. "I'm the only student left in our section." "Hey, that's quite the strict teacher." Zoro found himself chuckling at that in agreement. "Yeah, and try not to mention this to Izuku and Katsuki. Wouldn't want to scare them off." "All right." Inko stood and hugged Zoro, who struggled but eventually went with it. "My son's managed to impress a strict teacher. I'm so proud." "Okay, Mom, air. During his time at UA, the two boys never failed to wait for him every day, sitting patiently before bombarding him with questions about school activities. Zoro's response was only his tongue sticking out and that it's a secret. All until one day. The Midoriyas were peacefully eating dinner when Izuku blurted out, "UA Sports Festival is almost here." He beamed at Zoro, who paused his eating. "Is it?" Izuku nodded. Zoro thought on it and didn't recall any announcement from his homeroom teacher. I didn't know that. Maybe Aizawa-sensei will tell me sometime this week. Isn't it exciting, Zoro? You'll be part of something you and Izuku have been watching all this time. Inko started to tear up. My baby will be on TV. Come on, Mom, I don't think I'll even make an impression. Nichan will always stand out because he's the greatest swordsman. Not yet, Izuku. Just try even a little to make an impression, please, for your mom. I don't know, Mom. You have to make an impression. Aizawa said to his only student in his classroom. Huh. You sort of remind me of myself, not wanting media attention, so I figured you'd pull a hiding tactic this sports festival. I'm not looking to be a celebrity sensei. It's too much of a bother. Aizawa sighed. The sports festival isn't just for showing off. It's to help students make themselves known to heroes who are looking for hero students to take in as an intern. So I have to impress some heroes to take me in? Are there any heroes you're looking to impress? Zoro stayed silent at his question, trying to think of any hero he thinks would be fitting to help him become the greatest swordsman, maybe. Aizawa took a permit out and signed it here. Zoro curiously took it from him. It's permission for you to use the facilities and tools you would need to train. Do your best in this. It's a treasure trove of opportunities for hero hopefuls like you. After all, not many can participate in UA's sports festival. He nodded in acknowledgement before looking down at his permit. Zoro smirked, imagining what kind of weights they're carrying there. And when he stood up to head to the facilities, Aizawa called him after classes. Zoro slumped in his desk. At least look interested in classes. Right back at ya. Zoro said, pointing at his teacher who's currently in his sleeping bag. Zoro spent his days practicing his skills and exercises with some noticeable improvements with the increased weights he can regularly work with. Aizawa stared at bewilderment as he checked on his student who was using most likely a ton of weights as practice swords for his drills. And in no time at all, the sports festival is upon the students of UA. Izuku and Katsuki ran into the Bakugo home where Mitsuki already has the TV prepared. Relax, you two, you won't miss a thing, she said, putting some snacks on the coffee table in front of them. Zoe better kick their butts. Inko then came running in the house panting. Mitsuki offered her a hand and laughed at what happened. Boys got you running around, huh? They were too excited. I'm excited too. I've seen glimpses of Zoro's hard work. I'd love to see it in full, she said, looking at the television which just announced that the UA Sports Festival will go live shortly. There was some more information on screen, but Izuku's jumping near the TV covered it for her. Nichan's in the UA Sports Festival. Yo, what's up everybody? Present Mick's voice rang out from the blank screen before showing him along another commentator. Present Mike. Eraserhead. Izuku beamed, his hand automatically reaching for his notebook. UA Sports Festival. Pay attention, heroes, journalists, and even aspiring heroes from younger groups. Here you're about to get a glimpse of heroes that will soon be serving the public with their heroic deeds. Present Mike announced with cheers following his speech. The excitement travels throughout the nation. Now then, Present Mike cued for cameras to point to the entrance. Let us welcome the participants of this year's sports festival. With that, Zoro started walking out of the entrance looking lax as ever, ignoring the roaring crowd. Let us welcome the sole survivor of one of the most critical teachers in UA. The one and only student of Class 1A. Wawa. Both Izuku and Katsuki looked at the TV, eyes gleaming and admiring Zoro. Sole survivor? Only student? Mitsuki asked, looking at Inko. Inko walked closer to her and quietly said, his teacher expelled all his classmates. And now he's the only one left. Mitsuki's eyes widened at the information. Holy dash, she slapped her hand on her mouth. Let's try not to tell the boys. No sheet, she whispered, yelled, her eyes locked onto Zoro on screen, still shocked at him indeed surviving the most critical teacher in UA. Everyone watched as the rest of the students were welcomed into the festival, their sections getting an introduction. All students were assembled in a single file line divided by section. Everyone curiously looked at Zoro, the only student in the line for Class 1A. That's all for the first years of UA High. The host and head judge for the year's sports festival stepped up the stage, That being Vlad King. We will now proceed with the participants taking oath. I call on Class 1 as Midoriya Zoro. That got everyone's attention on him. He started to feel irked at the attention, but ultimately tried to ignore it as he walked towards the stage. He looked on as everyone waited for him. Admittedly, Aizawa informed him about the oncoming speech he'll have to do since he scored the highest in the admission exams. But that completely slipped Zoro's mind as he focused on training. Zoro settled for the next best thing he could come up on the spot. "You will become the greatest swordsman," he declared. Understandably, everyone was confused at his statement, but some of the heroes on the crowd cheered for him, and this prompted for others to do so. Far out in the nation, a young woman witnessed the whole speech, if you can even call it, that set down her snack. Horo. Boss, get a load of this wannabe. Does he really think he can snatch that title as easily? The man with distinct yellow eyes looked up from the newspaper he was reading to get a glimpse of the hero hopeful with a unique ambition. That has him raising an eyebrow. Was his only response to his intern making herself comfortable in his agency. He looked on at the television and pondered as he watched the self-proclaimed swordsman go through whatever the school makes the students play. He figured he has seen enough and would prefer to see the kid in person and judge him then and there. Mihawk stood up and headed for his office. "HM? Are we needed anywhere?" the pink-haired hero hopeful asked, cuddling with a stuffed toy. "I'll only handle some paperwork." Okay." She went back to watching and heard the click of the door of his office. It was only then that she realized. She looked at the office door, then back at the TV. The office door, then the TV. She looked back and forth in rapid succession before standing up and knocking on Mihawk's door. "You're not thinking about doing that, are you?" The only answer she got was silence, which was enough of an answer. She looked at the television, who was now displaying Zoro showcasing how he got first place of the game they were playing. Her eye twitched. "He's not even cute." She pouted. It went by like the breeze, and Zoro was cleaning himself up after the tiring day at the school. He already wants to go home and rest from the tiring sports festival. Did he have fun? Maybe. There were surprises when facing against his peers, but he was able to overcome them eventually. Did he feel himself get stronger? He can't tell for now. All that's in his mind is to go home. So in a hurry, he stuffed the golden medal in his bag and hurried to the station alongside his swords, since he'll have to maintain them after its use for the day. A decision he came to regret when he was on train. 3 swords? Hey, it's the kid who won the first year's sports festival. A passenger near him recognized him, which caused a chain reaction with other passengers. "You did well, kid. I haven't seen anyone use 3 swords before. You were cool." Zoro tried to deny the attention on him, but coincidentally, the screens inside the train displayed the winners of the sports festival, and his face was shown in every screen. He flinched seeing his face from every screen and news. Zoro let out a nervous laugh before rushing out of the train when he got to his stop. He booked it all the way to his home and was now catching his breath on his front door. When he collected himself, he entered and couldn't even get a greeting out when he was knocked down on the floor. Zoro didn't even bother to stand back up and limped on the floor. "Nichan won." Izuku sobbed looking at Zoro, whom he tackled down. Zoro chuckled at the sight of his brother being too happy and ended up crying. He could only imagine his mother's state. He petted Izuku's head. "Yeah, I won." Zoro choked when Izuku hugged him tightly and him crying again. "Zoro, you home?" Inko called out. And judging from her nasally voice, he figured she's been crying too. "Did you two come home from the Bakugos crying?" He joked, but the answer he got was Inko joining them on the floor hugging him. "My baby. I'm so proud of you. You've worked so hard." Her hugging him made his bag fall over, and out came the medal he was awarded. The sight of it has her crying again, remembering when he was in the highest podium. Zoro sighed at his family's antics but smiled nonetheless. It's a happy moment, he'll let it slide. Inko was quick to display his medal on the house and welcomed him with a celebratory dinner. Zoro ended up in bed earlier than usual. Good thing there are no homeworks during sports festival season, so he went to sleep with little worries. Inko and Izuku peeked at his sleeping form and closed the door he left open and let him get his well-deserved rest. The next day, he settled for a hoodie and put his swords in a duffel bag to stop people from recognizing him on the way to school. Thankfully, his tactics succeeded and got to school with no trouble at all. He was a few minutes early, till homeroom, so he settled to doing some light training as he waits for his teacher. Soon enough he zoned out and focused on the burn of his workout. The loud thump of a stack of papers startled Zoro's focus on his training. The Class 1A classroom looked more of a gym than a classroom since it was only him and Aizawa occupying the room. Aizawa decided to turn a blind eye to it despite him looking at Zoro in the middle of said room. Aizawa motioned to the stack of papers. "You sure made an impression." Curiously, Zoro took the paper on top of the stack, scanning it before looking at the rest of the papers. He looked at Aizawa, but before he could ask anything, Aizawa answered, "You have until tomorrow to turn those in. Make sure to decide carefully." Zoro looked at the thick stack yet again. "Isn't this a little much?" Aizawa only shrugged. "Looks like you got the attention of plenty of heroes. You did win." Aizawa left Zoro on his own to browse through the papers and make a decision in peace. But Zoro found himself looking at the stack and scratched his head. He took a portion of the papers and skimmed through them. Who even are these? Heroes were more Izuku's specialty. He'll ask him later for his opinion. Zoro stuffed all of it in his bag. As he's struggling to fit all of it in his bag, he heard a female voice call, "Zoro-kun." Midnight entered the room. "It's next PRD already and you'll have to join Class 1B on this." When they got to the classroom next door, they excused themselves in with Midnight going in front. "Alright, now that Zoro-kun is here, let us continue." He felt curious stares on him. Usually he would brush it off, but to be polite he gave them a polite nod and turning his attention to the front. Vlad King stepped up and announced, "Today is an important activity. You will be choosing your very own hero name." Midnight declared, having everyone in the room boom in cheers. Zoro himself was excited but remained silent, recalling a conversation in the past. "Nichan, is that going to be your hero name?" "Yeah, I saw the name from a pirate book when you dragged me in the bookstore and I thought it was neat." Zoro wrote it down and showed it to Izuku. "This way no one would connect you and me. You'll be able to make a name for yourself as a hero without us overshadowing each other. It'll also help to confuse villains from finding out my personal life." Izuku looked at him with pure admiration. "Nichan is so kind," he said in a garbled voice, lunging for a hug. Zoro chuckled. "I'll confuse them with my hero name." Zoro walked to the front with the whiteboard and showed its content to the whole room. "Roronoa Zoro," he said with pride. A collective ooze and us could be heard throughout the room. They found the name appealing along with the teachers. "Roronoa Zoro," Midnight said, testing the feel of the name on her tongue. "Interesting, very cool. But I do wonder what made you choose the name." "It's just the transliteration of Elolanais. He used to be a pirate. I just found it cool." "Very grand, approved," she said with a thumbs up, with the students of 1B cheering for him just as they did for their classmates. Zoro smiled to himself, feeling excited about new opportunities with his hero name and the oncoming internships. Once everyone got their turn, everyone was given free PRD for choosing an agency. Zoro took this as his cue to leave. "Why don't you stay here for a while? You can talk to the others about heroes and internships." Vlad King offered. "Oh, thank you." And almost in an instant a boy with pink hair approached him. "Hello. Zoro, right?" When Zoro nodded, he continued, "I'm Kobe. It's very nice to formally meet you." Kobe introduced himself, bowing in greeting. "Same here." He casually faced him. "So how's 1A? Everyone was worried when we heard that all but one student was left in your section." "It's just me and the homeroom teacher. They still somehow teach at room despite me being the only student. I expected them to just dump me in here with you," he explained, looking around the lively room. "They probably would, but we're still a complete class, so, yeah." The two of them fell into a somewhat awkward silence, but thankfully Kobe thought up a subject. "Do you know who you're interning for?" Zoro placed his hand on his bag that is now significantly heavier. "Not yet. I'll think it over at home." The pink-haired student looked at his bag and noticed that it's bulkier than its usual shape. "Yeah, I'll bet. Well, I wish you luck to finding a fitting hero to teach you." "Thank you. Good luck on your internship too." Zoro received a smile before Kobe went and talked to his classmates. Zoro got home earlier than Izuku. Looks like Aizawa wanted to be rid of him for the day, the thought annoying Zoro. The green-haired boy took to the living room for browsing his many internship applications. Inko eyed the intimidating stack and offered, "Need some help?" "No need, I was gonna ask Izuku. He knows more about heroes than us combined," he said with a smirk. Inko chuckled. "Right you are, Zoro." While waiting, he tried to narrow down his options, separating heroes he recognized, and he happened to not be interested at them too. Needless to say, Zoro barely made a dent. Inko giggled at her son's frustrated face, teeth bared and eyes glaring on the stack of papers as if willing them to burn. Thankfully, Izuku arrived just in time before Zoro found himself slicing up the papers in a single strike. "Izuku, welcome ho." She was interrupted by Zoro, who rushed and picked the boy up, looking at him intently. "Help me." Izuku only stared at his brother, blinking since he was a little shocked from suddenly being in the air. The little boy smiled and simply responded, "Okay." That's how the Midoriya brothers found themselves sprawled out with paper littered around them. "Nichan, Gang Orca wants you," Izuku exclaimed, holding up the paper in his view. Zoro only stared before asking, "Who?" Izuku flinched in surprise when he didn't know who Gang Orca. He's the top 10 hero. He sputtered out. Zoro's blank face has Izuku saddened. "He's that whale guy." Oh, when he lighted up in recognition, so did Izuku. He waited for Zoro as he gave the hero a thought. "Nah, he's not my style." Izuku only nodded in understanding before putting it on the reject pile. The little hero fanboy continued to sift through, pausing to admire familiar hero names but ultimately putting them in the reject pile since he's aware of what his brother wants. And as if an answered prayer, Izuku found the jackpot. Enichan. Izuku tackled Zoro to the ground, grabbing the papers in his hand and throwing them away. "You need to take this." "Huh?" He groaned and sat up, Izuku falling on his lap. Taking it from Izuku, he looked at it. "Mihawk. He's a hero mainly using a sword, a giant one. I've seen old clips of him being a champion of tournaments and being an unbeatable opponent to this day." Izuku pulled his notebook out. He mainly functions as an underground hero, so less people would know about his whereabouts since people keep challenging him. "Underground, huh? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Nii-chan. Maybe he'll even teach you his secrets. Your declaration of being the greatest swordsman probably had him curious." Zoro smirked and stood up, lifting Izuku with him. "I knew I can count on the hero fanboy." Izuku blushed and wiggled in his arms. Zoro placed him down and grabbed his swords to make sure they're in their best shape. "Izuku, Roronoa Zoro will be interning under Mihawk. Is that your official hero name now?" "You bet." "Nichan already has a hero name. Roronoa Zoro." Inko paused what she was doing and asked, "Roronoa Zoro?" "Roronoa Zoro." Zoro confirmed, "Villains won't be able to connect me to you guys, so you will be perfectly safe." Internship Day 1. Aizawa escorted his only student to the train station. Normally, he would brief his students about their internship at the entrance and let them walk to their respective train routes. But having only one student, he might as well see him off. And call it his gut feeling, but call this gesture as a precaution from him witnessing his student wandering the halls of UA. As they waited for his train, Aizawa took this opportunity to inform Zoro. "You have your costume?" Zoro lifted the case in his hand and slung it on his shoulder. "Don't lose it or anything." The student hummed in response, making Aizawa sigh. "Speak clearly." Zoro looked at his teacher before standing straight. "Yes, sir." "Mind your manners, these are pro heroes who decided to take you in. They won't be as casual compared to me." "Why were you even casual towards me anyway? Got a problem with it?" "Not really." With the train arriving, the two gave each other a nod. "Don't do anything stupid." Zoro smirked. "I'll try." The last thing he heard before the train's doors closed was Aizawa groaning. Zoro's train ride took hours, with his stop being the last one the train could reach. And the place he ended up in might as well have been in the middle of nowhere. The view he could see is trees upon trees. Zoro looked at his phone to check the map the agency sent him. Unbeknownst to the people at the agency, this was a bad idea. Zoro went and followed the instructions. He was doing well at first, but after a few paces, Zoro couldn't recognize any of the landmarks stated in the instructions. He couldn't have roamed too far from the entrance of the forest. He looked back and saw thick shrubbery and thick rows of trees. What kind of instructions are these? Zoro looked around, and who would place their agency in the middle of nowhere? He tried retracing his steps but only found more trees. Zoro arrived there at the afternoon, but he was still running around the forest and it was already evening. In his search of the agency, he came across silly-looking ghost mumbling, "Negative, negative." The hell? Negative, negative, more and more ghosts started circling him. At first he paid them no attention, but now that he's surrounded by them, he started to feel unsettled. He was about to grab his swords, but the feeling of something cold passed through him. He was able to see a ghost pass through him. He only stared at the ghost, confused at first, and suddenly he was on his knees. "Why am I here? My existence was a mistake," he mumbled. "Horo horo horo." A pink-haired girl floated towards him. She's dressed in a tube dress with black and white frilled skirt, red boots, and a black hat with red trim and white roses decorated around the hat. "Look at you. That's what you get for getting lost and having me fetch you as a result. I'm very sorry, I'm a no-good worm unworthy of any dash." "Oh, shut up." Perona closed the umbrella she was holding and used the handle to hook his blazer and carried him like so all the way to the agency in the middle of a body of water. Getting into Mihawk's office, she ungracefully dropped the depressed student. "There's your runt." "Humph." She quickly floated away from the two of them, slamming the door shut. Mihawk maintained his straight face throughout the event and looked down at the still depressed student, taking note of his 3 swords. Roronoa Zoro. And right on time, Zoro perked up and looked around, trying to take in the current situation. His eyes stopped on the man looking at him. "Mihawk, right?" he asked to make sure. "He may have done his research, but you never be too sure." Mihawk silently nodded and jerked his head on the case containing his costume. "Put that on, we're going out." Zoro gave him a confused look as he watched him go out. Okay, he expected some sort of speech or something, but he'll take this over a sermon. He opened the case and looked at the simple suit his little brother helped him design. Well, he designed it more and would adjust it when he voiced something he wanted, which isn't a lot. He's now dressed in a dark green long coat closed on the waist by a red sash where his swords were tucked in. His coat exposes his bare chest along with his green haramaki and his bandana tied to his left arm. He liked his costume. The material was made of something. All that he knows is that it was very durable against blades. It's all he could ask for. Once dressed, he made his way out of the room. "Gah!" he yelped, seeing the woman from earlier that carried him here and might have done whatever happened to him. He slowly stepped away, readying himself. She floated towards him and got into his personal space. "Listen here, rookie. I'm a year older than you, so you'll respect me as such. Be thankful I actually decided to look after you while you're here," she lectured, poking his forehead as an attempt to shove information in his head. She floated up and posed mid-air. "I'm the ghost princess hero, Perona. Keep that in mind or I'll make you depressed your whole life." "All right then, Perona." She gave him a glare with ghosts starting to swirl around her, making him flinch. Zoro grumbled before correcting himself. "Perona, senpai." He gritted his teeth when he saw her smug grin. She floated away and Zoro followed her out. On their way out, she took the responsibility of briefing him. "You're a first-year hero in training with no license whatsoever. Your job is to follow and observe." She turned to him, "And no fighting until Mihawk says so." She continued floating away. "You'll get him in trouble if you're reckless." Currently, they were walking around in the thick dark forest. "So, what are we doing exactly?" "Patrolling, idiot." Perona blurted. "Goodness, you're even dash. Try not to antagonize him, Perona." If you're curious, we have to patrol here since this place is the #1 place for people to dump dead bodies." Mihawk explained. "Guck." Zoro gulped, feeling chills run down his spine. "Some murderers, some criminal organization. We handle those cases." "Horo horo horo. Those ugly people stand no chance against my hollows." Mihawk paused and looked at Zoro. Consider this a warning for what you'll most likely see. And a chance for you to turn back. Hell no. That's so? In an instant, Mihawk pulled a large sword out of nowhere and swung it towards him in half a second. Zoro was able to react appropriately and grabbed two of his swords and blocked the heavy sword with Mihawk's strength still pushing his sword down on him. Zoro gritted his teeth fighting the force of the strong blade and its wielder. He was too focused that he didn't notice Mihawk observing him and was baffled when he suddenly lifted his blade and sheathed it on his back. At least you have the spirit of a swordsman. You're welcome to work under me whenever you want. Challenge me if you want, though I guarantee it won't go in your favor. He said and continued walking, leaving Zoro and Perona with wide gaping eyes and Zoro still in his defensive stance. The three continued their job and kept a lookout, and Zoro's first day ended with him puking his guts with what he's seen. Horo. What a wimp, you'll get used to it. She watched over him as he hurled. The rest of his internship in Mihawk's place has him looking at corpses, some cold dead, some still alive thankfully, and some being dragged by guilty people. When Mihawk said this is the #1 place for body dumping, he wasn't lying. He'll have to talk to Hound Dog about this. He's witnessed the two of them face opponents with ease, making him itch to join the fight, but alas he still couldn't. Maybe someday. There were times where he challenged Mihawk but refused to face him until he gets at least a provisional license. A week has passed. A week full of corpses, which like Perona has said, he got used to. At least some of the ones they found were still clinging to life. But enough about that, he was finally out of there. He didn't mind being here, but a break is what he needed, that's for sure. Once he was packed, he went down and headed to the place's dining room, and he saw Perona cheerily preparing breakfast. What's got you all sunshine and flowers? Horo. You're finally leaving. Zoro's eye twitched. It was nice working with you too, he said in sarcasm and through gritted teeth. He suddenly found himself on the floor. I'm a moldy cheese behind a fridge, never to be eaten and inevitably thrown away. He mumbled. Horo. Perona flew on top of him in celebration. Mihawk ignored the racket and kept his attention on his newspaper. He only looked up when he felt Zoro sit and eat with them. Good luck on your exams, especially for your provisional license exam. We most likely would not meet until you pass that exam. That's still quite a while away, but thank you. He said, eating as much as he could so he would not go hungry on the way home. Pig. Perona insulted but still placing another serving in front of him. Oh, Perona, Zoro called but was ignored. Perona-senpai. What? Can I take a small mini hollow with me? Without combusting too. Why? It's for my little brother. I don't owe you anything, there's no way dash. Zoro cut her off by showing a picture of Izuku from his phone to her. Perona scanned Izuku's bright round eyes, freckles and bright smile. Perona was now admiring the little kid. How adorable. She looked at Zoro and back to the photo. Are you two really related? I'll send you a picture when he gets the little go dash. A small ghost was stuck to his face. Give that to him, it'll only blow up when he's in danger. The ghost moved to his head and stayed there. Thanks, he said dryly before standing up and grabbing his bag and case. I'll be heading off now. Careful on your way out. Mihawk said, peeking above the newspaper he's reading. Bye. Bye. Go now. Bye. Leave. Perona waved him off, making Zoro's vein visible from irritation. Before boarding the train, Zoro bought his mom some sweets as a souvenir so Izuku won't be the only one to have a gift when he gets home. Zoro took a nap in the train and thankfully woke up when he was one stop away from his station. What surprised Zoro when he got off was Aizawa waiting for him. And when he thought about it, it makes sense. Welcome back, Hound Dog is waiting at school for your appointment. Zoro whipped his head to him in surprise. What? I figured it's what you'd need after interning under Mihawk. Zoro grumbled, you're right about that. He scanned Aizawa and figured, of course you'd know him. After a needed talk with the school's guidance counselor, he was on his way to his home, and sensed his family already waiting for him on the other side of the door. Zoro opened the door and opened his arms to welcome the hug that instantly greeted to him. Zoro! Nichan! Zoro laughed, glad to be back. Inko cupped his face and looked at him. Look how you've grown. Mom, it was only a week. He chuckled and pried her hands away, putting the sweets he bought for her. Oh, thank you, sweetie. Zoro crouched to Izuku's height and held his school bag out. He opened it and out came the hollow Perona gave for Izuku. Izuku gasped and held his hand out to the hollow and it floated on his hand. As Izuku was admiring the little ghost, Zoro took that opportunity to snap a pic of it. Inko looked at the picture. Send that to me. He nodded before sending the picture to Perona and his mom. Nichan, what is it? His eyes glowing and notebook in hand already. A quirk of a fellow intern, she says it's called hollow. She has a lot of ghosts tailing her and she floats like one too. Izuku poked the little round ghost and it phased through. When is it gonna disappear? She said she made it so it would blow up when you're in danger. That's so cool. She's so nice to do that. Nice. Zoro stretched and got something to drink. School going to be mellow in the next few weeks? Inko asked. You'd think, but no finals are on its way. Inko almost dropped his gift. Already? Zoro emptied his drink. Yeah, my homeroom teacher told me I'd be taking it the same time as 1B. Has it been that long? Zoro only shrugged. Maybe. It's like time seems to breeze through. And breeze through Zoro did. He passed the practical final exam, which were only robots that he fought on the entrance exam. On his walk back, Aizawa stared at him. You passed, that's for sure. But it would seem the exam wasn't much of a challenge. Not really. He sighed. Well, at least you're a capable kid. This won't be the only exam you'll be experiencing. Like the provisional exam? Looks like my hawk have you informed. Yeah, you'll see others on the same level as you. Zoro smirked at that. I don't mind one bit. Provisional license exam. Zoro went alone to the site where Class 1A usually take the exam. Aizawa proposed for him to join Class 1B, but their exam site already arranged exactly 20 students and the exam site where 1A was scheduled has already scheduled him there. So here he stands alone, waiting for the exam to start. Aizawa went along with another teacher with green hair. Hey there. You alone too? Zoro looked at the person that started the conversation and saw a shorter blonde with red wings. Yo. Yeah, it's just me. The winged guy elbowed him. Same here. Want to stick together then? Do what you want. He stated with a shrug. Alright. Name's Takami Kigo, you can call me Hawks. Nice to meet you. He held his hand out for a handshake. Zoro shook it. Roronoa Zoro. Hawks grinned. You and me. He draped an arm around Zoro. In our lonesome we'll make it big. Why are you alone anyway? Zoro asked, sliding his arm off him. Oh, it's a special case like yours. All your classmates got expelled too? Hawks was silenced at that. He stared at Zoro. Not that kind of special case, but a yeesh. Zoro chuckled at his reaction. That's a reasonable reaction. You must be a hard but then, surviving that kind of situation. Hawks praised. Hey, once we're heroes let's partner up from time to time. Zoro smirked, thinking far ahead, huh? I trust my intuition, and my intuition says. Hawks pointed a finger at him. You're strong. Zoro raised an eyebrow and maintained his smirk. Oh. We can work together so that heroes can have as much free time as they want. I do like my naps. See? What do you say? Keep your end of that declaration and I'll assist you. Haha, assist. Hawks laughed. I've seen clips of the sports festival. You're more of the heavy hitter between us two. No matter what your abilities are, you must be good at it if you're a special case, as you would put it. Hawks smirked at him and shrugged. You'll see soon enough. The newly acquainted hero trainees stuck together from that point on. They listened to the exam proctor and the first phase of the exam, dealing with mobs. Everyone was to take down every single one of the mob or none of them goes to the second phase. The walls of the stadium opened up and heroes stepped out wearing some sort of armor. They need to hit the armors in critical areas to consider them down. 3 Hawks flapped his wings to loosen some feathers. 2 Zoro took the bandana on his arm and put it on his head, tying it tight. At 0 all the heroes charged at the students. Hawks was first to respond. sending his feathers out to take down a few of them and lifting some heroes with his feathers. The heroes that got caught in the feathers was carried into a straight line, Zoro-san. On it, Zoro already has his swords at the ready. Crossing his arms, sword in each hand, Santorio, Enbame Yanis, Zoro took a step and dashed through the heroes captured by Hawk's feathers, Onigiri. All the armor the heroes were wearing were all sliced and slid off their bodies. And just like that, a few dozen of the mob was already down, all at the hands of only 2 students. Hawks flew near Zoro and gave him a thumbs up. When the other students got over their shock, they all moved and got to work. And with that they both continued their rampage, taking down opponents left and right. As Zoro was running around, he saw Hawk's feather flying towards a group of heroes. So Zoro decided to try his theory. He jumped on the big feathers and attempted to ride it. He wobbled at first but eventually got steady. God, he's heavy. A little warning at least, he shouted out. Zoro heard him clearly and laughed out loud as he soared through the air. When he was above the group, he landed in the middle of them. Santorio, Zoro held out his sword giving a green glint, Kakujo o Tatsumaki. He spanned and his sword producing gusts of wind from his strength, sweeping away everyone near him. Whilst they were in the tornado Zoro produced, everyone was bumping against one another, destroying their armors. And for good measure, Hawks sent feathers out and eliminate ones that are still intact. And in no time at all, everyone succeeded taking down the opposing party. But the celebration was short-lived when an ominous timer was displayed in every screen in sight. One of the fallen heroes spoke up. We have multiple bombs in different buildings with civilians. Just try it, heroes. A student that had a voice quirk announced it for everyone and that had them scrambling for every building in sight. Zoro checked one and it was barren, so he quickly left and ran to another one. The building looked similar to the other one, but he still checked it and found it empty like the other one. He went out and strangely enough he found another building that looks just the same. He checked and it's empty like the last 2. He walked out of the building and ran across Hawks. Yo Zoro, you've checked that building 3 times now, something wrong? But I've been to 2 other buildings. Hawks' sweat dropped. Alright. He shook his head and focused to the task at hand. Anyway, I saw a huge building and it is almost 100 civilians and sure enough, a big bomb. Lead the way. They headed for the building they spoke of and saw other students headed there too. When they got there, they saw a building reinforced with steel that other students were already struggling to break through. My feathers couldn't pierce it and some more destructive quirks already failed. Zoro smirked. Is that so? He sheathed all of his swords and grabbed Wado Ikimanji from his red sash and held it upright. Everyone out of the way. All of them was able to hear his deep voice and did as they were asked to. Itoriu I, Shurshur's son. He rapidly unsheathes the sword and slashed the building and returning his sword in its sheath. At first it looked like nothing happened, but when they heard the click of Zoro fully sheathing Wado Ikimanji, the metal of the building was split in half, causing a chain reaction and the rest of the steel collapsing while the building under it remained intact. Everyone looked at the spectacle with wide eyes while Hawks only let out a whistle, impressed with the move. Loud laughter could be heard through the stadium. So that's the only student you have, eraser? No wonder. Marry me. No. When the cover of the building was completely off, he sent out most of his feathers and pulled out every single civilian in the building and placed them next to hero students that he observed has more rescue-oriented quirk. Other students more suitable for disarming bombs was sent inside and soon, the timers all around stopped. There was silence, then a sigh of relief when they realized they succeeded. The voice of the proctor rang out announcing that the result of the exam will be distributed later. Zoro dusted himself from debris and stood with the other student waiting for their result. Zoro-san. Hawks called out, approaching him. That was quite the display back there. He praised, holding out a fist. Your use of those feathers sure are practiced. Zoro raised his own fist and they bumped it together. Schools were on a line based on their school. With Zoro and Hawks being alone, they stood next to each other. It was then that the results were given. Zoro looked at the paper in his hand and looked at Hawks, who also looked at him. They both held up their result and the text, passed, was what grabbed their attention. See you later then, hopefully on the field this time. Hawks said, I would count on it. It was then that they parted ways. On his way out, he fetched his license with his photo that they took earlier. Way to go, kid. Aizawa-sensei. Looks like you've made an acquaintance. Zoro thought back to Hawks. Yeah. You're doing good. Connections is important in this line of work. Aizawa patted him on his back. But just because you already have a license doesn't mean you could do whatever you want. There are still protocols, and use your skills cautiously, he said, recalling him cutting what you could consider a building in half. He commends him with his control, though, since only the steel was cut down and not everything else. Reminds him of Mihawk. Now that you have a license, you can participate in pro-hero work studies. Want me to contact Mihawk for you? Aizawa offered, but was taken aback when he saw Zoro's smirk and excitement shining in his eyes as he looked at his license. I take it that's a yes. Zoro busied himself by lifting his dumbbells, letting the burn of his muscle distract him, but the sound of his phone notification has him picking it up with excitement, only to be disappointed when he saw it was messages from Perona gushing about his cute little brother. He was about to ignore the message, but Perona sent another message telling him details about him officially being an intern in their agency. Lead with that first demon ghost woman. His phone pinged again and he received an email from Mihawk's agency. Before opening the email, he expected a formally written notice of what he needs to do, but was met with Perona's condescending tone towards him. But thankfully it was toned down a bit when talking about the case they were currently handling and their meetup. Surprisingly, their base of operations was not the one in the middle of a forest. Not that he was complaining. Zoro entered a building in the middle of the city and was greeted with the sight of Perona buried in paperwork and Mihawk talking to someone over the phone. He acknowledged Zoro's presence when he saw him by nodding at him and going back to the conversation over the phone. Zoro took this opportunity to get changed. At his return, Mihawk and Perona were seated and were waiting for him. When he took his seat, Mihawk nodded. Now that everyone's here, let's start. Perona gave the two of them a folder. 3 kids who initially ran away eventually found themselves kidnapped with their grandfather, who is the police captain in this city's precinct, called on us to handle the case. Perona turned a page with the 2 of them following and continued, the likely suspect is the villain Blue Jam. Her nose scrunching, getting a sight of the villain in a photo. The 3 boys were last seen with him following him and his orders, carrying explosives in the city. When he had no use for them, he most likely are holding them for ransom, considering their grandfather. How'd the kids get involved with him? Hell if I know. Mihawk interrupted before they start bickering again. They only tasked us to get the kids. They'll handle the rest. Do we have a lead on them? He asked, grabbing some of the snacks and ate some of them while pocketing some. Perona flipped through few papers before finding what she needed and set it on the table, showing a row of warehouses near the port. A detective sent that to us. All we have to do is confirm they're there and then make the move. That's what you 2 will be doing. Mihawk told Zoro. Perona will scout the place and you'll be her backup and get away in the case the 2 of you are sighted. You 2 are only to engage in combat with the goal of stunning and escaping. Yes, sir, they both agreed. The 2 interns walked up to the dark port and the warehouses came into view. It was quiet as Perona floated through the place with Zoro's loud footsteps and the sea the only thing making noise. Can't you at least quiet down your steps? Zoro frowned at her but proceeded to tiptoe as they sneaked through multiple warehouses, checking every one for the sight of kidnapped children. It was until the 5th one where they heard someone scream out, I'm hungry. Shut up, they might not feed us again when we make noise. I'm hungry too, you know. Then let's get out and get something. One of the voices grabbed the bars of the cage and rattled it. That's enough. A calmer voice interjected. Zoro and Perona looked at each other before Perona sent out a ghost to look further, and there she saw the 3 kids that fit the description. A black-haired kid with freckles, another black-haired kid with a scar under the left eye, and a blonde one. It's them. Let's go, she says, and started to run off. We could just grab them now, no one's here to see, Zoro said, looking at the direction of the voices. Perona paused before floating towards him and looked at him with a serious look. Zoro, acting now would be reckless. We have a lot to consider. But those kids are known to be hostile towards everyone, Zoro. If we get them out, there are chances they could get away and still be out on the open and in danger. Zoro stayed silent. They have all the preparations ready for their rescue. You can save those kids at that time. Zoro still remained silent and eventually said, they said they were hungry. Perona sighed, weren't you stuffing your pockets with the office snacks? Yeah. Watch over my body. Ha! Perona sat on the ground and closed her eyes. When another her floated away from her body limped, which Zoro caught. She held her hand out, hand them over. Zoro handed over all the snacks he took. You go on ahead with my body, I'll catch up to you, she said before phasing through the door of the warehouse. Zoro smiled before running off while carrying her body. When he left the port, he saw Perona float down to her body and he felt her wiggle before floating away from him. Let's go. Zoro got no sleep since by the time they confirmed the location of the 3 kids, everyone got into work arranging everything for their rescue. The 2 of them had to describe the location in detail as they remembered it so officers and some heroes can be placed in appropriate positions for the plan. And Perona was thankful that Zoro was a little insistent at the time. If he weren't, she might have never entered the warehouse to begin with. It was currently 5 a.m. the next day. Zoro, Perona, and Mihawk were placed in the front line of the force. Perona has sent out ghosts to scout the area. When Perona gasped, everyone's attention was on her. What is it? Mihawk asked. Blue Jam is with the kids, he killed one of his men though. We need him to stay in that place. Perona. She floated up and flew towards the warehouse and commanded the ghost to hollow the villain. The others following her shortly after. When Zoro got in front of the familiar warehouse, he sliced the door open and he saw someone on the floor sulking and the 3 boys were looking at him in surprise. Zoro then noticed he was surrounded by his lackeys. But before he could make a move, he saw Blue Jam and knocked him back using the back of his sword. Unfortunately, he underestimated his durability since he started moving again. Zoro quickly ran to the kids where he sliced the lock of the cage and the door swaying open. The kids were about to run out, but Perona swooped in and carried the 3 of them out of there. When they were out, Zoro quickly rushed out of there, the plan already set into motion. Perona saw Zoro running out, and when they were at a safe distance, she sent the signal to Mihawk, who was beside the very first warehouse. On her signal, he pulled the sword out and raised it above his head. Once he swung down, a large slash shook the entire area, destroying the row of warehouses in one hit. Mihawk's immense control on display when the last warehouse was destroyed. No more destruction followed. Everyone looked at the spectacle with chills running down their spine. They were broken out of their surprise when Mihawk called out to them. Our job is done here. Fetch the kids and we'll be on our way. A large red-haired woman ran to the kids and scooped all 3 of them with ease. All 3 of them waved the officers goodbye before returning to their base. Perona and Zoro slumped at the office couch while Mihawk went and handled more paperwork. So underground heroes leave before the press arrives, huh? Perona looked at him. What, you planning on being one? Zoro thought back to Hawks and his showmanship and how he'll be involved with him. Whatever happens, happens, I guess. People are better off if they don't get a glimpse of that mug of yours. Sure. Good job today, you two. They whipped their head towards Mihawk and watched as he walked to them with laptops in hand. Now time for you two to write your report. Perona, teach him. She pouted, what am I, a babysitter? If you teach him now, you won't have to do it again. Fine. She grabbed Zoro by the coat and dragged him on a table, aggressively turning the laptop on and started directing him on what to do. Later that day, only the sound of typing could be heard in their temporary office. Zoro called it, paperwork is one of a hero's greatest hurdles. He swears that if he started making money with hero work, he'll pay someone else to do his paperwork. Nevertheless, the peace of the office after a mission success is pretty satisfying. He could get used to this. Zoro looked back at the laptop screen. Most of it. Zoro walked in his home late at night and he figured both his mom and Izuku were now sound asleep. He did message them that he'll be late tonight. He got himself a relaxing bath before going back to the kitchen where he prepared one of the instant ramen they have stocked. When he was waiting for it to cook, he sensed someone walking to the kitchen. He saw Izuku, his eyes half closed and still sleepy with that little ghost following him. Nichan. Hey! He carried Izuku and made him sit. Need water? Izuku nodded slowly, his eyes closing a little bit but forced them open. Zoro grabbed him a glass and handed it to him. When he placed it in his hands and Izuku quickly drank it and said, "You're home." Zoro smiled and ruffled his hair. "I'm home." Izuku hugged Zoro and said, "You're home," and instantly fell asleep in his arms. Carefully, Zoro carried him to his room, gently laying him down and tucking him in. When he returned, his midnight snack was ready. He settled on the dining table and slurped away. Zoro cleaned up his dishes and went to Inko's room. He checked on her, and when he finds her sound asleep, he decided to leave a note on her nightstand letting her know that he's home in case she wakes up earlier than him. Entering his room, he felt his exhaustion in full when he saw his bed. Quickly making himself comfortable, he looked at the time and it was 2 a.m. and looked up at his ceiling. Quite a year it has been. I guess it's what to expect when you're a UA student. After this thought, he dozed off and rested well for the night. Izuku was 10 years old when his eyes were opened to the dangers of the hero world. He witnessed it through the experience of his older brother, and he understood just why his mother would worry sometimes when it came to their dream of being a hero. In no time at all, Zoro moved up from his first year to his second year of high school, with Zoro already earned good experience on field. With him gaining a reputation in close groups about the UA student that's training under Mihawk, his skills fitting for him to be under the feared hero of the underground. Currently, Zoro is going through his patrol route as best as he could, though he's already wandered off course. He turned a corner where he believes he's gone through before but decided to go through it nonetheless. In the alley, he saw two suspicious characters talking. He hid and listened in. And not to his surprise, their subject was about the dangerous substance of trigger. Zoro took Yubashiri out still with its sheath on. Peeking in to assess the situation, and seeing a very suspicious briefcase be exchanged for another one, he took their distracted state and ran to them, swinging Yubashiri at them, knocking them out. He gathered the dropped briefcases and set them aside before restraining the two people and contacting authorities. It didn't take long before he heard sirens started to arrive. Roronoa Zoro? A man dressed like a detective he's seen in shows. Yes, that's me. Detective Tsukachi. I'll be taking this case from now on. As they talked, officers carried the knocked-out criminals. Detective? A probably cause of trigger? It's over there. Other briefcase is probably money. Haven't opened it, but I did move it there. Zoro pointed with his sword before returning it in his sash. That's fine, you did good work. You're under Mihawk, right? When Zoro nodded, he chuckled, already leaving you on your own, I see. Tsukachi gathered the briefcases with a gloved hand. That's to be expected, he did the same with the Ghost Princess hero too. Yeah, he sure has a lot of office in different cities. He just dropped me here and left the office in my hands. Look at it in a way that he trusts that you could handle yourself. I mean, it makes sense, you've been a big help when Mihawk put you here for your internship. I guess. Zoro shrugged. The detective looked at Zoro. Have you not seen the news? Not recently, no. The detective tapped away on his phone before handing it to Zoro. As Zoro read what he's shown, his eyes widened. Villain hunter! Izuku exclaimed, watching the news and dragging Inko to watch. The up-and-coming hero, a UA student, was recently been seen in Hosu, and criminal activity has diminished, and all the apprehended villains were all taken down by Roronoa Zoro, recently dubbed as the villain hunter. He's a hero that's always at the right place at the right time, walking into villains in the middle of their actions and inevitably stopping their heinous plans. A female news anchor informed. Just then a male news anchor, breaking news, UA student recently stopped a drag deal from taking place. On screen, a photo is shown where Zoro was talking with Detective Tsukachi. Ni-chan. A drag deal? Inko's hands flew to her mouth in shock. Ni-chan's a hero mom. Why yes, she's proud, but can you blame a mother from worrying? The news anchor continued. Unfortunately, Roronoa Zoro has already left the scene before we could get an interview, but we are able to interview civilians he's saved all in this one night. The scene cut to a woman who looked like an office worker. I was cornered by a group of thugs looking to get some money out of me, but he swooped in and looked like he took them down in one strike. He even escorted me to the nearest police station. The screen changed again to a man manning a convenience store. Oh, that kid? I think he was on break and was looking for a snack when an a-hole barged in and declared a robbery. Kid knocked him out swiftly and had me ring his food up. The man laughed. I told him it's on the house, but he left money before leaving, dragging the a-hole by the foot. Inko found herself calming down when news of his rescues was shown. That's my baby. It's then she realized something. Izuku, are you recording? She looked at him who was holding the remote. Nichan is so cool. It's already on the news? Inko and Izuku jumped and looked behind them and saw Zoro in his uniform having just got home. Nichan, you were on the news. You saved so many people. Well, someone has to put those villains behind bars. He said, putting his bag down. You sure have a lot of work even when you're only on your second year. That's UA for you. Nichan, where are your swords? I left them in the office. I need to get there early in the morning anyway, so I can get it then. Zoro sat beside Izuku and flipped through channels trying to see anything without him being the subject. Early to the office again tomorrow? Inko said in concern. Don't worry, Mom. I just need to close it down. Today's the last day of internship again. Regular classes again for me. As regular as someone in a class with only you as a student. Izuku teased. Zoro put his hand on Izuku's face, his hand covering it entirely and effectively silencing him. While roughhousing, breaking news interrupted the show that none of them were paying attention to. All Might is currently battling a villain that has been wreaking havoc recently. Toxic Chainsaw. What? Izuku exclaimed, snatching the remote from Zoro and increasing the volume. The screen is now showing All Might exchanging blows with Toxic Chainsaw with the surrounding area sawed off. All Might, Izuku said in worry. While Izuku was busy watching, he fetched themselves some drink from their fridge. When he returned, Izuku was still focused on the news, watching the fight intensely, his brow furrowing as a result. Zoro pressed the cold can of drink on his furrowed brows, surprising him. Nichan, what's that worried look for? This is All Might we're watching, he said in an attempt to comfort Izuku. He opened the drink and gave it to Izuku before opening his own and drinking it and sitting on the couch's arm rest beside Izuku. The two of them continued to watch the live battle of All Might and Toxic Chainsaw. Before the battle could be drawn out, All Might smashed the villain in the ground with his fist. All Might looked at the camera with his signature smile. Izuku smiled wide. Fear not, citizens, no villain will not face justice. Why? Izuku leaned forward and waited. Because I am here. And just like that, Izuku celebrated. Yay. All Might did it, he said, jumping up and down on the couch. His drink spilling little on Zoro. Told ya. Zoro wiped himself clean. Izuku already has his notebook out, writing everything he could remember from it. It's been a while since I saw him have a serious fight. But All Might always overpowers his enemies, he said, pausing his writing and looking back on the TV. Unfortunately, it was only the anchors talking about the fight. Though Izuku listened intently. Inko checked in on them. What's got Izuku excited? All Might just had a fight with a villain. He won, of course. Zoro exclaimed, pointing to Izuku, who was still furiously scribbling. That had Inko giggling. I should have known. Later that night, Zoro jumped in his bed low-key, celebrating that it's his last day of internship after a week straight of work all on his own. Though as he's starting to doze off, he heard his phone's familiar ping. He initially planned to handle it tomorrow, but his gut feeling told him to check it, so he did. Sure enough, it was from Mihawk. His internship will be extended and that he'll start the next week. He'll handle everything else with Aizawa and to just get some rest. He should have just handled this tomorrow. During his classes the next day, he slumped in his seat, still feeling some lingering exhaustion and the oncoming extended internship. Tired little listener? Present Mike paused his lesson, figuring that his only student in the room needed the break. Very. Present Mike laughed at that. I keep seeing you on the news the whole week during your internship. You've made a name for yourself already. Be my guest star sometime in my radio show. I don't mind. He drawled. Now say that in English. Zoro flinched. Right, we're still in class. His tired demeanor remained even during lunch. He would sometimes sit with some 2B students, but not right now. Zoro-san. He looked and saw the familiar pink-haired boy and the blonde guy with a strange chin. How are you? Tired? You've been hard at work all week. Kobe commented, and the blonde guy, which Zoro now remembered was Helmeppo, looked around the cafeteria and saw every student trying to get a glimpse of Roronoa Zoro, the villain hunter. Got popular too. Helmeppo said, catching a group of first years, especially one from 1A, looking at Zoro with fear in their eyes, since he's a living proof that their homeroom teacher's expulsion threat was very much real. Zoro himself felt the stares of the first-year students. He turned to look back at them, but they were quick to look away. Well, internship season is over, you can get your rest. Kobe said. Zoro groaned and let his head fall on the table. Zoro-san. It got extended. He mumbled. What? It got extended. The week has passed and now he's on the train on the way to the middle of nowhere, where Mihawk's secret base is. He hopes it's not as grueling as that week. He started his trek to the base, but instead of getting there instantly, he's still walking around. Thankfully, Zoro's been here quite a few times and there are spots where he recognized, so he was able to get to his destination and the sun is still up. At least he didn't have to deal with Perona's ghosts and accidentally walking into an unsightly scene. Zoro shudders at the mere thought of his past experiences in this location. He's somewhat thankful his recent internship was in the city. During his reminiscing, a floating pink-haired girl looking at him and preparing a ghost. Perona sent her hollow ghost to Zoro as fast as she could, but Zoro simply dodged it. Nice try, he said, and continued avoiding the ghost from touching him. You're no fun. She pouted and entering Mihawk's base with Zoro following her, his grunts and yelps echoing with his continued dodging activity. The ghost was still after him even when they're in front of Mihawk. He does a good job ignoring the big movements from Zoro and the ghost, jumping from wall to wall, sliding all over the place, his body bending in different ways to dodge close calls of the ghost touching him. Before I start, these were in the mail for you. Mihawk tossed 6 letters towards Perona. Zoro would have looked, but he's still occupied by a ghost chasing him. Perona scanned the letters and ended up with 3 letters for her and another 3 for Zoro. I didn't expect a letter addressed to me. It would make sense more if all of these were sent to Zoro, considering the ruckus he's done with the news. Zoro was stopped in his tracks when 3 letters were smacked to his face. He tripped and he waited for the inevitable ghost from reaching him, but he heard Perona call it back. Finally, he said, and looked down on the 3 letters. One of the 3 letters was written neatly, one was a little crude but he can make out the contents with the writer trying to be polite, and one that's even more messily written and littered with misspellings. The content varies, but it expresses one message, their thanks and how strong he was that time. Perona peeked over his shoulder and noticed the similar penmanship from the letters she received. Looks like they remembered us. Zoro looked at her set of letters and indeed saw the same handwriting. Didn't expect that. I thought we would most likely be an afterthought to them cause of how much was going on. Zoro looked at the letter again before pocketing it. He dived for the ground and successfully avoided another ghost zipping past him. You two can talk about that more later, we have work to do. The two stood in attention when they heard Mihawk's serious voice instead of a deadpan one. There were sightings of a high-profile villain roaming around here. Other heroes are on their way here, but they stated for us to check around much earlier. High-profile how? Zoro inquired. I'm not really sure. All I know is that the Hero Commission asked us to be part of it. Won't keeping us in the dark be a bad idea in these operations? Zoro wondered out loud. They could be getting comfortable since All Might is on the case. All Might? His 2 interns exclaimed in disbelief. Mihawk promptly ignored their outburst and continued, we're also treated as backup. Nevertheless, if they weren't willing to disclose such a thing, then it's a telltale sign of something they want to be covered up. Perona perked up in realization. They asked for your help because you're an underground hero, she stated. It's a combination of underground and limelight heroes, though there aren't a lot in total. A handful of heroes maybe. Are the other heroes in the forest already? Zoro asked, unsheathing his sword and doing a double check on their condition. No, we'll look around and try to pinpoint the location of the villain as close as possible and send the location to the others. Mihawk looked at Perona. Horo. My hollows are perfect for finding someone in this forest. She summoned as much ghosts as she could and sent them in different corners of the forest. Get ready, Mihawk said, grabbing his sword and hat, putting it on him. This will by far be your most difficult mission in your student career, maybe even your hero career. Mihawk, Zoro took his bandana and tied it to his head. You trying to scare us away? No, it's a warning. A high-profile villain earned that reputation for a reason. Mihawk walked to the two of them and placed his hands on top of their heads. I technically am your guardian right now. I naturally will worry for you too. Perona and Zoro found themselves flushed pink at the unexpected affection from the stoic man. Perona puffed her cheeks and pouted, "You're not my dad," she mumbled. Mihawk looked at her with a straight face. Did you think of me as one? Perona sputtered before hurriedly floated out. That left him and Zoro in the room. Zoro. I'll get dressed. He cut him off and rushed out of there. The light atmosphere from earlier was quickly erased by the time they got out of the agency. The looming feeling of great danger radiating off of the forest they frequented. The three of them scoured the forest as a group and in a slow pace, letting Perona focus on her quirk and to finding a suspicious figure. While she's busy, Zoro started up a quiet conversation. Do we really not know much about the villain? Male, usually seen with a formal suit. That's it. Could have told me that earlier, she complained, then going back to focus. You would have had more energy if you didn't have a ghost chase me around. Zoro grumbled, but unfortunately did not go unheard for Perona. Why you? Perona was about to give him a piece of her mind but gasped and stopped herself, focusing to one of her ghosts finding. Find anything? Mihawk inquired. Perona pointed at a direction. Deepest part of the forest north from here. He's just sitting around. Mihawk's eyes squinted at that. Looks like he's looking for a fight or a negotiation. He pondered it a bit before saying, You two follow me a few meters behind. I'll head over there myself. Feel free. That guy was terrifying. I'd rather him not go anywhere near this Perona cut herself when she saw the very same guy behind Mihawk. She couldn't even finish when the guy grabbed Mihawk's head and smashed it to the ground, a big crater forming around them. Zoro looked beside him and saw the sudden cause of the crater. And when he caught sight of the guy that matched Mihawk's description, he was frozen stiff. Perona herself was frozen stiff too, sensing the immense bloodlust the man was exuding. In their silence, the deep voice of the man reverberated in their surroundings, the vibrations of his voice shaking their insides. Mihawk, you have an interesting quirk. It saddens me that only you could utilize it as such. It would be a shame to take it from you. Zoro quickly drew his sword and slashed at the hand holding Mihawk down, severing it. Oh no, that's unfortunate, he said, nonchalance in his voice. Zoro watched as the man slowly turned his head towards him. To his horror, the man held his arm up and watched as he regrew his hand right in front of him. Oh, the villain hunter. Zoro wanted to puke. This is a pinch. I wouldn't want to be hunted now, would I? Zoro tried to go into stance, but the fist on his stomach made him pause, and suddenly he was flying through the air and felt the hard impact of tree bark on his back. He landed on the ground but kept to his feet, grunting in pain and holding his stomach, looking at the villain. He couldn't get a clear look, but he held his sword out into position. Santorio, Oni, Zoro dashed forward, except he didn't. He looked down and found his feet stuck in something. He struggled against it, but it didn't budge. Looking up, his eyes found the villain, who was the most likely person responsible for his state. Stay put, I'll handle you later. Who are you? What the hell are you planning? Answer me a hole. Zoro's screaming was ignored as the man walked towards Mihawk and placed his hand on him again. If I can't get your quirk, then work for me. I'd love to have you. The green-haired swordsman saw the man doing something to his mentor and tried freeing himself again. Zoro sliced the thing that was keeping him in place, but his sword barely made any damage. He slashed and slashed, but nothing came of it. He looked up and still saw the man doing something to Mihawk. Stop it. What are you doing? Zoro tried slashing down again, putting all his strength into it, but still came to nothing. The man stood up from kneeling on Mihawk with the latter following him. Miha, Zoro gasped when he saw his eyes were now pure blank and him looking out into nothing. The man looked towards Perona, who was still frozen stiff, and now there were visible tears falling down her face. "Little lady, you know it's rude to spy on other people, right?" He placed a hand on Mihawk's shoulder. "Teach her a lesson, why don't you?" Mihawk didn't even respond, he just grabbed his sword and pointed it towards Perona. "Run, Perona-senpai. Run!" Zoro's voice snapped her out of her stunned state and came back to reality, where she found a significantly different Mihawk pointing his gigantic sword towards her. A whimper forced its way out of her throat before she let her reflexes kick in and flew away from Mihawk's sudden downward slash. His attack was quickly followed by another slash across. She had to go to the ground to dodge since she wasn't intangible in her physical body. Perona grunted as she gathered her footing. Once she's collected herself, she made a move, Mini Hollow. She summoned tiny ghosts which flew out of her hand and flew towards Mihawk's hands, sticking themselves there. "Forgive me, Mihawk. Ghost Wrap." Perona snapped her fingers and detonated the tiny hollows into exploding. She's trained against him a few times and Mihawk never took any severe damage from this move, but she could at least hope that it was able to blow away his sword and disarm him. She waited for the smoke to clear out, but she only saw Mihawk's blank face and still firmly holding his sword, which is now positioned to perform another attack. Unfortunately, this attack was too fast for Perona to react to. She tried to dodge, but the sword managed to graze her on her shoulder, her blood spilling along with her scream from her mouth. "Perona!" Zoro, pumped with adrenaline, took his sword and started to slice his foot off of what's holding him down. Zoro screamed his lungs out as a distraction from the pain of trying to sever his feet, but the sound of a deep voice's laugh made him stop and look up to the man who was responsible of all this. "What's so funny?" he asked, voice shaking in anger. "What the hell's so hilarious, huh?" The man's laugh stopped and looked at his direction. Zoro found himself shaking but stood his ground from the man's attention. He started to slowly walk towards Zoro. Every step echoing in Zoro's mind, making his fight or flight act up, and he's very much up for a fight. When he was a few paces away, a voice called out, "Toku Hollow," and in time, a large ghost appeared in front of the man. He looked at the large ghost in curiosity before it combusted in a huge explosion, allowing for a smoke screen to cover Zoro from his sight. Zoro looked on, baffled, and almost failed to notice small ghosts wrap themselves on what's holding his feet stuck on the ground. One by one, they exploded, with more small ghosts still coming and eventually exploding, chipping away the material. Zoro raised his sword, starts slicing on the brittle parts the exploding ghosts did. With the help of the mini hollows and Zoro's slashes, he's finally free. He looked at his bloodied ankles where he attempted to cut them off and didn't feel any pain. He shrugged it off for now and started to look around. The place was filled with smoke from the explosions, but at least the a-hole won't able to locate him. Fate appears to want to F him over because the man lunged in his direction from the smoke. Zoro successfully blocked him before he did any damage, but the impact of his hit has him blown away. He caught himself on his feet and faced him. "Who the hell are you?" The man flashed him a mad grin, "All for one." Zoro racked his brain if he recalls the name from before, but was unsuccessful. But if an underground hero doesn't have a villain of his caliber in his records, then it's something that's way out of their league. Zoro knows that his abilities are far inferior from this man, now known as All for One. But what he did to Mihawk and Perona being on the receiving end of it. Blinded by rage, he lunged for an attack, raising Yubashiri to slash down on him. To his shock, All for One caught his sword with his bare hands, and from his hands, the sword started to rust away. Zoro pulled the sword away, but it was too late. He looked at the sword in his hand and saw the remnants of Yubashiri. The only thing that stayed intact was the hilt. The rest of the blade is rusted brown. Zoro looked at it with sadness in his eyes but decided to mourn for it in another time, sheathing it and taking Wado Ikimanji from his mouth and had it occupy his now empty hand. Looking at him, he noticed that the smoke has slightly cleared up, and it's then that Zoro caught sight of Perona passed out with a few more cuts on her other than the shoulder wound on the ground and Mihawk's sword raised to do the finishing blow. In Zoro's point of view, he was only looking at them, but then he blinked and he's now in front of Mihawk, his sword's positioned to stop the gigantic sword from descending upon them. He felt his legs and his bloodied ankle throb in pain from his sudden movement. A loud clash of the swords rang Zoro's ears, sparks flying as Mihawk forces his sword down to break his defense. As he was struggling, slow clapping momentarily took his attention but was forced to turn his attention back to his current opponent. Well, what a hero you are. Reminds me of a certain annoyance. He stopped his clapping and looked at Mihawk. Get rid of him. Zoro managed to deflect the clash of swords and distanced himself from Mihawk. He raised his sword and did a downward slash. Zoro managed to dodge it, his eyebrow rising in realization. It seemed to be the case for All for One too. Mihawk repeating the same move with it not containing his full strength only meant one thing. And here though, such a quirk would be useful. What a waste. Well, in his case. He turned to the still underground hero. Slice him with all your strength. After that, do the same with the girl. After hearing that, Zoro moved to act. Notorious, Oni. Zoro dashed forward but Mihawk blocked him with ease. Geary. He tried his best to bypass it but ultimately failed when Mihawk adjusted his sword and moved forward, stabbing his chest lightly. Ugh. Blood slowly dripped down his chest that had him kneeling. The controlled Mihawk walked over the now down Zoro, looking down on him with his blank pitch-black eyes. Zoro tried to stand up by sticking a sword in the ground and using it as a crutch to keep him steady when he's up. He was now panting, the pain of his wounds taking its toll in his body. The wounds on his ankles making it harder for him to stand, the earlier punch he received starting to bruise, or was it internal bleeding? And the recent stab in his chest, unsettling him how it was so close to his heart. He tried to will his body to move, but all his leftover strength is being spent on keeping himself upright. So when Mihawk raised his sword above him, no matter what he tries, he doesn't have the strength to retaliate. Not backing away, villain hunter Roronoa Zoro? UBSTRD. Someone like you wouldn't understand. How can a beastie like you, who could only use this man's swordsmanship in such a perverse way, understand what we swordsmen's pride? All for One raised his eyebrow in question. I'm not running away, I'm not turning my back. Not when people's lives are at stake. Zoro looked at Mihawk and thought about Perona's state. Zoro stood up from his slouched posture to standing straight, facing Mihawk. A wound on the back is a swordsman's shame, he declared, and as if on cue, the gigantic sword slashing against his chest, Zoro took it with gritted teeth before falling down on the ground. He tried to assess his condition, and was surprised when he found out he's still intact. He assumed that when he is to slice him with all his strength, he would be split in half. Zoro tried to lift his head to look at Mihawk and saw his eyes were flickering from pitch black to his normal hawk-like eyes. What? He said, struggling to fight it. Finally awake, huh? Mihawk did a practice side slash towards All for One, but he jumped up from the devastating blow with Mihawk's move slicing the trees, reaching a few kilometers away. No wonder All Might is on this mission, Mihawk said, looking up to All for One, who was still in the air. Before he could respond, All for One received a powerful punch in his face, blowing him away from the three. Mihawk! All Might called down. I'll be fine, I'll take care of these two, go. He nodded before propelling himself to the direction where All for One landed. Mihawk looked at the two very injured students of his. He took out his first aid kit and performed first aid on them where they aren't close to death, taking greater attention to Zoro being the one who suffered the most damage. He hauled Zoro on his back and carried Perona in his arms and ran to the entrance of the forest. He looked back to Zoro, who was starting to lose consciousness. Hey kid, hold out for a few more, it'll be easier to tend to you with you still awake. Zoro only nodded and looked back to the loud banging of strong moves being exchanged from strong individuals. It's All Might, Zoro thought, he'll be fine. When they got to the entrance, he noticed a few heroes waiting there, all of them looking at them with worry. What took his attention though was, Principal Nizu, he rasped. The small principal approached him. No talking, not after you're stable. Nizu looked around the group of heroes and pointed to one. You. That startled the hero for a bit before smirking. What is it? You have the strongest legs out of everyone here. Take these two to the nearest hospital as fast as you can. What? I came here to fight, not rescue. Well, these kids are fighting for their lives. You can return here for more action when you've brought them to a hospital. The hero grumbled but took Zoro and Perona from Mihawk. Take good care of them. The hero only nodded before taking off. Zoro was awakened when he felt fuzzy things tickling his nose and sneezing awake. Where are we? I'm taking you to the hospital, kid. Zoro looked at what was the fuzzy thing and saw bunny ears. He observed the hero and saw the familiar white hair. Mirko? You recognize me? She smirked, proud that her name was already out there. My little brother, he's a fan. He said, remembering Izuku watching the news about her. That had her laughing. I'd love to meet him then, only if you keep yourself awake. Zoro groaned in response before he looked back to where he thinks All Might and All for One was, and what he saw made his stomach drop. All Might. He screamed in concern. There in the sky, All Might was paralyzed with the enemy's fist buried in his stomach. He'll be fine, he's All Might, he repeated in his mind, trying his best not to worry. He'll be fine. That was his last thought before inevitably passing out on the hero's back. Izuku was doing his homework quite late that night. He was too distracted taking notes on a new hero he saw on the news. When he finished, he looked at his clock and yelped in surprise when he saw it was already 2 a.m. Izuku scrambled to pack his homework in his bag and other supplies that he'll need for school. As he was about to get ready for bed, Inko burst in his room. He took note of her frazzled look. Mom? Get dressed, Izuku. We're going out, she said, pulling out a few of his clothes and stuffing them in a duffel bag before pulling out clothes for him to change into. Pack some stuff you'll need for a few days too, she said before taking the bag to Zoro's room. Izuku was stunned, confused, but did as he was asked. He got dressed and decided to take his school bag but adding some of his All Might action figures and notebooks. He walked out of his room with the little ghost still following him. The two of them went out to a dark early morning, his mother carrying a large bag that has his clothes, Zoro's, and most likely hers too. Inko rushed them to the train station and quickly boarded the train. Once they were settled, that's when Izuku decided to ask, Mom, what's wrong? Inko looked at him, and he noticed the visible eye bags on her face. She placed a hand on his head and sighed, Zoro, go rest for now. She changed the subject. I'll tell you after you've slept. He nodded before leaning his head on his mother, hugging his bag. He was wide awake, but eventually Izuku's little body succumbed to the day's exhaustion took over and he was sleeping on his mom not much later. Inko looked down and kissed Izuku's head before looking out the window, her thoughts full of worry about her other son's state, wishing that he was in her arms like Izuku. When he felt something wake him up, Izuku looked around confused to where he was. But then he remembered when he saw his mother's worried face. A few minutes later, after being woken up, they arrived at a station where he saw was already 4 a.m. Izuku rubbed the sleepiness off his eyes before taking hold of Inko's hand and they walked away from the station. In their walk, Izuku was still confused. He didn't have to wonder that long though, because they stopped in front of a hospital. Inko crouched down to Izuku's height and placed her hands on his shoulders. Izuku, she ran a hand on his hair and continued, your Ni-chan got hurt. Izuku visibly paled, his eyes wide in surprise. He looked at the hospital in front of them and browsed the windows, trying to find his brother. Izuku, her call got his attention on her again. When we visit, he'll be resting. So we need to be quiet so he can recover, okay? Izuku couldn't find his voice to respond, so he only nodded before they entered the hospital. He watched as his mother talked to the lady behind the tall desk and followed her and the nurse who was leading them. The nurse then opened the room and it was dark inside. The two of them peeked inside before entering. And the sight of Zoro sleeping on the bed has them barging in there and running as silently as they could to his side. Zoro! Inko whispered, her eyes tearing up when she got a closer look at his bandaged chest. She leaned forward and gave him a light hug before kissing his forehead. Izuku stayed on his side looking at his brother's state. He may look like he's sleeping, but he could see the exhaustion in his body. He walked closer and took a firm hold on the hand that was on Zoro's side. He noticed the nurse talk to his mom in his peripheral, but his focus was still on Zoro, trying to see if there's still anything wrong with him. Ni-chan, he whispered. Inko placed a comforting hand on his bag when she took the bag on his back and setting them aside. Izuku was 10 years old when his eyes were opened to the dangers of the hero world. Being a hero is not just cool moves and saving others, it's also saving yourself to save more people. Izuku didn't notice that he was crying until he felt himself sniff. Inko hugged him and cried with him, their teary state the only thing heard in the silent room. Morning came and the nurse knocked before entering the room, carrying Zoro's breakfast. The nurse gave the tray to Inko, who promised to wake him up and feed him. Inko silently walked through the room so as to not wake up Izuku, who stayed awake next to his brother until falling asleep just a few hours ago. Inko touched Zoro's shoulder before gently shaking him. When he didn't respond, she got a little worried, but remembered how her son could be quite a heavy sleeper. She tried again. "Zoro, wake up, breakfast." Zoro groaned and squirmed. "A few more minutes," he said before shifting to his side, but the movement had him feel some pain waking him up. He opened his eyes and saw white walls and Inko. "Mom?" Inko looked down at the bed and adjusted it so he's sitting up. "Breakfast," she said, and placing the tray on his lap. He looked at it for a while before digging in, his nose scrunching at the taste, but still ate it. Inko watched him eat and she'd noticed him wincing sometimes, but he reassured that it was fine and it was just his stitches. When he finished his meal, he looked at Izuku sleeping on a chair. "What time did you guys get here?" "Around 4 a.m. Zoro leaned back and stared at the ceiling. An awkward silence manifested, with Inko waiting for him to talk and Zoro staying silent, so she decided to just ask first. "Can you tell me what happened?" Zoro looked at her before looking down as if bowing his head in apology. "I can't. There's a lot that shouldn't be in public." Inko stared at him and sighed, giving in. "All right, Mom." Inko looked at him. "I promise I won't end up like this again." Inko smiled at that, feeling relieved a little. She stood up and gently grabbed him into a hug, with Zoro returning it. "Nichan." They both looked at Izuku, who just woke up. "Hey there, Squirt," he greeted, ruffling his hair. "Thanks for the visit." Izuku stared at him with sleepy eyes which widened when he realized that Zoro was up. Izuku ran to his bed and climbed up, giving him a big hug. Zoro received his hug with a grunt which had Inko panicked. "Don't be so rough on him." He only laughed as he adjusted Izuku beside him on the bed. "It's fine, he's just a growing boy." Zoro gasped a little when he felt Izuku hug him from his side. Izuku looked up at him, his eyes tearing up again, but Zoro pinched his cheek, distracting him and stopping the tears. "What's with the crying?" He pulled away from the hug and leaned away a little. "I'm fine, see." His little brother looked at him, eyebrows furrowed in doubt. As a test, Izuku held a hand out and slightly poked him on the chest. Zoro maintained his smiling face, but Izuku felt his silent grunt. "You sure?" Zoro put his hand on Izuku's face to shut him up. A muffled giggle and "sorry" came from Izuku before Inko decided to interrupt. "That's enough, you two. As for you, Zoro, you'll be staying here for the week." And they said no strenuous activities. So no exercise or workout unless the doctor says so. Zoro was about to protest but was met by Inko's glare, and that alone made him shrink. "Weiss." Izuku poked his cheek to cheer him up. "Zoro, go back to rest. Izuku and I will watch over you," she said, adjusting the bed so that he's lying down again. Izuku giggled at the bed's movement before finally jumping off. Izuku opened his and took an All Might action figure and the little ghost flying free from his bag. "Me, Mom, and All Might." Izuku handed the toy to Zoro, which he received with a smile. When Inko busied herself calling Izuku's school, and Izuku scribbling away in his notebook, his smile dropped and looked at the All Might toy in his hand, then looking out at the forest which was visible from the hospital's window, and recalled the sight of All Might taking a harmful blow. In Zoro's worry, he didn't even realize he's gripping the toy, hoping for the best for the hero. A few days have passed and Zoro is bored beyond belief. He couldn't even sneak a few push-ups with his mom hovering over him the rest of his hospital stay. But his boredom was interrupted by a knock. Inko opened the door, and there waited Perona. "Oh, hello, is this Zoro's room?" "Yes, it is." "Perona, it's senpai to you." She turned to the surprised woman before bowing. Sorry, your son is a handful. I'm one of the interns at the agency he works at. Whoa! Izuku walked up to her with the little ghost following him and looked up to see her. Perona gasped when she saw the cute kid whom she recognized. You must be Izuku, she squealed, kneeling down to him. Did you like my gift? And to that Izuku nodded. But who were you even visiting in the first place? She looked at him and walked up to get a closer look. It's then that Zoro saw the stitches on her shoulder. How are you? Inko and Izuku took that as a sign to give them their space and stepping out. HM? Oh, this. It's completely fine now. Cute, right? She showed off her shoulder. Only you find stitches cute. She looked him over and took note of his wounds. A lot happened, huh? Zoro touched his chest. Quite a lot. That's a conversation for another time then. Let's just do our best to be on top shape again, she said, ruffling his hair. Hey, he barked at her but only received a tongue out from her. Let's not worry your family again. I can't believe you're related to a cute brother and a beautiful mother. Wow, really appreciate it. I'll spare you from my hollows for now. But next time we see each other, no mercy from me. Just try it, he said with a smirk. Perona returned the smirk before walking out, and there she saw them. Thank you, ma'am. She ruffled Izuku's hair and bowed to Inko. Thank you for looking out for him too. He's my junior. I'm essentially his babysitter. The two of them laughed at that. I'll be off now. Bye-bye, Nei-chan. Perona waved at him as she walked away. When she was not in their view anymore, Izuku rushed back in along with Inko. But just a few minutes after the first visitor, another knock startled them. Izuku was the one to open it this time, and his jaw dropped, because right in front of him was none other than Mihawk. The man was a little startled at his loud voice but collected himself. Hello there. Mom. It's the hero Zoro studies under. Izuku stepped aside and opened the door to let him in. Mihawk walked in and saw his student and his mother. How are your injuries? I'll be fine. They say I'll make a full recovery. That's good news then. Mihawk walked up to Inko and did a 90-degree bow which startled Inko into stuttering. I sincerely apologize for what happened to him under my supervision. It's the unfortunate result of a mistake I made. It's all right. I've heard how you did your best to keep him safe. Please stand straight, everything's fine. The next few minutes was full of Inko's stuttering and Mihawk's apologies until they relented, and he's now seated in the room with Izuku raining a barrage of questions at him. He tried his best to answer what he could and deflect ones he can't. Inko and Zoro watched in fascination with Izuku's interviewing skills. An hour, maybe two, has passed and Izuku is still questioning him. Izuku, I'm sure Sir Mihawk here has some hero stuff to do. Why don't you wrap it up? Oh, okay, thank you, sir. And thank you for teaching my big brother. He's such a cool hero. And he'll be the greatest swordsman. A small smile made its way on his face. I wonder, he said and stood up. Thank you for your time, everyone. Zoro, feel free to find any dash. Your next missions better be as thrilling as this one. Zoro challenged. Zoro! Inko exclaimed in worry. That actually got a chuckle out of him. All right. He bowed to all of them before taking his leave. All three of them took a deep breath, relaxing. That better be the last visitor for the day. Zoro said, slightly tired from the interactions. Zoro-san. A pink-haired boy barged in carrying gifts. What the hell are you even doing out here? Kobe scratched behind his head with a sheepish smile. I was an intern with one of the heroes that's part of the whole forest thing. But All Might already handled everything when we got there. He said, setting down some gifts. These are gifts from Class 1B. Well, from me, since the mission is pretty confidential, but as representative, this is from 1B. Zoro looked, and it's mostly just snacks and drinks which he's grateful for. You have my thanks. I saw you in the sports festival. Izuku exclaimed. That startled Kobe, looking around before looking down. Oh yeah, you probably have. But I wasn't in the game that long though. He smiled at the kid, somewhat reminded of himself back then. You have a really interesting quirk. Oh, you really think so? As expected, Izuku pulled out his notebook and showed him a detailed analysis of his quirk. As the two busied themselves, Zoro helped himself to a drink Kobe brought while Inko decided to snack to one of the snacks in the stack. Wow. You got all this from watching me? I wasn't even shown that much. Kobe proceeded to read his notebook and his face slowly morphed into one of epiphany. May I borrow this notebook? Izuku looked at the notebook. Sure. You can hand it to Nii-chan when you're finished with it. Thank you very much. You have a bright future ahead of you, he said, motioning at the notebook. I'm gonna be a hero. With this kind of talent, I'm sure you'll be a great one. He looked up at Zoro and Inko. I'll make this visit a short one. Get well, Zoro. I'll make sure my classmates won't bother you about what happened. Thank you, ma'am. He bowed to Inko. She smiled at him, glad to have met one of Zoro's friends again. With that, he opened the door and proceeded to leave. Oh, thanks again, Izuku. I'll take these advice to heart. He held his notebook with care before closing the door and finally leaving. Zoro emptied his drink and brought his arms under his head and closing his eyes. Inko smiled and kissed his forehead. A few more days and we can go home. The day has come. Zoro was now free from those white walls and he's now basking in the winds outside as the Midoriyas were walking to the station. The travel home took quite a while since they were stopping at some points to eat and spend some time. When they finally got home, Zoro took in the familiar environment before bending down and taking off his shoes. It was then that Inko let out a screech. Mom? Izuku asked. What's wrong? Zoro asked, looking up. Inko pointed at his ankles that were also covered in stitches. What happened? Zoro looked down, then back at her. It's one of my injuries. Inko's maternal worries were then reignited from that point on, and not letting Zoro walk around in the house much. I technically did this to myself, he told himself on his bed. Zoro's time in UA has been eventful. His experience here probably exceeds even his fellow classmates, thinking back on the monster that he faced back then. Zoro shook his head of this memory and focused at the current situation. Principal Nizu stood on the stage doing the speech on how another batch of heroes has graduated from UA's walls with plenty of promising names. It's then that Zoro saw the principal give him and other students in the crowd a quick glance before continuing his speech and elaborating how new hands being added in the hero industry will help with the bright future. Admittedly, Zoro zoned out a little, but thankfully his fellow graduate Kobe tapped him, notifying him that the ceremony has started and everyone needed to stand up and take their diplomas. As all students stood up, rows upon rows of UA graduates were lined up with their sections. Except for Zoro, since he's the only one in his row and the sole graduate of Class 3A. He swears this school loves to rub in the fact that he's the only student in his class to both him and other students. As he's handed his diploma, he saw Izuku and Inko in the audience and noticed the tear stains on their cheeks, with Inko's shoulders still shaking from crying. And Izuku clapping as hard as he could that he thinks he could hear his claps over the others. And at the very back of the crowd he could see Mihawk and Perona clapping at him too. It sort of reminds him when Perona graduated from her hero school and he and Mihawk were there to congratulate her, and Mihawk officially taking her in the agency. It's his turn now. After the ceremony, Zoro walked up to his mother and little brother. Inko looked at him with pride and Izuku with awe. His big brother is a hero now, he made it. His big brother is so cool that he even brought his swords on stage. He tried asking his Nii-chan where he got his new sword, but he just said a samurai did. He wanted to ask more, but Zoro just won't answer or would dance around the question, so he dialed it down. He still asks from time to time though. Izuku watched as his mother smothered Zoro with hugs and kisses, more than he's ever received in his lifetime. Zoro, she sobbed, you're a big boy now. She hugged him again, with Inko crying again when she saw the height difference between them, further confirming that he's indeed grown up. While the Midoriyas are too busy celebrating Zoro's accomplishment, they failed to notice that two heroes approached them. Izuku was first to see them, watching Inko still dote on Zoro, with Perona laughing at the display. Izuku tugged on Inko's bag to get her attention. She looked down at him, then towards the two heroes. Congratulations, you've earned your new place in this industry, Mihawk said, patting Zoro on his shoulder. Horo. This is a surprise. I thought you'd be staying here for a few more years. Why you? Zoro rolled up his sleeve, but Inko was quick to hold him back. Now, Why don't you invite them with us? The more the merrier. Thank you for the invitation, Mrs. Midoriya. Mihawk turned to Zoro. We have some work to do since we have a new rookie to take in. He smiled at him. Zoro returned a grateful nod. We'll take off now. We'll see you later. Don't be late. Yeah. As they walked away, Izuku waved them goodbye. Bye, Mihawk. Bye, Nei-chan. He whipped his head towards Zoro. And is a hero. My baby is a hero. He was about to tell them to stop, but when he saw other students getting the same treatment, he decided to let it slide. Besides, after this it's going to be working all the time, so extra time with them wouldn't hurt. His hero career for the past year has been in the media's attention despite him working under an underground hero. They somehow always were able to sense where he is, and when he's taken down a villain whom he randomly ran into, reporters are already on his case. Thankfully, he was able to avoid an interview when he stayed with the officers taking in the villain. Can't shake them off? An officer asked. When Zoro looked, he was met with a cute cat head. At least Zoro was able to keep his face straight. Officer Sansa, I can't say I've never been a fan. You took the hero world by storm throughout your time in UA. Villains just keep appearing out of nowhere when I'm on patrol. Your patrol route varies all of the time, I noticed. Sansa commented. Huh. Zoro took his phone out and looked at the map there. No, this map is just very unhelpful every time. At least the places I end up in are the ones that need it. The cat officer found himself sweat dropping when he pieced together Zoro's position. Yeah, right. Their conversation was cut off when the officer received a transmission in his radio. We'll handle things here. You can continue your patrol. You sure? I usually watch over the villains until they're in custody. This area is part of another hero's patrol route and they'll handle stuff here. But don't worry, Sansa put a hand on his shoulder. I'll make sure you get credit. I don't really mind. Sansa motioned to the reporters. They're already covering the story, so you don't have to worry. Like I said, I don't me. Roronoa Zoro will. Goodbye. He cut him off and quickly walked off. The rest of his patrol went uneventful. He only have a few more hours left before he could wrap up, so he decided to take a quick break before continuing. He looked around and found what looks to be a family-run convenience store. But what he found strange, though, was that when he entered, the place was empty. The place was stocked, yes, but no sign of any people inside. He approached the cash register and it's not even on. Not much to see around there, so he decided to leave until he heard the muffled sound of a crowd of people behind the door that's for personnel only. Trusting his gut, he decided to do a light investigation. Zoro slightly opened the door and peeked an eye in. And when he looked in, he saw a large space where he thinks as about 100 or more people having a meeting. He strained his ears to hear whatever they're talking about. Luckily, one member from the crowd shouted a question. Mr. 5, what do we do about the moles? The swordsman's eyes widened in recognition. He recalls reading a case about an organization where they use code names and no one knows about each other's personal identity. Zoro wasn't able to learn much about their purpose, but he suspects that Mihawk knows who their very mysterious leader is. Zoro looked at the mole they were talking about and saw a large man with extravagant hair, a young lady, and a big duck all in a cage. Zoro decided to ignore that little detail for now and started racking his brain on what to do. He can't act hastily. We'll get rid of them tonight, thus this meeting. Scratch that, he needs to act now. Did the boss approve of that? Zoro silently entered through the crack on the door and closed it, and proceeding to hide behind the many boxes that most likely contain illegal stuff. These moles know about the boss identity. The Mr. 5 said, earning shocked gasps from the crowd. They won't mind if we get rid of them right now. We might get even promoted. While he expressed his excitement of said promotion, Zoro jumped from blind spot to blind spot, taking advantage of every shadow to hide his presence. Soon enough he was behind the cage and saw a clear view of the people inside. Zoro looked at the self-proclaimed leader or the person with the highest rank, checking if he's still distracted. He still is doing a speech, so Zoro sent a message for backup and his current location before enacting his plan. He made sure the message went through before going near the cage and knocking on the metal lightly, getting the attention of the occupants. The girl whipped her head in his direction, but the larger man placed a hand on her shoulder, signaling for her to not be too obvious. The two of them along with the duck sat closer to his direction. Zoro interpreted that them being quiet is a sign for him to introduce himself, Roronoa Zoro. I've already called for backup. I'm here to make sure you'll be all right until the others come. A hero? The man with big curls asked, his voice light with relief. Yes, sir. Then I ask you to prioritize her as we make our escape. He said, his hand gripping her shoulder. Igaram, she yelled, scolding him. No can do, I'll take all you three out here. Zoro took one sword out and was about to slice a small opening, but before he could, he sensed someone descending on top of him. He quickly jumped away from his spot, and a woman fell to where he exactly was with a crater under her. Kaiha, look what we have here, Mr. 5. She called to him, holding her umbrella to her shoulder. Zoro looked at Mr. 5 and saw him about to flick something towards him. He didn't see what he threw at him, but it blew up and the blast caught him a little. Zoro rolled away and brushed off a spark of the blast from his costume. Zoro drew all three of his swords. Kaiha, looks like we got a newbie hero. Miss Valentine said, Kaki aren't cha what makes you think. She was cut off when Zoro dashed in front of her, slicing her umbrella to pieces and using the back of his blade with the other sword, and instantly knocked her out. You fucker. Mr. 5 stuck his finger in his nose and pulled out a booger, preparing to throw it at him. Zoro cringed, ew, but that didn't stop him from going into action. Zoro ran at him, dodging the small projectile, and did a shallow slash with his blade across his chest. And instantly, Mr. 5 collapsed on the ground, cradling the wound he inflicted. Zoro looked back at him, not really worrying since he's sure the wound is not a serious one. Zoro looked at the crowd, who gaped as he took down the highest ranking in this room of their organization in almost an instant. He pointed a sword in their direction. Who's next? The others, instead of seeing him as a threat, they only saw him as a challenge. All of them started preparing their quirks and weapons to face him, but by the time they were about to attack the intruder, he wasn't there anymore. The people in the cage watched with bewilderment. It disappeared, the girl stated in surprise, along with Igaram and the duck. The rest of the people started to look around, looking for the hero, urgency in their faces to get rid of him. Zoro smirked in the middle of the crowd, laughing at the fact that they somehow continued to miss him despite being in plain sight. One of the people beside him finally did recognize him after giving him a good look and yelped, pointing a finger at him while stepping back. The commotion took the others' attention and started to step away from him. He looked around the people that surrounded him and said, "Wanna go?" he challenged with a wide smirk. Long-ranged members of the organization started to blast at him, but again, he disappeared and people ended up hitting each other with their quirks, taking them out of commission. As they're confused at his second sudden disappearance, he made quick work of one corner of the group, taking down a couple of dozen, all dropping at the same time from the speed of his attack. When you see your comrades or allies from your side start to drop like flies, you start to panic, and panic they did. The remaining of the villains started to frantically attacking him with no coordination whatsoever, resulting in them accidentally hitting their fellow colleagues. All that chaos made Zoro's job much easier, since he started taking down all ones left standing. They all put up a fight but was extremely overpowered by Zoro's prowess. In all the chaos, one of the members managed to get a hit into Zoro with a ladder straight to his head. Zoro came flying all the way to the cage, his back banging on the bars. "Mr. Bushido," the girl shouted in worry. Zoro, who was very much fine, twitched with the nickname but figured now's not the time for that. He stood up and brushed off the damage he took, not paying any attention to the blood running down from his forehead. The two and the duck have their jaw wide as they watched this man proceed as if he wasn't just hit on the head. He started walking towards the assailant, who gulped at his intimidating aura. When she got over her hesitation, she threw a punch towards Zoro, which he caught in his bare hand with ease. Zoro gripped the fist in his hand, which had his opponent screaming in pain and going down to her knees. Zoro raised his other hand in the direction behind the woman. As she struggled to free her fist from his hand, she stopped her struggle when she felt a cut on her cheek. She looked up and saw Zoro's hand that used to be empty now holding his sword. He smirked as he looked down at the woman. "Did you think my quirk was somehow related to swords?" He raised the sword above his head and slashed down on her, knocking her out with the force and the shock of the wound he inflicted on her shoulder. Zoro let her fall down on the ground and looked at the handful of villains left as they watched their what he thinks to be their last bastion collapse to his feet with despair. To Zoro's shock, the ones left all dropped their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. Well, there are only about 5 to 7 of them left, so they didn't really have of a choice anymore. He approached them and took out restraints he has on him, and to his convenience, it was enough for them. He sat them down in a corner and headed for the cage. Zoro sliced the lock in half and the cage's door swung open, freeing its occupants. Thank you," the girl said, stuttering from surprise at his display of his power. "I thank you too. It brings me comfort that a hero came when we truly needed it," Igaram said, bowing to him. Zoro held his hand up to say for him not to do that. "It's in the job description," he said, sheathing all his swords. "Now I'd prefer it if you were to not be near these guys, but I need to keep watch on them and I can't leave you 3 on your own outside, so you'll have to stay here for a while more." The girl walked up to him. "To be perfectly honest, we feel more safe in your company, and again thank you," she said with the duck on her side quacking in agreement. "My name's Vivi, this right here is Kuru." She petted the duck and it nuzzled her. "I'm Igaram. Roronoa Zoro." During their conversation, the door was kicked open and in came a hero. "All right. Where's the action?" She looked around and saw the carnage from Zoro's earlier actions along with the restrained ones. "A little too late for the action you've been craving," Zoro commented. The rabbit hero looked at him and smiled. "Hey, you're that kid," she said, totally forgetting about her hunger for action. Zoro walked up to her. "Yep, that's me. Thanks for that, by the way," he said as nonchalantly as he could. Miruko waved him off. Don't worry about it." She looked around again. "So what happened?" "I basically got spotted while waiting for backup," Zoro said, looking away a little shy. Miruko cackled. "Rookie mistake. Better luck next time," she said, patting his back quite aggressively. Vivi, Igaram and Kuru watched in concern with how hard she's patting him. Zoro ate all of it though. "Everyone makes rookie mistakes," he insisted through gritted teeth. "Keep telling yourself that, kid," she said, still cackling. She reached up and patted his head. "Don't mind it, kid." Zoro pulled away from her petting, but she managed to pull him in a headlock. As he struggled away from her, an officer walked up to them. "Zoro," he looked around and to him, "did you do this all on your own?" He managed to pull away from the older hero and faced the officer. "Detective Tsukachi." Zoro looked at what Tsukachi was looking at. Yeah, they didn't put up much of a fight really." "That's good-ish," he shouted in surprise, seeing the blood running down his face from his forehead. "A medic." He pulled out a handkerchief from his coach and put it on his forehead, applying pressure. "Miruko, why didn't you immediately get him help?" "Oh, come on, I've seen this kid handle worse. This is nothing, right?" She gave another rough pat on his back. "Head outside, get that treated, we'll handle things from here." Zoro looked at the people he just rescued. "We'll be fine, go ahead," Vivi claimed. He nodded before walking off. When he got out of the convenience store, he was greeted by flashes of cameras and multiple reporters in front. He could see some of them trying to get near him, but the police blocked their path, giving him way to medical attention. When he was wrapped up, he sat down far from the press. But the press are quite persistent, so since they couldn't get near him for their questions, they started shouting their questions. "Roronoa Zoro, what was it like facing 100 or so of Baroque Works members single-handedly?" Zoro looked at them in surprise, confused how they already knew that information. "So you did handle that much members single-handedly?" He got played. Zoro groaned and stood up to get away from them more. Zoro only wanted a light snack, maybe a drink before clocking out, except he came across a criminal organization's secret meeting, intercepted and basically apprehended every single one of them, all in one night. His night just became longer. Zoro took advantage of his current day off and decided to oversleep this time. But he couldn't get back to his peaceful sleep, not when he could feel the intense staring at his back. Zoro opened an eye and saw 2 kids staring at him intently with wide grins on their faces. He groaned and pulled the cover over his head. "Go away," he grumbled to the 2. "Zoai, come on, tell us how you kicked 100 buttes," Katsuki demanded with Izuku nodding along. I already refused to tell you the last 100 times you asked. What makes you think I already changed my mind? Katsuki tried to pull the covers off him, but he kept his tight grip on the blanket, keeping it on him. But that didn't stop Katsuki, and he kept tugging it off. Zone I, tell me. He tried to ignore the kids begging by trying to go back to sleep. He's slept through worse. But it seems his body clock decided that he had enough sleep. So he just decided to just get up. As he went to the living room, he ignored the noisy kid jumping around him. Zoro proceeded to cook himself a light breakfast with the little blonde still pestering him, but he has mastered the art of ignoring the Bakugo Katsuki, so it didn't really hinder him from doing anything. When he sat down to eat, he noticed Izuku turning the TV on and tuning in the morning news showing hero activities. He looked and choked when he saw his face from the night he came across that organization. Are you kidding? It's been a week. Izuku looked back at him. Nichan, you almost took down Baroque Works single-handedly. Of course they'll keep talking about it. The 12-year-old informed. He looked at the segment and the reporter proceeded to cover him as a hero more rather than the event. Zoanai's been on the news a lot. Hey, maybe you'll be on the top 10. Doubt it. Izuku's eyes sparkled. They are announcing the new rankings of the hero billboard charts soon. I bet Hawks will move up again this year. He's already in the top 10? Hiya. Izuku paused before he realized, you know him? Katsuki scoffed, he's probably not even as good as All Might. Izuku ran to Zoro's leg and hugged him. Nichan, why didn't you tell me? He wailed and Zoro looked at him with an uncomfortable face. Am I bad? He said, trying to shake him off his leg, but his grip sure has improved. He lifted his leg but Izuku remained attached. And soon enough Katsuki occupied his other leg. Oi! The next few minutes were spent with just Zoro trying to shake them off. When he was able to break away from the spawns, he rushed off outside with the excuse of checking the mail. And since he's already outside, that's what he did. He carefully went back in, peeking at the living room to check if they're gonna do that again, but they were just sitting down and watching the news that's covering All Might. He sighed in relief, thanking All Might from distracting them. He sat down on the couch next to them and started sorting the mail. Most of them were just bills, so sorting them didn't take long. But one was addressed to him. Curious, he quickly opened it and checked at the contents and found himself gaping at the letter and the invitation it came with. What's that? Katsuki looked over to sneak a peek, but Zoro quickly hid the letter. It's hero stuff. He pocketed the letter away. I'm gonna be a hero. Let me see. Katsuki tried to reach for his pocket, but Zoro put his hand on his face and gently pushed him away. I said no, kid, go watch the TV with Izuku. Katsuki pouted and crossed his arms. When he was alone in his room, Zoro looked at the letter he received, looking at it with disbelief. He sighed to loosen himself up from the news he's received. This is definitely not what he expected. A knock on his door has him scrambling to hide the letter. Zoro, dinner's ready. Hey, I'll finish up here. Okay, sweetie. Zoro deflated from the sudden surprise. Best to just let them find out the usual way instead of breaking the news to them during dinner. Zoro got dressed in his hero costume in his room before going out to the living room where Inko and Izuku were in front of the TV waiting. Much to Zoro's confusion, isn't the hero ranking announcement in another 2 hours? You know how Izuku is? She paused and gave him a once-over. You have work? At her question, Izuku looked at him and realized he's leaving. Izuku frowned. You're going out? He felt a little bit saddened since they never missed watching the ranking announcement since they were younger. Zoro ruffled his hair to comfort him. Don't worry, Izu, I'll be sure to make it up to you, he said with a wink. The little brother decided to take his word for it and smiled a little from that. Take care then. I'm off then. Izuku stared at the door after he left, still feeling a little sad. Inko wrapped an arm around him. Don't worry, Izuku. Maybe he'll be able to get you some hero autographs and information. Izuku perked up at that and smiled. He nodded before looking back at the TV and continued shaking in excitement. Now, since the program won't be starting for a few more hours, he took to his notes and started organizing his notes and cleaning up his sketches. He opened up his phone and looked up different clips to review again. 2 hours has passed and his nose is still buried in his notebook. It was only the voice of the announcer that took his attention from his notebook, his eyes zeroing in on the TV. Inko giggled at her son's intense look. Welcome to the Hero Billboard chart, JP. I'll tell you right now, there were some major changes this time, and maybe a new name. Izuku vibrated at the mention of a new hero being in the top. He prepared a blank page for the new hero that would make an appearance. He wished Zoro is here to see this with him. He'll just fill him in later. In the number 10 spot, he's managed to keep his rank from last time, Gang Orca. And out came the hero waving at the crowd and reporters. Occupying the number 9 spot is our very own Dragoon hero, Ryukyu. The blonde hero walked up to the spotlight and gave a wave too. Izuku looked at her with fascination. I want to see more of her in her dragon form, he said to Inko, and pointing towards the screen that's displaying her. Izuku started to jump up and down since there are only a few more rankings until All Might makes an appearance. And now, announcing a very new addition to the top listings. That took Izuku's attention, and sitting down and opening his notebook with his pen at the ready. A UA graduate that's shown promise all the way from his first year. Some of you might have remembered him as the sole survivor of one, the announcer hyped up. Izuku gasped at the familiar name, his brain going a mile a minute with speculations but discrediting them and going back to speculating again. Izuku shook his head to get those thoughts out of his head and focus on the new number 8 hero. The announcer continued, I present to you, the master of the three-sword style, Roronoa Zoro. The young hero stepped into the spotlight with a smirk on his face, his right hand resting on one of his swords. He proudly stood straight, allowing the scar his chest to be on display for the crowd. The crowd gladly applauded, welcoming the new hero in the top, with a few more high-pitched voices squealing. Izuku and Inko gaped at the screen, looking at their family member standing proud in the TV. Izuku was too stunned that he dropped the pen he was holding. His mouth started to open wide along with his already wide eyes, and not long after tears were already falling on his cheeks. Nichan. Inko has her hands covering her mouth and stared at the screen. Izuku and Inko looked at each other and quickly hugged each other. Nichan. Zoro. They both said at the same time and crying their eyes out. Nichan, this is better than any autograph. A heads up would have been nice, Zoro. The announcer continued to name heroes and their respective number. But Inko and Izuku were too busy trying to collect themselves from the sudden news of their family member being part of the best of the industry. Izuku blurred out the rest of the announcer's words with the exception of the name because he's still curious. Miruko. Crust. Headshot. Best Genist. Izuku started to focus again since the top 3 is about to be announced. We have a new top 3 in our rankings, ladies and gentlemen. It's none other than the fastest man alive, going from a young budding hero and flew his way to the top 3 spot in such a fast manner that he set the record for the youngest hero to be in the top 10 last year. Let us welcome the winged hero, Hawks. Hawks flew from the back of the crowd to the stage, a few of his feathers floating around him. Everyone looked up and cheered the new top 3 hero and has shown great promise since his debut. Zoro watched as Hawks made his grand entrance. And when he landed on stage, his feathers scattered around the rest of the top 10 heroes. A feather landed on his shoulder which he brushed off of him. But the feather floated up and was placed on his shoulder again. He looked at Hawks and brushed it off again, but it made its way on his shoulder. So he gave it up and let it be there. When Endeavor was called on, he appeared with his usual scowl on his face, looking like he doesn't want to be there in the first place. Zoro noticed his scowl deepened when All Might appeared with his usual smile. Never fear, citizens. But because I am here. The rest of the top 10 heroes clapped at the presence of the symbol of peace, though it wasn't a surprise when Endeavor refused to do so. Announcing the top 10 heroes are usually done as fast as it could since they are heroes and they need to go back to duty ASAP. So on their way out, a lot of reporters were waiting for them, looking to snag some interview. And one of them was able to corner Zoro into one. There were classes in UA when it comes to handling the press, but he'd rather avoid it whenever he could. And it looks like this time, he couldn't avoid it. Roronoa Zoro, what do you think about you shooting up the rankings that would rival even Hawks? I'm mostly surprised, never really expected this outcome. Yo! Hawks flew towards him and slung an arm on his neck. You made it to the top 10. I knew you could do it. Hawks said, patting his shoulder. Are you and Hawks acquainted? Hawks leaned on him and said, Heck yeah. We took our provisional license exam at the same time and now here we are. Hawks held his hand in a peace sign. I dub ourselves the Youth Duo. Nice to have someone my age in the top 10. He said, patting his back again. Zoro took the feather still on his shoulder. You dropped this. Oh come on Zoro, I thought we'll be doing some missions as partners? Consider that as a fast dial for me. All the cameras near them flashed in an even more rapid rate. Are you two going to be cooperating in missions? From time to time. Zoro pocketed the feather. I did promise. Hawks laughed, having fun with his new ally. Inko and Izuku watched yet again with jaws wide as they watched Zoro get comfortable with the number 3 hero. Zoro was now walking away when Mihawk and Perona met him on his way out. Mihawk nodded at him. A congratulation is in order. Good job Zoro. For someone working under an underground hero, you sure attract a lot of attention. Perona commented. He turned to Mihawk and asked, You don't mind? Not at all. He looked at his employees. Let me treat you two to dinner. I have some proposal and discussing it with a meal wouldn't hurt. Ooh, can we do fine dining? Perona suggested. It'll be Zoro's call. Zoro shrugged. I don't know much places. Fine dining would be fine. Finally making some sense. Perona mocked as she took the lead of walking the three of them to a place she's been meaning to eat at. Mihawk got them a private room to eat at with the high-end looking restaurant and Zoro didn't mind it one bit. It's Mihawk's treat, he'll gladly take it. He took the liberty of ordering multiple dishes for himself and was on his way into finishing the last plate while Mihawk sipped on his tea and Perona watched in disbelief. Men and their appetite. Excuse me for trying to refuel myself from tiresome hero work. Before the two could start bickering, Mihawk placed his cup on the table with a clink, getting their attention. Next month, I'll be setting out to sea and doing operations there. They both looked at him in surprise. You're leaving? Perona asked. Her voice had a hint of sadness in it. I am. Zoro observed him and said, I'm sensing but that will follow. Mihawk looked at Zoro and nodded. I am leaving, but... Mihawk took a sip of tea and set it down. I'm planning on taking you two with me. Zoro and Perona said at the same time. I'm asking you two if you want to go with me. Mihawk reached down and took out papers. I should inform you that we'll be at sea for a couple of years, so if you want to go with me, return that paper signed. I'll give you two until the end of the week. Zoro picked up the paper and read it over. He read it over and over as his way of thinking it over. On his way home, he read it again. He looked at it one last time before he entered his home. When he opened the door, the familiar sound of feet scurrying to him and the heavy tackle of his mom and little brother greeted him. Zoro smiled and returned the hug and squeezed as hard as he could. He's going to miss these hugs. Nichan, why didn't you tell me? Izuku whined and looked up at him. He'll miss those big eyes of his. Have you eaten yet? Inko asked. He'll miss his mother's caring nature. He laughed and pulled them into a quick hug. I've eaten my fill, Mom. Zoro reached for one of his pockets and pulled out 2 pieces of paper. I only got Hawk's and Miruko's signature. He handed them to Izuku. Hope I made it up. You didn't have to. Your surprise was enough. Izuku said, but he's already hugging the autographs. Good to know. Zoro ruffled his hair. He glanced at the two of them. Hey, Zoro rubbed the back of his neck. I need to talk to you guys. Inko and Izuku looked a little worried with his tone of voice. So all 3 of them went to the living room and seated themselves there. So Mihawk said that he'll be setting out at sea. Izuku brightened up. Are you gonna come with him? Zoro was surprised at his response. He smiled at him. Yeah, I am. Your hero career is gonna be so cool. You'll be doing hero work at sea. Will there be pirates? He laughed at that. There are not much of those, so I doubt it. Zoro, how long will you be out there? She asked, which had Izuku curious. A couple of years. Silence permeated through the room after his statement. Izuku deflated when he found out how long he'll be away. Inko did too. Her eldest son is all grown up now, it's going to happen eventually, and now here it is. Well, you've already made your decision, yes? Zoro nodded. Inko smiled. Go and do whatever you like, honey. You don't need my permission anymore after all. Zoro smiled and looked down when he saw Izuku walk up to him. You'll stay in contact, right? Of course. You better tell me everything over the phone. If I get a signal, then yes. Zoro teased, which earned him a punch from Izuku. Go be the greatest swordsman out there at the sea. Zoro placed his hand on his swords. I will. As for you, work on yourself to be the #1 hero. Izuku nodded and returned Zoro's determined look. As it turns out, Mihawk along with Zoro and Perona were to set out the next, which was 2 weeks away from when he asked them to join him. So Zoro hurriedly tried to prepare everything he needed, from luggage to paperwork, in a short amount of time. That along with hero work quickly filled up his schedule, and before he knew it, it was time for him to leave. Zoro looked at his now cleaned room. The only visible thing you could see was a made-up bed, an empty desk, and his workout equipment. He picked up a dumbbell and pumped it a few times. Izuku entered with a knock and walked up to Zoro's side. It's then that he saw him lifting a dumbbell before stopping. Zoro looked at him and gently handed the heavy dumbbell to him. To Izuku's glee, he was able to handle the weight of it. Take good care of these and make good use of them in your training. Izuku nodded before running to one of his luggage and lifting it with ease. Zoro watched him take some of his luggage before he followed him, carrying the remaining luggage with him. When he got to the door, he saw Izuku and Inko waiting for him. Inko handed him a boxed lunch. Here, bring this with you. She handed it to him, which he gratefully took. I'll see you guys in a few years. That opened the floodgates for the tears, and Izuku and Inko started to cry and hugging him. I'll miss you, Enai-chan. My baby's all grown up. The two of them sobbed, getting his clothes a little wet with their tears. Zoro hugged them back, relishing in it. It'll be a while before he gets to experience this again. He was able to convince them to let go since he has a schedule to follow. And so Inko and Izuku waved him goodbye with teary faces. Zoro gave them a final wave, before going out the door and closing it. Zoro looked to the horizon and imagined what life would be like for him from this point on. But anything to be the greatest swordsman, and to protect those dear to him. Let's go. Izuku was in his big brother's room and currently lifting his weights. Izuku was trying to think of a better training regimen for himself since the teacher just gave away their career ambition form, and he filled it with the goal of being a hero and going to UA. He checked the time on his phone and noticed a news article. He took a look and got excited when he noticed it was somewhere on the way to his school. So he put down the weights and got ready so he can get a close look of the heroes fighting the villain. Rushing out of his home, he made a mad dash to the direction of where the news told the villain was seen. Izuku ran in place when he waited for the light to signal the pedestrians to walk across. Izuku was quick to run when the signal went green. Passing through businessmen calling their work about the blockade, he determined that he was close, and the sight of the giant villain from afar confirmed it. He did his best to squeeze through the crowd until he got to the front. Wow! Izuku admired the heroes in action from apprehending the villain. Izuku whipped out his notebook and started writing new information of the heroes. When debris started to fall to the crowd, a muscular man ran under it and caught it with his bare hands. It's Death Arms, one of the people in the crowd said. Izuku tried to get a closer look, but water stopped him from doing so. He looked at the source of the interesting quirk and saw a hero dressed similar to a firefighter. Backdraft, he called in excitement. He then started to observe the villain's quirk, filing away his observation in his head. He's more interested in keeping notes of heroes rather than villains. As he watched the villain, he saw a brown blur pass above the crowd. Kemui Woods. A rising star who is gaining popularity, he said to no one in particular, but it seemed someone was very much listening. We got a hero fanboy here, I see. A man beside him with strange spikes on his head. Oh, well. He tried to deny it but found it futile. He watched the hero maneuver around the large villain with ease, using his wooden quirk to swing around the villain's attacks. The hero landed on a roof where he was somehow on level with the giant's head, using your quirk in rush hour and committing robbery. You are the embodiment of evil. Kamui held his arm out and branches started growing out of him. Look, he's using it. Go get him, Treeman. Lacquered, Izuku said with a shine in his eyes. Chain prison. He shouted the attack name along with the hero. When the hero was about to apprehend the villain, a surprise came. Canyon Cannon. A giant lady flew in and kicked the villain in the face, surprising every bystander that's been watching. Izuku watched as the press started taking as much pictures as they could at the new hero. This is my debut. She approached the fallen villain and bent to check him. I'm Imi Lady, she said, looking back and posing in a way that showed off her assets. Happy to be at your service, she said with a wink, prompting the press to taking more pictures. At the mention of a debut of a new hero, Izuku started to look through his bag. In the midst of it all, Kamui started to sulk in the stolen effort while a lady shrunk down and posed next to the villain she just apprehended. Izuku was now looking at the aftermath of the altercation and started to take notes on the new hero. Gigantification, well received and a strong work, damaged streets, limited use, control size? He mumbled as he wrote. The man from earlier noticed him taking notes. Taking notes, kid? You must be gunning to be a hero. Not bad, best of luck to you. He looked at the man and gave him a wide smile. I will. Thank you very much. At class, their teacher talked about thinking about their future holding their forms. And in a careless manner, the teacher tossed them, who are we kidding, you all will pick heroics, right? He said with a smile. This had every student start to show off their quirks, excited to take up heroics. With their quirks? All but 2 students. You all have excellent quirks, but settle down, quirk use is prohibited in school. The teacher looked at his clipboard, and it looks like we have 2 students who are applying to UA. Bakugo and Midoriya. The students didn't find Bakugo gunning for UA not a surprise, but in Midoriya's case, that had everyone look at him in surprise. Midoriya ignored them and read over his notes. Got a problem with us extras? Bakugo growled. That had everyone to stop looking at Izuku. And just like that, the teacher proceeded with the class. When the class bell rung, everyone was quick to leave, but Izuku stayed back for a while looking at his phone and looking at headlines about the earlier villain attack. Bang! Ah! Izuku yelped when a can of drink was smashed on his desk. He looked up and saw Bakugo drinking his own drink. What's got you so busy? He asked, leaning on his desk. There was this villain attack earlier, and then a new hero debuted there. Izuku explained, his voice rising in excitement. Of course it's that. Bakugo emptied his drink and squeezed it. Mind if I drop by later? Need to pump some metal. Izuku opened his drink. Feel free, I was planning on working out too. He drank the drink in one gulp. Izuku placed the empty can on his desk. He put a hand on top of it and flattened the can with ease. Teach. Bakugo placed the squeezed can next to the flattened can and did the same. Show off, he said, pocketing the trash. That got a laugh out of Izuku. I'll see you later then. Bakugo gave a half-hearted wave as he walked off. In one convenience store, a skinny man was quietly browsing for some snacks. When he was rung up, he noticed a commotion outside and a large sludge passed the front of the convenience store. He went outside and heard people looking for a hero. The once skinny man suddenly bulked up. It will end soon. He spoke up, getting the people's attention. The crowd seemed to recognize the man. Why? He walked forward. Because I am here. Izuku was walking to his home on his own, looking over his notes, making extra notes with how he'll organize it. He walked into an underpass, his nose still buried in his notebook. He never noticed the sound of slime behind him. He wasn't able to act when he noticed another presence behind him, since his body was quickly engulfed with sludge. Panicking with the feeling of the sludge suffocating him, he frantically tried prying it off him. Izuku's eyes were filled with dread when he couldn't grab a hold of it. He tried punching and kicking, but with his limbs stuck in the sludge, the impact of the hits didn't do much. In his struggle, he started to get tired and his vision starting to blur. He saw the small ghost that's been following him ever since Zoro gave it to him, wiggle out of his bag and attached itself on the sludge villain before exploding. The explosion allowed him to breathe. But the explosion only served as a temporary solution, since the villain went back to trying to take his body. As he's on the verge of passing out, until the sound of the manhole echoed in the underpass. And out came a hulking hero, Fear not, kiddo. Izuku's eyes widened when he got a clear view of the hero. I am here. He felt the sludge-like villain move to attack, but the move was easily dodged. The villain who was on the offense found himself under attack in turn. All Might pulled a fist back and yelled out, Texas Smash. The hero punched the villain. The force of the punch was so great it created gales of wind that it blew the sludge body of the villain apart, freeing Izuku from its clutches. As he fell down, he looked at the hero still in his punching stance and of course the reassuring smile on his face. All Might, he managed to utter before ultimately passing out. He stayed in darkness until he felt light tapping on his cheek, but when he didn't respond, the light tapping eventually turned into light slapping until he opened his eyes. Thought I lost you there. Izuku was still a little dazed, so he only stared at the hero above him. After blinking away his daze, he looked at his rescuer. He yelped as he sat up and backed away. All Might? I see you're well and alive. I'm relieved. Izuku admired the hero, his hero right in front of him. I deeply apologize for dragging you into this situation. Such a mistake is unbecoming of me. Izuku just looked at All Might with confused awe, still reeling from the fact that the All Might is right there in front of him. I'd like to thank you. All Might took a bottle of soda and held it up where he saw the villain was contained in. It's the perfect fit. It's him, it's him, it's him. He's here in front of me. How is this real? But he's here. He thought. Oh yes, autograph. He perked up when he realized that this is the perfect time for one. Izuku, his mind on fanboy mode, looked around. Notebook. He felt around him, his pockets. Sign. Sign, sign. He spotted his notebook a few ways away from here. There on the notebook. He quickly snatched it off the ground and opened the notebook to page he thought was blank. He already did, he exclaimed, with the hero's signature taking up 2 whole pages of his notebook. Thank you very much, he exclaimed in gratitude, bowing multiple times at a rapid rate. I'll treasure this. I'll pass it down to my descendants and their descendants, he claimed, still bowing. All Might watched the kid with a smile on his face while pocketing the bottles. He gave the kids a thumbs up. Okay. He patted the bottle containing the villain in his pocket. I shall bring this guy to the police. See you in TV. No way. You're leaving already? The professionals always fight with villains or time. All Might started stretching his body and his legs. All that stretching caused one of the bottles to fall out of his pocket. Izuku took notice of this and grabbed it. Wait. I'll see you then. All Might jumped up. Happy to be of service, he shouted from the sky. As he soared in the sky, he noticed the extra weight on his leg. He looked and it was Izuku holding on for his life. Hey, hey, hey. What are you doing, kid? All Might, why you do this? He tried to tell, but the wind in his mouth made it difficult as he held the bottle to All Might. That took the hero by surprise. Oh. In the Midoriya home, Inko was early to get home and decided to start dinner early too. As she prepared the ingredients, she heard the door open and close. Welcome home, Izuku. I'm preparing your favorite tonight. She expected for her son to respond with an excited tone, but was only greeted by heavy footfalls. Izuku, I'm home. A deep voice responded. A voice she recognized. Inko whipped her head around and saw her eldest son standing there, still dressed in his hero costume. Inko gaped at him before immediately getting teary-eyed. Zoro. She went and hugged her now taller son, who returned her hug. He has grown since her head only reached up to his chest now, and on that note, Inko grabbed the coat and pulled it closed, covering his chest, surprising her son. Mom, this has been my hero costume all this time. She just smiled at him. I only noticed now. You should keep it closed, you'll get a... She paused when she saw his face cold. Zoro figured she seen his face and looked down. Inko reached her hand out and held his left cheek. She observed his closed left eye and ran her thumb on the scar that ran down from his forehead down past his eye. I'm okay, Mom. Are you sure? Zoro gave her a wide smile that she recognizes. Very much. This is nothing. If he says it's nothing, then she'll let it go. Okay then, she said, stepping away from their hug. Go sit down, I'll prepare something for you to snack on. I'll take you on that. Inko smiled at that before going back to prepare something for both of her sons now. Zoro made quick work of returning his things to his room and smiled at his weights, showing signs of being used quite recently. Going back to the living room, Zoro turned the TV on to look at the news, to stay updated in recent news in the area. After all, it's been a while since he's been here. What he didn't expect was to see his little brother on the news. Izuku and All Might landed on a nearby building with Izuku trying to collect himself. That was dangerous, young man. The hero scolded. I'm very sorry, but you dropped this. Izuku shakily lifted the hand that was holding the bottle he dropped. All Might coughed in surprise but was quick to cover his mouth. The hero took the bottle from him. I thank you again, young man. He returned the bottle in his pocket, but went stiff when he noticed the other bottle was not with him. All Might again coughed in surprise, but this time a cloud of smoke came out of him. Izuku covered his face from the sudden burst of smoke. When he looked up, he saw a skinny man looking at him with an equally startled face. An imposter? He exclaimed, arms flailing, panicking in front if what he thinks is a stranger. All Might looked around him to look for the other bottle. When he didn't see it near him, the sense of urgency overtook him. He looked at the boy and decided to calm him down first before he leaves. It's me, All Might. He coughed before finishing, and it had blood running down his mouth and chin. Understandably, Izuku worried for the man but still found everything unbelievable. That can't be true, he shouted out. You know those guys who SCK in to show their abs? I'm like that. He simplified as he wiped the blood off his mouth. Teach, that's a lie. Izuku denied. All Might is fearless. He saves people with a smile. The strongest. All Might sighed at his statement, that fearless smile. All Might sat down to rest himself a little. Since you saw it, kid, I'll explain, but don't go spreading it on the internet. Izuku leaned closer to listen, sensing the seriousness of the subject. He watched as he saw All Might lift his shirt up. Izuku found himself flinching and making a sound that expresses his queasy feeling at the sight. All Might has shown a large stitched-up wound that has since scarred and a purple discoloration around it. It's an injury from a villain 5 years ago. Half of my lungs were destroyed. My stomach had to be taken out. Due to repeated surgeries, I look the way I am now. He let the shirt fall to cover his torso again. At the moment, I can only use that form for around 3 hours a day. No way. 5 years ago, that was when you fought Toxic Chainsaw, he said, recalling him and his brother watching the battle on TV. Along with that memory, he also remembered his critical wound that happened the same year. Izuku shook the memory out of his head and focused on the current conversation. You're knowledgeable. But no puny villain like him can hurt me like this. He said, looking at his fist. I chose to keep the battle from the general public. Not even the heroes, and heroes in training at the site that time know a lot. The symbol of peace who saves people with a smile will not be defeated by the forces of evil. He looked down and looked at his frail-looking hand. I smile like that to hide the burden on me as a hero, and to mask the fear from my heart. It's a front I put up. Izuku gasped at the new information and details of his favorite hero. As Izuku was about to say something, both of them jumped in surprise at the sudden explosion that blew up from afar. They both looked and were greeted by the sight of smoke rising from the source. Izuku looked at it with a slight excitement expressed in his face. The thought of heroes he could see on site of the incident, but quickly remembered the number 1 hero, All Might, was with him. He looked at the hero and was already on his way down. On instinct, he found himself following the hero. On the way there, he lost All Might, but at least he still has the smoke to follow. As he got there, a crowd has already formed to watch the commotion. Like usual, Izuku squeezed through, apologizing whenever he roughly bumped to another, and found himself at the front. There, he saw the same heroes from earlier, except unlike earlier, they were struggling dealing with the sludge villain who has a hostage. He took a look at the hostage and he felt a cold chill run down his spine. Kaken. The explosions suddenly made much more sense to him. Izuku strained his eyes to keep an eye on the small head of hair compared to the large sludge that has him. Everyone in the crowd flinched when Bakugo let out another large explosion, followed by his screaming when he freed his face from the sludge. You think I'll let a villain like you devour me? He said, pulling his hand away that is still stuck. Sparks flew from his hand covered in slime, "You little sheet," he shouted, letting out another big explosion. Bakugo expected for that to blow the villain away, but he's still stuck in the villain's hold, making him squirm again. As he did so, he could feel the villain's grin and that he's plotting something, using him for something. The ground shook and in came the new heroine to the scene, but her size was too much to get to where they were. Bakugo saw two heroes try to face the villain, but when they found that their quirks were of no use against the villain, they went back to safe distance. None of the hero here can handle this. We'll have to wait for a hero that has a more advantageous quirk. Bakugo heard one of them shout out. And that has him boiling. He tried let out another set of explosions to get out. What the hell? Bakugo looked at the heroes with anger. Say extras, weaklings. Bakugo tried to fight back again. He's not some weakling who gives up just cause his quirk is not fit for the situation. All Might can easily handle something like this and he will surpass him. Zonai barely uses his quirk and he got to the top 10 quite young because he did not let anything hold him back. He plans to surpass him too. No FANG way he'll stoop to these heroes' level. As he fought back, he started to tire and the sludge covering his mouth is not helping. As his vision start to blur, he start to panic, his eyes frantically looking around for a way out, and as he did so his eyes met bright green ones. He didn't know what he looked like when they saw each other, but apparently that had Izuku rushing towards him. As Izuku was running towards him, he noticed in his eyes that Izuku himself was surprised to find that he was running towards him. Bakugo watched as Izuku reached for something in his bag and even in his current state was startled when he pulled out a dumbbell that has multiple weights on it. The villain holding him was also startled and didn't notice that the dumbbell was flying towards his eye and hit him square in his weakness. Of course he's figured it out, he thought. The hit caused the villain's grip to loosen around, giving him an opportunity to free his face again and take in a deep breath. He felt strong hands wrap around his wrists and began to pull him out. "Deku," he rasped, all that screaming earlier has already taken effect on him. "Yo," Izuku greeted and pulled again. Now Bakugo was only waist deep in the sludge. Izuku's strength still wasn't enough since the villain started pulling Bakugo in. Just as he was about to let another explosion in the villain's direction, a man suddenly appeared next to the two of them. The two of them instantly recognized the hero, All Might. They both mumbled, looking at him in awe as he blocked an attack from the villain. All Might looked at Izu. "Kid, you sure have been out heroing me today. I need to walk the talk I've been spouting." He grabbed their hand. "Pro heroes will always try their hardest." He reeled his fist back and shouted, "Detroit Smash." All Might punched the villain and it had the villain scattering everywhere. The gust of wind his punch produced put out the fire in the street and blew all the way to the crowd and heroes to the side with MP Lady covering them. From afar, civilians saw the sudden appearance of a tornado that formed just from All Might's single punch. At the sight, everyone looked at the panting hero with wonder, trying to comprehend the power he just displayed. It wasn't until someone pointed out that it's raining that everyone noticed that the clouds above them darkened and it really was raining. The wind pressure created an updraft and formed clouds, someone informed. That had everyone looking. All Might stood up straight and looked at everyone. Oi! All Might just changed the weather with a single punch. That was the cue for everyone to cheer for the hero. All Might faltered on his feet but held his chest high. He raised a fist for everyone and that had the cheers to become louder, celebrating another victory from the symbol of peace. Bakugo and Izuku both sat up from the ground and saw All Might's broad back facing them. Bakugo gave Izuku a light punch to his arm. "The F were you thinking?" Izuku let out a nervous laugh. "I wasn't," he answered, earning a glare from him. After that, the heroes collected the scattered slime and handed them to the police. Reporters surrounded All Might taking pictures and interviews, while Bakugo and Midoriya are with the heroes. "What were you thinking, kid? This is no playground for you," Kamui Wood scolded. Death Arms on the other hand just looked at him. "He did more than any of us. He must have known he could handle it. The two kids seems to be friends," he complimented, "but that doesn't mean you could just barge in any dangerous situation." "Why yes sir." Bakugo on the other hand, "That's some amazing willpower." "Kid," a hero praised, "you must be going to heroics, right? You couldn't turn under me." He only ignored the hero. He won't associate himself to some extra. Bakugo stood up and walked towards Izuku. Let's go. Huh? Izuku quickly picked his bag up. Okay. Hey you two. Mind giving us an interview? An interviewer shouted towards them, and that got other reporters, and they all started to approach them. Run. Izuku and Bakugo both told each other before sprinting off. The two ran side by side with some of the reporters chasing them, but the farther they got, the more they diminished. The two boys stopped at a street and caught their breath. Goddamn vultures. They're just doing their job, Kakin. Let's see you keep the same attitude when we're heroes. Izuku sighed and stopped arguing. I'll go home for now. Bakugo said, sliding his hands into his pockets. Don't be stupid and run into a villain on your way home, dim nerd. Like you did. Bakugo flinched and whipped his head to him. The F, did you say? Nothing, not at all, he yelped frantically, waving his hands. Humph. He went back to walking home, ignoring Izuku. I'll see you later, he said before he disappeared when he turned a corner. Izuku stood at his spot for a few more minutes, remembering everything that happened that day. Yes, he did face a villain today, but what he still hung up on was that, I met All Might, he shouted to the skies, burying his hand in his hair. Yes, he's glad he got an autograph, but he wishes he could have talked to him more. And now that he's thinking about All Might, he remembered the large wound he has and his smaller form. Now he's very much concerned. It would seem that fate still wanted for him to see All Might. Izuku screamed in surprise when the large hero suddenly popped up in front of him, having run to him with all his strength. All Might. What are you doing here? He asked, looking around. Weren't you surrounded by journalists? Slipping through is not a problem. Why? The hero began flexing. Because I am All Might reverted to his smaller form, spitting out blood too. The now skinnier hero collected himself and wiped the blood away before speaking. Young man, I'm here to thank you along with a proposition. If it wasn't for your actions that time, I would have been a hero who's all talk. It was partly my fault too. If I hadn't clung on to you that time, Kid, out of everyone there, you were the only one to act at a situation where everyone lost hope. He looked at the boy who was now staring at him. Top-tier superheroes made themselves known when they were still a student. Most of them will tell you the same thing. Before I can think, my body acted on its own. Izuku's eyes were now shining with hope. That made him think. Did Zoro ever had that very same experience? You'd make a fine hero, young man. Ever thought of being one? Izuku looked at his hero All Might in surprise. All Might thinks he could be a hero? The number one hero All Might finds potential in him? The green-haired kid teared up at that. Yes, he said, voice shaking. He thought back in his life. So far the only ones who believed he could be a hero were a few. He recalled how his big brother's words of encouragement when he was so distraught about the diagnosis of him being quirkless. He recalled how his mother would play hero with him all the time. He recalled how Kakin slowly stopped tormenting him about his quirklessness and would instead push him to his limits. Way back when I was a kid, he said, tears now streaming down his face. You can be a hero. Izuku was now bawling at his words. Of all people to support him on his dream, he never would have thought All Might to be one of them. I grant you the right to inherit my power. Izuku's crying was cut short. He looked up to the hero, tears and snot still on his face, tilting his head in confusion at the sudden revelation. Inherit power? All Might laughed at the kid's perplexed face. What's that expression for? This is just a proposition, there's much more to it after. All Might walked closer to him. Listen carefully, young man. He raised a hand. Let me ask you. He brought his hand down. Do you want to receive my power? He asked, but the question came out garbled since his loud voice caused him to cough up blood again. What are you on, All Might? All Might once again wiped his mouth clean. I'm talking about my quirk. The media has used terms like superhuman strength or power-up to describe my quirk. Whenever I'm asked on interviews, I always brush it off with jokes. That's because the symbol of peace, All Might, has to be a natural-born hero. But the truth is, All Might held his arm out to showcase his body. My quirk has been passed down like an Olympic flame. It has to be inherited. Inherited? Yes. And soon it'll be in your hands. Wait, hold on. Our quirk is one of the biggest mysteries of this day. It's always been discussed in forums endlessly. But if a quirk can be inherited beyond what's normal, such a thing exists. No one thought of it. Izuku was now in his muttering tirade, finding the whole thing going against everything he's known and learned. All Might only looked at him mumble away. "Nonsense," he exclaimed to make him stop, which he did. "I may have skipped details, but I never lie. This quirk is one I inherited. It's called One for All." One for All. Precisely. Someone cultivated this power, then passed it on to someone else. Then he continues to build it up, and passes it to the next one. Just like this, the power of bravery and the voice of the voiceless culminate. Such a powerful thing, but why me? I've been looking for a successor, and I think you're a good fit. As a hero fanboy, you look more like a hero than anyone else. Might put a fist on his chest, even me. Izuku was once again tearing up at his compliment. Of course, it's up to you. What will you do? He confided a top secret to someone like me. He thought, wiping his face clean. I'll do it. An instantaneous answer. I knew it. But to inherit such power is no simple task. We'll have to work on your body. They both agreed to meet up at Dagoba Beach early in the morning before parting ways. And now he's on his way home feeling extremely tired from everything that happened that day. Too many surprises happened this day, he doesn't think he could handle any more. I'm home. He drawled out when he entered his home. Izuku. Inko ran to him and checked everything that she could. Are you okay? No broken anything? I saw you on the news. I'll be okay. He claimed with a sincere smile, which was enough. Izuku. He stiffened at the new but familiar voice that he heard. Izuku slowly turned his head in the direction that you could hear a comical creak of his neck. He didn't even get to look at that direction since a bulky arm wrapped itself on his shoulders. Eni-chan. You sure know how to find trouble, huh? Zoro ruffled his hair, but Izuku remained still and staring at him. While you're home? I was supposed to surprise you, but you ended up surprising me from that villain attack. When Zoro didn't hear a response from Izuku, he looked down at him and saw him looking up at him with his jaw wide open. Zoro laughed at him. Yeah, I'm home. I guess this surprise is a little much after what you went through today. To that Izuku agreed. Yeah, it's been a long day. He says with a shaky voice. He lifted a hand and poked Zoro's cheek. You really are here. Go take a cold shower, you obviously need it. He teased, pushing him to his room's direction. Izuku turned a corner. After a few seconds he peeked his head around the corner to look at Zoro again. I'm really here, Zuku. Oh, okay. He said before disappearing, and reappearing again with only half of his face peeking. What happened? He asked when he finally noticed his close left eye. Nothing to worry about, this is nothing. That's definitely not nothing, he freaked out, pointing to his eye. I'll tell you when I feel like it. Zoro said, waving the subject off. Now clean yourself up. Izuku remained in his spot staring at his scar. Do I have to drag you there? He threatened half-heartedly. Izuku yelped and left, the sound of his frantic footsteps signifying that he really did go to his room. Inko giggled at her son's antics. That's new, I expected you to hover over him for a few more minutes. Zoro commented. Inko sighed. I figured you boys are tougher than you look. I've dealt with you almost being sliced in half. I don't think Izuku can top that. Zoro smirked at his mom. Don't jinx it, Mom. Don't remind me, she said before continuing to cook for her now complete family again. Zoro went back to his room and went to unpacking and organizing. Though cleaning his already empty room didn't take a long time, so he's just unpacking and displaying his swords. Just as when he was finished, he heard a familiar soft knock. Nichan. Hey, he took notice of Izuku's still shocked expression. You good? He asked, sitting down on his bed and pulling a chair close to the bed. Izuku took the seat. All Might talk to me. Zoro raised his eyebrow at that. Well, he was on the scene. What did he talk to you about? He watched as he fidgeted and thought over his words. He wanted to train me. He said with hesitance. He himself couldn't believe it. He decided to omit the part where he wants to pass his quirk to him. All Might trusted him with it. He'll only speak about it when All Might permits it. Zoro stared at his little brother in disbelief before laughing out loud. Izuku was startled out of his thoughts at his boisterous laughter. Of course someone like you would attract a hero like him. He said in between laughter. You don't mind me training under him? Why would I? I wasn't really training you, I just let you do what I do. Zoro sat up. Training under someone with a fixed regimen would help you a lot, so I say go for it. Izuku sighed in relief, so I fretted over nothing. After that, silence took over the room. After a few minutes passed, Izuku found something to talk about. Nichan, have you ever experienced a time where your body acted before you could think? That got Zoro's attention. He then thought back at the time where he instinctively jumped forward to guard Perona from an attack that time in the forest. Yeah, I was standing on one spot and when I blinked I found myself in front of the threat and my legs hurting from the moving too fast. Izuku looked at his own legs. That explains you suddenly running towards that villain. Zoro commented when he saw where Izuku's gaze was. All Might said most of the top heroes had the same experience of their body moving before they could think. Zoro smiled. Can't speak for other heroes, but you have my account. Top heroes, huh? Well, you are part of them. He said, looking at his brother's sparkles basically radiating off him. Bang! Their conversation was cut short when the door was slammed open and in came a blonde boy. Oi Deku. He paused when he noticed it was not only Izuku in the room. Zoanai. I'm not your Zoanai. He stood up and walked over to Bakugo. And have you been slamming my door open all this time? Bakugo gulped at the intimidating aura of the older man. Not to mention, the scar on his eye somehow adds to his scary factor. Bakugo, knowing how he is, decided not to comment on it. You got a problem with it? He said in a shaky and quiet tone. Oh, I do. Zoro slammed his fist into his palm. Were you and Izuku about to train here? Let me help you then. Bring it. Inko cooked peacefully as she ignored Zoro's screaming commands, Katsuki's struggling shouts, and Izuku's frantic pleading to go easy on the other. Nice to hear them having fun again.